Good morning, California, and welcome to the California Citizens Redistricting Committee meeting. Today we have another full day, another fun day with you and all of us. And what we'd like to start off with right now is with roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Foranshari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont.
Presente.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Aquí.
Commissioner Taylor.
Aquí.
Commissioner Toledo.
Here.
Commissioner Turner.
Aquí.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Aquí.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Here.
And Commissioner Anderson.
And I'm also here. Thank you very much, Ravi. I see that I'm the vice chair for this week, and I see our chair is actually with us, so I might just hand the reins right back over to him. Thank you.
Thank you so much for filling in, Commissioner Anderson. Well, this morning, last night, we were able to get through some of the Central Valley and into the northern part of the state, the eastern and northern part of the state. Today, we're going to go back to Los Angeles and some of the Southern California region. We're going to start there and hopefully in the afternoon work our way up to Northern California. So that's the plan at this point. We may need to extend our schedule. So just giving some advance notice that we may need to go beyond the 6 o'clock schedule in terms of our programmatic requirements, and if to get us further along on the agenda. So with that, let's get the map up for Los Angeles and begin the visualization process. So Jamie, you've been busy implementing some of the direction that we were able to give you. As I hear, there are some changes you were able to implement, others that are harder to implement, and some implications. So why don't we go through an overview of what you've been able to work through?
Sure, thank you.
And we can barely hear you. And we want to hear you because you have great information to give.
I hope you can hear me better now.
Much better.
Chair Toledo, would it be okay with you if we started looking at the Antelope Valley, Victor Valley district that we worked on live yesterday, then moved to the Orange County, LA County border area, and then moved more into City of Los Angeles? That's where the major changes are.
That makes sense to me. Let's do that since that's the freshest on our minds. Thank you.
Thank you. So when we last left off yesterday, this Antelope Valley, Victor Valley district wasn't quite at, here, and I will change the color of it. Wasn't quite at 50% Latino CVAP. I heard your direction, I took your direction, and made some adjustments. Now the percent deviation of this district is negative 1.57. The Latino CVAP is 50.33%. And I'll just zoom in on the areas that are in here. This split in Lancaster is roughly along 14, as is the split in Palmdale. Little Rock, Sun Village, and Lake Los Angeles are all included in this. And up here, there's a geographically large community of interest around just rural people who live rurally outside of Antelope Valley, and that's intact in this visualization or in this iteration. And those are the areas in Los Angeles County that are included. Moving to the San Bernardino portion, Adelanto is split. This is the only split in it. It's just right here. Victorville is also split along this line, but otherwise, it's all in this visual iteration. It's called Antelope. Hesperia is split. Oak Hills is not split, and Phelan and Pinion Hills are also not split. So I'm just going to zoom out so that the commission can see this district.
Thank you so much for that overview. Do you have a sense of how many people are in the Los Angeles County area and how many people are in the San Bernardino side? I think one of the things that we were working through was trying to figure out if there was a way to balance the two if we had to cross county lines.
I think there I am unmuted. It's roughly 50%. Let me pull that exact number up for you. I apologize. I don't have that written down. Had
no problem.
Couple other items that I've been working on. So,
but you do think it's roughly about 50-50?
Roughly, yeah. And I can get the exact number for you.
Any other questions from the commission regarding this map? Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Fernandez after that.
Yeah, I was curious what sort of constraints you ran into either from our direction or from population CVAP changes. What kind of constraints did you run into? I know verbally it wasn't direction, but we had talked about potentially linking this west side of the Antelope Valley with this east part of Victorville, I think, if we had talked about, right? So I'm sort of going up and over. Just was wondering what kind of constraints you ran into if you tried that out.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And just to answer the previous question, the portion of this district that is in Los Angeles County is just over 275,000 people. Mm-hmm. So it's about 57%, I believe, of the district. And to answer Commissioner Vasquez's question, so as you can see, 50.33% is just above 50% Latino CVAP. And some constraints, I guess in terms of if you mean the West Victor Valley, like these areas that I'm highlighting, I could not get those in while meeting the 50% Latino CVAP threshold. And additionally, this is like trying to follow more like major streets or boundaries and to avoid splits. The commission had given me direction not to have like just a teeny bit of a city, but to kind of have larger, I guess, like chunks of a city in each district if it was going to be split. I think that if I really went through this with a fine tooth comb, I could maybe boost the Latino CVAP to like 50.5%, but couldn't boost it that much, essentially, and still meet the total population requirements for an assembly district.
That's very helpful, Jamie. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Jamie, thank you so much for this, and it's looking pretty good to me. Can you zoom out just a little bit? I was a little concerned, and maybe I missed it. Actually, before I go there, is the Black CVAP 17.03? I get mixed up between which one's the Asian and which one's okay.
Yes, that's correct. The Black CVAP is
Okay.
17.03.
Thank you. So my question was, what were the ripple effects of doing this in terms of impact to the other districts? Like, how many districts were impacted by this change? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Fernandez. The only districts that were impacted by this change was the Victor Valley, of course, the Victor Valley based district, and then the Tulare Kern district. This previously included Tehachapi areas, kind of with the California City areas. In this visualization, those are not included. The Tulare Kern district currently has, with the Tehachapi areas included, now has a 1.04% deviation, and those are the only districts that were impacted.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. Just sort of in the same area, but just slightly south. What would it look like, Jamie, if we linked Big Bear City with Running Springs and Lake Arrowhead? Those are similar communities that are based on recreation and commerce.
Would you like to try that?
Yeah,
Right now?
please, if that's okay with the commission.
Which cities are we looking at?
Big Bear City, Big Bear Lake, Running Springs, and Lake Arrowhead.
Okay, so
And
before we go there, and I am okay with moving in that direction, but before we go there, let's check in with Commissioner Kennedy to see if he has anything on this map.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Jamie for her thoughts on input number 32480, which says, if you use Palmdale and Victorville as the anchors, you start with 301,811 population, just over 60% of an assembly district, and Hispanic CVAP is 58.98. If you exclude Lancaster completely, keep the incorporated communities intact along Highway 136, between Palmdale and Victorville, you should be able to get a majority Hispanic CVAP district. So I'm just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Is that something that you tried? Is that something that sounds feasible? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I did not try that. I kind of went based off of the direction that based off the direction we were headed in from yesterday's live line drawing. It sounds that it could be feasible. I believe that there are potentially other COIs that could be split in sort of the Eastern Victor Valley. There were Eastern Antelope Valley. There were a couple of COIs in Lancaster and in Palmdale, specifically talking about Black populations in those cities. I think that those COIs could be split. But without taking a closer look or even seeing a map of the input that you're talking about, then I couldn't say with certainty.
Thank you. Just want to, okay, Commissioner Kutagawa, then I want to take a sense of the commission as to whether we're comfortable with this district. It is a VRA district and has significant compliance requirements. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, so my two questions. One is this CVEP high enough for the community to elect, the Latino community to elect a candidate of their choice? Secondly, Jamie, just in terms of, thinking beyond the assembly districts to state senate and congressional, I know that, the VRA requirements are probably going to be different for those, but, just kind of thinking forward and maybe some of the nesting, is this something that, is this an architecture that we can also use as a, I guess, a foundation for a congressional and senate district? Because I've seen also COI testimony that is saying that they are liking that the Victor Valley, I guess in previous maps, that the Victor Valley would be whole, and the balance with Antelope Valley is okay too. So I know that the Victor Valley is not whole in this particular case, but I'm just kind of trying to think forward too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I also was thinking a little bit sort of along the lines of Commissioner Kennedy, in that unfortunately what this looks a little bit like, I know that we've done a great job, and thank you, Jamie, for following all our instructions. But it looks a little bit like, here's, Antelope Valley, which is part of LA. And for more population, we sort of went over to Victor Valley. Now, we know that's not the case, but I would really like to see more cities whole in Victor Valley, if at all possible. And since Commissioner Kennedy brought that one up, I was wondering if we could do a little explaining on that. The other item, which Commissioner Kutagawa just brought up, how would this fit into, and could it fit into a Senate VRA? And I was just wondering if instead of going, this is another thing which we'll have to talk about, but instead of grabbing, the population from Victor Valley, could we possibly be getting some of that through the San Fernando Valley or Santa Clarita down that way? Jamie, I'm sure you probably tossed that idea around a bit. If so, could you speak on that, please?
Jamie, if you have any thoughts on that, that'd be.
I didn't understand the piece about Santa Clarita Valley, and I would say that getting population to include with the rest of Antelope Valley from Santa Clarita Valley would create a much larger ripple effect throughout, potentially going up north through Northern California.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I just want to make sure that, in public we talked about this, because, this is something that we have to do by VRA law. And, but I know that there are people in both areas which were hoping they didn't need to be joined. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Sedwani, I know you're in the VRA subcommittee, so any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I know Becker isn't here today, or Dale, if you have them up. If you go back to the maps that they had put out several weeks ago, I think what you see on the assembly map, identifying the areas where the three jingles preconditions were being met, included a portion of the Victor Valley, right? And so I think that's the reason why developing a district in this direction, that's a part of why we were moving in that direction.
Correct, and I would. There was a question earlier about the CVAP percentage. 50.33% here, in our opinion, is in the lower end of what we would be comfortable with and what we would consider safe. It's also, for a point of reference, quite consistent with the proposed MALDEF map for this general area as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez, Fernandez, and Sinai.
I'm feeling okay with this district given sort of our constraints in that we do need to join Victorville and the Antelope Valley in order to create a VRA district for both communities. That's what I'm hearing, and I don't love that we had to split so much of Palmdale and Lancaster. I am curious, could we see actually the black CVAP like heat map? Because I appreciate and just want to visually like verify, Jamie, that you were making an attempt to keep some black koi together in this visualization.
Sorry, what was the question that was asked? I apologize.
I wanted to see the black CVAP heat map for this area.
I'm loading that up. One moment.
Yeah, how about let's hear from Commissioner Fernandez and Sinai as this is getting loaded.
Oh, never mind. They just showed it up.
Commissioner Vasquez, did you have a question about the Black CVAP?
Could you zoom in a little bit so that the Antelope Valley is a bit more centered in the map?
Yeah, one moment. I'm adjusting the breakdown to be as we'd seen it before. So just one moment. I apologize for the delay.
Yep.
So Commissioner Fernandez, can you ask your question?
And it wasn't really a question. In response to Commissioner Anderson, that was one of my, something that what I would like to try to do is to break up as few communities as possible. But based on the towns or cities that Jamie said that were broken up in terms of Palmdale, Adelanto, Victorville, and Esperia, Adelanto is somewhat small, 38,000, but then you jump to a city of 100,000. So splitting up a city of 100,000, it's going to be hard to try to unify that. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of the numbers that we're looking at. And then Palmdale's 170,000.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Fernandez. Let's go back to Commissioner Vasquez. We have the Black CVAP in front of us.
Great. Yeah, this is perfect. Thank you. This is really helpful, and I am glad. I do like, again, since it seems like there's probably not a way to not split Palmdale and Lancaster. I am relieved and glad to see that we have done, that you have done, Jamie, a very good job of keeping as many black kois together. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jamie has done a great job of meeting our compliance requirements to protect the communities that need protection under Section 2 of the VRA compliance rules and meeting all of the other requirements given and direction given by the Commission. Commissioner Sinai.
So I'm concerned about the low CVAP as well. And I was just wondering, Jamie, if you had any recommendations on how to increase the Latino CVAP. And in this area, we don't have the data on crossover voting from other communities, right?
I believe we do. I believe there is some crossover between the African American Latino community, but let's ask Dale if he has that information, whether crossover between the African American, Latino, and Asian community is cohesive.
Yeah, so we have seen some evidence of some crossover voting between the African American community and Latino community there. So that 17% is certainly a consideration in why we would consider that 50.33 to be, although in a lower end, still within a safe range.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, then Turner.
No, I was going to say the same thing because I believe Mr. Becker yesterday mentioned that in Southern California,
That's correct.
there is some coalition and crossover voting between Blacks, African Americans, and Latinos.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I was just going to have Jamie confirm. I think I heard her say that she could probably, at best in this area, only get the Latina CVAP up to maybe 50.5, maybe. But she could work on that after, kind of offline, and if that is indeed the case, perhaps we can move.
That is correct. So Jamie, if you can offline try to get the CVAP higher, but the general consensus, what I'm hearing from the commission is that we're comfortable with this map, and if we are able to do some refinements around the edges to increase the CVAP even further. I know you've tried that and you're working on that. So if you would continue to do that, that'd be helpful. Commissioner Kennedy, then Akutagawa, and then we'll move on to the next map.
Thank you, Chair. And I would say prioritizing adding population on the San Bernardino County side so that we can have the population as balanced as possible between the two elements of this.
Yeah, if there's a way to balance the population, that'd be
Thank you.
helpful. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I just wanted to just affirm just what Jamie has created. I looking through the COIs again, I think I'm seeing a input or public comment. It seems like it's from one of the advocacy organizations, and they speak to this particular area, and they're showing similar numbers on their suggested maps. So I think we seem to be in alignment, and just wanted to just share my appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, as always, we're always trying to keep COIs together, but it's not always possible, especially in these in these VRA districts. With that, let's move on to the modification that Commissioner Taylor had wanted to make in the San Bernardino area. Then we'll go back to refinements. So, Commissioner Taylor, I believe it was a small change.
Yeah, a small change. I just wanted to see
But
what it would look like
significant.
if Big Bear City was with Running Springs and Lake Arrowhead, as they are similar communities based on recreation and commerce.
So it would be adding. So the direction is to add Lake Arrowhead to the VVDH.
It would be actually Big Bear
Running.
City.
Okay, Running Springs.
Yeah, just extending that. Yes, correct.
Jamie, can you highlight?
Yeah, I'm happy to pull that up. Currently, the 210 district
It's overpopulated.
And then VVHD is a lot closer to 0%. Would you like to try perhaps moving these areas into the VVHD instead?
Yeah, let's go the opposite way. Lake Arrowhead and Running Springs into VVHD.
Appreciate it. In the meantime,
One moment, please.
While we're looking at that, we're going to take comment from Commissioner Kutagawa and Fornashari. Of course, we're going to try to focus to be, as Commissioner Turner says, we're going to try to be additive and as we make comments. So, and not repetitive. Thank you. Additive and not repetitive. Commissioner Turner, or not Turner, Fornashari.
I think I was going to say what Commissioner Kennedy was going to say was it was a population thing, but we've also gotten feedback from these folks that they would rather go in that direction.
That is correct. I've seen feedback and community input in that regard.
So this change the 210 corridor would still be balanced. If we move these areas out, it would be negative 4.2%. The deviation of VVHD would be 6.34%. So that would be overpopulated. just kind of zooming out to see if there are areas where that could be adjusted. So there could be room to do some trade with MBCV, although it seems like maybe that would be including Big Bear City perhaps into MBCV if we were working on this boundary. Otherwise, potentially taking population from the Kern County portion of VVHD to move into Tulare Kern. Those are just some suggestions, and thank you.
Thank you, and I believe Commissioner Kennedy has some direction. Or a suggestion,
I wouldn't be
recommendation.
so bold as to call it direction. I was going to suggest, and it's not going to be a huge amount of population, but if we're looking to go from 6.34 to under 5, I'm thinking if that line west of Lucerne Valley moved, east of Lucerne Valley, between Lucerne Valley and Homestead Valley, I think it is. If you move that line to the west some. Yeah.
Should we try
It's
it?
unincorporated.
So, do we have to accept the change before we try it, or, so let's accept the
Yes.
change, I see consensus on that, and then let's try the
Well,
suggestion that the Commissioner Kennedy has.
Okay, but on the change that we just accepted, I'm wondering if we needed to go so far west on that. If we're just moving
So you're suggesting not
Lake
including as
Arrowhead
much?
and Lake Arrowhead and Crestline, that, yeah, I don't know how many people are in that area, but you're along the 15, and I was just thinking that.
Okay, so here we go.
$409 people.
Yeah, it's not very much.
Well, we've gone from 6.34 to 6.01.
Would you like to, let me actually make sure there's no little pieces of Hesperia or any other cities. There we go. So it would be 6.04% instead. The highlighted area is about 1,500 people. Would you like to make this change?
I'm looking
And then
at
explore
the
area east of Lucerne Valley?
I'm seeing some opposition from Commissioner Fernandez.
I'd rather, let's try your other option, Commissioner Kennedy, the one on the east side, okay? Thanks.
And I'm
Please,
also
and then we can
wondering-
always go back.
And I'm also wondering if maybe this is something where we can give high-level direction to our line drawing team, to Jamie in particular, and that she can play with it and bring us back something that is in compliance. If there's communities want to keep together, or so if, Commissioner Kennedy, if you have some high-level direction, or if you want to try something now, please let us know.
Yeah. No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, so Jamie, in terms of high-level direction, if you on this district, if you can work within the edges to try to get it to acceptable deviations.
Could I ask a couple
Sure, absolutely.
questions?
Absolutely.
Would it be acceptable to add Big Bear City to MBCV? Would it be acceptable to add this part of Highland to MBCV?
Commissioner
Kennedy, you have some thoughts, and then Sinai.
Well, could Highland go with SBCHR without disturbing that too much? I I mean, that to me seems to be a much more natural fit. Thank you.
All right, and then we'll hear Commissioner Sinai.
I would rather we use Highland in whichever way works best than Lake Arrowhead and Big Bear. Almost all the input we've gotten has asked to stay together, and they really are on the same mountain, so it makes sense. So I would rather us look at Highland.
Thank you, that's helpful. And it looks like Highland does resolve the deviation issues, if I'm reading this correctly, Jamie.
Yeah, so Highland would resolve the deviation issues. It would bring down the Latino CVAP of SBCHR, where there are potential VRA concerns, and we will work with your VRA team on this change for the next round of iterations.
How much of a decrease would it be in the VRA district?
I think it would move it to 50.3, I think it said, from 51.45%.
Okay, so let's try to keep the CVAP as high as possible, but work with our council on that to ensure that we're in compliance as we work around the edges. And then Commissioner Kennedy and Turner.
Yeah, so Jamie, looking at Highland, can you turn on the tribal lands layer? There is a reservation there, and I'm thinking that we also have the native population to consider in all of this.
The layers on, I'm just going to change the color fill on it to make it easier to see. So I am not seeing that on the layer that I have.
Okay. Thank you.
We, we will work with we will work with your VRA team on this, and we will do our best to keep the tribal lands together.
Okay, just to observe that the Highland is already split, so moving the split in Highland, I don't think, it's already split, so we're not causing a lot more harm, or hopefully wouldn't be causing a lot more harm if we're just moving the split within Highland. Thank you.
And we do need to keep moving along. We do have, we've given Jamie some direction in terms of where to look at for population for this district and to address the deviation. Any additional feedback, Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah,
direction?
I did see at least one comment on the public comments that asked to move Highland into the SBCHR district. The person who wrote said that Highland has nothing in common with the mountain high desert areas that Highland is currently split into, and thought that just add that if that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's being looked at, especially because there are VRA considerations. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, just whatever direction we give to Jamie, I am concerned. I don't want to decrease the Latino CVAP, so I just want to make sure that is.
Yeah, I think that's the direction at this point, is to try to maintain the CVAP as where it is, or to try to increase but not to decrease, while also trying to work through the deviation considerations. All right, let's move on to Jamie. Let's move on to the next area that you worked on and where you had refinements.
Thank you. I would like to move on to the Orange County, LA areas. Based on council guidance yesterday, the commission gave direction to try and include La Habra into a district with VRA considerations. I did that the best way I could. We'll talk you through the changes, and just to kind of zoom out to frame this, that change impacted 6 districts. Those are the Norwalk Downey kind of base district, the 5 corridor district, the 60 corridor district, LAOSB, SAA, GGW, and NOC. So first I'm going to start. I will start with the AD 60 corridor because that's where La Habra went. So La Habra is about 13% of the population of an assembly district. So adding that in made this district overpopulated. The commission had also identified keeping La Habra Heights, Roland Heights, Walnut, and Diamond Bar together was a priority. So in removing all of those from this district, I also had to pull in Pico Rivera to be able to both maintain the Latino CVAP of this district and to maintain just the total population requirements. I'm going to move on to LAOSB next. LAOSB is where the Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, La Habra Heights, Coy went. It is included with Chino Hills, part of Chino, Brea, Yorba Linda, and the eastern part of Anaheim, the eastern part of Orange, Villa Park, and North Tustin, these southern boundaries, and also the portion of San Bernardino County that's in this district didn't change. To make up for that added population, Placentia and Fullerton are now both whole in this district, and also including western parts of Anaheim, and I'm talking about the NOC district. Western parts of Anaheim, Buena Park, and La Palma are included. The SAA boundary moved slightly south in the city of Anaheim. Santa Ana is still split. There is potential to make Santa Ana whole. However, my understanding is that this western part of Santa Ana is included in Little Saigon, and so that's why the split still remains. And this SAA, highlighted in yellow, is an area where there are VRA considerations, and the Latino CVAP of that district is currently 59.55% deviation. Looking at the GGW district, Garden Grove is whole in this. Santa Ana, again, this little western part of Santa Ana is included. And Cypress is also with Los Alamitos and Rossmore. That was part of the direction that we received yesterday in this area. Moving to AD 5 corridor. Two both make up for Pico Rivera being removed from this district, and to be able to remove all of La Habra Heights and Roland Heights and Walnut and Diamond Bar from this district. Artesia and Cerritos were moved from the NOC district into the AD 5 corridor district. If Artesia and Cerritos were to remain in the NOC district, then La Habra Heights and Roland Heights could go back in the AD 60 corridor. However, they could not be with Walnut and Diamond Bar. And as there are VRA considerations in this AD 5 corridor district, the Latino CVAP in this is 60.27%. In the draft, this district had a Latino CVAP of 70 point something, so that went down. And Those are the changes associated with moving La Habra into this AD 60 corridor district.
Just a question for council, for VRA council. Are all of the VRA, all areas with VRA considerations included in the VRA maps? I'm just wondering about Walnut and La Habra Heights and Brea.
When you say the VRA maps, do you mean the maps that Dr. Gall produced with RPV analysis?
So I guess what I'm trying to say is are all protected individuals in one of the VRA maps that we have in consideration at this point?
Yeah, we're confident that this current configuration satisfies the VRA requirements that we've identified in this area.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, so I have several comments. First off, Jamie, I want to just start, it was not La Habra Heights, it was Hacienda Heights. Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Walnut are part of an important East San Gabriel COI. And so I want to stress that. So that's one thing, and I don't know if that will make a difference in terms of that. I also want to just, I guess, ask. I know that you said you had to take Pico Rivera. I believe. Could you, if you just kind of move the map so you go further north just a bit on that? Let's say, for example, if you were to, I don't know if moving La Habra Heights, honestly, if I recall from yesterday's heat map, I don't know if that's going to make that much of a difference. But if you were to remove Hacienda Heights, you would have to then replace it with additional population, I believe. Would you be able to take in, let's say, the West Point of Valley, Belinda, or even parts of Baldwin Park or parts of West Covina to make up for that population?
So the East SGV district is negative 2.3% deviation right now. I think removing areas, you would potentially need to boost that. And so then that would either include adding population from San Dimas, adding population from Bradbury and Monrovia. That's something that I can certainly look into.
So I'll just start by saying my direction would be to add Hacienda Heights together with Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Walnut. And I think what you would need to do to balance the population.
So before we make that direction or move in that direction, I just want to hear from VRA Council if La Habra Heights is part of is an area of protection that requires them to be in a VRA district, because we'd be taking a area out of a VRA district. So I just want to make sure if that's even possible, Commissioner Kutagawa. VRA Council, can you please address that question?
So I'll reiterate again that, we do have VRA obligations in this area, but with the current configuration, we're confident that this would meet all of the obligations we have. In terms of moving Hacienda Heights over one district, we can work with the line drawers to look at that more closely.
Appreciate it. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have follow-up with that?
Yeah, I did have a follow-up. I guess, obviously, these are the ripple effects. Just a question going southward now to some of the recent COI testimony that we received about South Fullerton and I believe it was West Anaheim. And then also, so.
Hey. Hi.
Soma, I think
So-
you're off mute.
Okay. Do we have it?
Commissioner Kutagawa?
I'm just wondering, and this is my question. The Santa Ana district is now underpopulated by, it looks like 4.9%. If you were to add in some of the parts of Anaheim, I believe that we were hearing from some of the public comments about parts of West Anaheim as well as South Fullerton. If you were to add some of that to the district, would you, to then bring the deviation up a little bit? I believe it would, I don't believe it would adversely impact the Latino CVAP. Would that then allow you to also bring in Cerritos and Artesia? There was additional COI testimony that that's an important, it would keep a MEMSA, I guess it's the Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim COI together in that, that particular area of Artesia, Cerritos, La Palma, Buena Park. And then I also know that we've also received COI testimony that there's a Korean American COI between Buena Park and Fullerton that would like to stay
Commissioner
together.
Kutagawa, I don't want to interrupt too much, but we are looking at the VRA districts, and so the COIs are fourth criteria here.
Yes,
And
I
so
understand
we're
that.
trying to
I
get
understand
to,
that.
compliance here. So the first thing we're trying to do here is just to make sure that we have compliant districts that meet all of the criteria, and then making sure that they all are reflective of the direction we gave, and then of course in the refinement process, clean them up and try to keep communities of interest together if possible, and maintaining the CVAPs. So your direction at this point, or your suggestion at this point, given that guidance, what would that be? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, so I understand what we're doing. So anyways,
Oh, yeah.
Santa Ana, I'm just asking if we could bring up that population a little bit more so it's less underpopulated, and taking from what we've heard about South Fullerton, parts of West Anaheim.
Okay, so if possible, if we can improve the deviation, recognizing that we're still within an acceptable and allowable deviation at this point. And in a VRA district, we may need to do that to ensure that the CVAP be correct, or at the range that we need it to be. All right, with that, let's take a look at the heat map around these VRA districts. If you can zoom out, let's take a look at the heat map, the Latino CVAP heat map, and see if there's any other questions from the commission. Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari, in the meantime.
Yeah, I just feel like that direction is just undoing what we just did here, right? And
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I mean, Jamie has worked really, really hard to think this through. We gave her direction, and that direction required a revision of the entire area. And we're stomping on COIs. We have a VRA obligation, and that's number one. And I just, to try to go back and forth, at some point, we just have to accept that the VRA is second and the COIs are fourth.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari, and that's what I was trying to get at. We have to make sure that we have compliant VRA districts. We've received so much testimony over the summer and through, and even now, we're receiving so much testimony. We're trying to keep COIs together. I think we've done a pretty amazing job of keeping as many COIs together as we have, and we have to, but as we work through this process, there will be some COIs that won't be able to be kept together.
And just responding to that direction, thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, so much for that direction. And just kind of thinking about if for the AD5 corridor, if Artesia and Cerritos were removed, Pico Rivera would need to come back in. And then if we weren't gonna change sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
No, that's good. But what I think I'm hearing, and I hope I'm hearing from the commission is that the first priority is keep getting the districts compliant. And so what I'm hearing from council and from the line drawers is that these districts are compliant with the VRA requirements. And I know Jamie's been working hard to make sure that they are. So if there's, really at this point, we're looking at refinement. So if there's any refinements to improve the VRA aspect of the districts. Compliance, Commissioner Sidwani, you're on the VRA committee, so any thoughts on how to improve VRA compliance and or to improve the districts for VRA compliance?
No. I was wondering if we could just put up really quickly our draft maps as a comparison.
Yeah, let's do that. There's the overlay, although
Draft
it's hard
maps,
to see.
I'm gonna turn off the block layer to help hopefully make things a little more clear, and I can change the color on things. On the draft right now, the draft lines are in green. The draft label is in green, and the draft label shows the name of the district, the percent deviation, and the percent Latino CVAP. So I'll turn off the current boundaries of this iteration.
Yeah.
And I'm going to turn those back on now.
And I apologize because I know I was unable to be here for most of the day yesterday, but when we left off on this conversation 2 days ago, I thought that the hope was to just rework downward to try and pick up La Habra as opposed to reconfiguring so much of this map. And I'm hearing you, Jamie, that was unable to happen, but I think it's really disappointing in many ways because it's changing the nature of what we're doing fairly drastically.
And we did add La Habra, but we had wanted to add it to the bottom. It's just that it doesn't look like that was possible. Jamie, can you speak to that a little bit more in terms of what you looked at and how you?
So yeah,
VRA, I think it was because of VRA considerations that we couldn't go southward, right? But it would be great to get the overview of why.
Yeah. So of course, if you add population to a district, you also have to remove population. Adding La Habra to this AD 60 corridor district means having to remove population. It would be possible, I think, to just add La Habra, remove just Walnut and Diamond Bar, and then, make a much smaller rotation. The commission had identified that was undesirable. And that keeping this COI together was a priority. So, to make this compliant with your VRA, to work with the COIs the commission had identified were important. That required a lot larger of a redraw of this area. And one of the repercussions of that, or one of the impacts of that, is also having Artesia and Cerritos included in here. And yeah, basically having a 6-district switch. And additionally, kind of unrelated to VRA concerns, Cypress we also got direction to move Cypress into with Los Alamitos, Seal Beach, Rossmore. That was accomplished with this. Previously, that wouldn't have been able to be accomplished just based on deviation alone. And so that those are just the changes that were caused by adding area to a VRA. Adding area to any district, you have to remove other area. And because there's so many VRA considerations all surrounding, there's only certain places that you can really work with.
I'm wondering if it was explored at all from what we had in the draft to move La Habra in and possibly an area like La Mirada or even up into parts of Norwalk out. I'm just trying to figure out how do we not break up all of this. And I'm sorry, because I know that you've worked very hard to develop this.
So in the draft, the Latino CVAP of this district is 52.79%. That population is really just significantly in the western part of this district where the hand is circling right now. Removing any of these areas, even if you add La Habra in, would bring down the Latino CVAP below 50%.
And I think one of the other things that we were considering, if I remember correctly, is just the cohesion of voting. So the Latino CVAP, and then the communities that vote cohesively with that community. And unfortunately, there's not as much cohesion as there are in other parts of the Los Angeles and across the state of California amongst voters of different ethnicities. Which means the CVAP for the Latino population has to be higher, just in order to give them an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. Commissioner Kutagawa and then Tanai.
Yeah. So one, I just want to state that, Jamie, I do appreciate the work that you've done. However, unfortunately, the work that it was based on was an incorrect, I guess, understanding of what the priority was in terms of La Habra Heights versus Hacienda Heights. With that said, I would prefer to see us go back to what we had in the previous draft that kept Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Walnut. And I would agree with what Commissioner Sadwani said about exploring can La Habra be added to perhaps the 85 corridor. I believe that there would be a lot more commonalities in terms of communities there as well too.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Let's go to Commissioner Vasquez.
I like this map, and my question, and I may have missed this, Jamie, is I know we've heard conflicting COI testimony, but is there any way to include those portions of South Fullerton with the Santa Ana district? Yeah, that's my question.
And there is a negative deviation. So if there's a way to increase the Latino CVAP while adding portions of southern Fullerton, is that the direction?
I see that. Well, yes, but I see that the North Orange County district is underpopulated as well. So, okay,
Yeah, I see that
not
too,
something, not something. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
if I may, I think that could be possible. It would involve removing area from the GGW district, so Cypress, Stanton, splitting Garden Grove potentially. That would be the trade-off.
Any follow-up with that, Commissioner Vasquez or Kutagawa?
I'm not opposed to that, especially if it would strengthen the VRA compliance of the Santa Ana district. But I know other commissioners feel pretty strongly about sort of not splitting cities. And if we split Fullerton, which would be my direction, then we would have to split Cypress, Stanton, Garden Grove in all likelihood. I'm okay with that, but I recognize that other commissioners may not be.
So let's hear from VRA Council to see if this, from Mr. Becker, to see if the CVAP in Orange County would be sufficient for a Latino community to elect candidates of their choice, given that it has there may not be cohesion with other populations. May or may
So are
not
we
be.
talking here, are we talking about the SAA district?
The SAA district, yes.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think that's absolutely adequate. There is some cohesion with black voters throughout and Latino voters throughout the Southern California region. There's a little variability, but it's fairly consistent. But regardless, that is it 55.98? Am I reading that right?
55.98 for Latino, 2.05. Is that for African American? Jamie?
I believe it is.
5.98% Latino CVAP, 2.05% Black CVAP, 12.47% Asian CVAP, and 28.18% white CVAP.
Yeah, I don't see any concerns with the 55.98% district there from a Voting Rights Act perspective.
Thank
Okay.
you, Commissioner Becker.
Thank you.
Mr. Becker. Any other questions on the Orange, Commissioner Kutagawa?
And not so much on the Orange County, but I think the question I have is just one of process, like you were saying, we want to focus on the VRA districts. What are we doing in terms of general direction to Jamie? Are we asking her to redo it? Are we going to make changes to the ones that are in the LA area? Because it does have, I think, some other effects on the North NOC district and the GGW district. I think what we can do there will also depend on what happens in those other 80 Gateway and 85 and 8060.
Okay, let's break
VRA
that
district.
question down. So can we zoom out so we can see all of the VRA districts in this area? So it's a significant number of VRA areas, a very large region as we have seen throughout this process. VRA is a huge portion of the Los Angeles and Southern California region, which does create some constraints for us. At this point, given that these are required areas, I'm going to look to the commission to see if we're comfortable with the region and the districts as they are drafted at this point, and recognizing that all of these meet the compliance requirements. We meet the compliance requirements for VRA. It may, for communities of interest, certainly there has been some changes and some disruptions, but that is the fourth criteria. Commissioner Sinai.
So it's not VRA, but it was part of this, part of our talk, how we started this conversation. I don't know if we wanted to look at that before I'm perfectly comfortable, and I think this is really impactful to see the VRA, and in this way, but I wanted to see the changes that were made to NELA, and how that affected, and I don't know if we want to do that separate from this conversation.
Thank you.
Just to quickly respond to that, the changes that were based in the city of Los Angeles didn't have any impacts on this kind of cluster of districts that we're talking about right now.
Okay, so let's, can we take a look at the NELA district, just because it does impact, it was the first district we looked at, and just to see where we are with that.
Sure. Before we move on, I'm unclear if there's direction here. So if there is.
I don't think there's any direction at this point. I think we're just walking through and trying to process all of these. There's so many changes that were made where I think the commission's trying to process this at this point. Commissioner Sinai, did you have your hand up raised? Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I feel like I did give direction and I'm not being heard now.
Okay, so let's hear that again.
So I have one of two options. One is to remove Hacienda Heights because Jamie, La Habra Heights was not what was stated as something to keep together with Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Walnut. The other option is, as I had stated, I would prefer to go back to the previous VRA district that included all of those cities together as in its entirety, Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Walnut in a VRA district. And then if you could show that overlay, the current draft instead of the changes, then we could see where it might be possible to move La Habra, into maybe the 85 corridor. Again, Chair, I want to repeat, if we are to fix the VRA districts, then Mila would not be a priority since Jamie has already stated that it had no effect on the VRA district.
That is correct. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. I wondered, in addition to Commissioner Akutagawa's request about La Habra, the maps, before we say go back, Jamie, are you able to, offhand with the changes that you made, how many of these districts we were able to increase the Latina CVAP?
That would be helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
The Latino CVAP in 8060 corridor was increased from 52% to 66.33%. The 85 corridor Latino CVAP was decreased from 70% to 60.27%. The SAA CVAP decreased from 56 point something, I don't remember off the top of my head, to 55.98, so very close to 56%. And in terms of the surrounding districts, I am not 100% sure. I believe the NOC Latino CVAP increased, and that's not an area that's under VRA consideration right now.
So what I'm hearing is with the direction that we gave that did cause a lot of work, we didn't necessarily increase CVAP in any of these areas.
That is my understanding as well. There was one increase, right? There was the increase in.
We had one increase and one decrease.
One increase and one decrease. But we did include all of the areas that that needed to be included while doing that, though. Commissioner Sinai, yeah.
Just a reminder that these were VRA areas that had really high Latino CVAP, and so we had said as much as if it was possible to decrease and balance. I'm trying to think of the right word that doesn't come off negative. And so the instructions that we had given were met. In this area, we did not ask to increase the Latino CVAP, except if we could in Santa Ana. But even that, I don't think we did.
Thank you. So I do see we have a break coming up at 12:30. I'm going to move that up. To now. Let's just take a break now for a 15-minute break. And we'll return back, and we'll return in closed session for about an hour, no more than an hour, to discuss pending litigation, and then we'll come back to open session. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's visualization session. We are focused on the VRA districts in Los Angeles County. We are coming back from closed session. No action was taken. We were in closed session under the pending litigation exception. At this time, we are continuing on with the visualization feedback and input. Can we zoom out a little bit more? Thank you. And then I see Commissioner Sidwani had her hand raised. Commissioner Sidwani?
Yes, thank you. I think looking at this new iteration of our map definitely gives me some pause. We have heard loud and clear from numerous community members wanting to keep the regions of Walnut, Diamond Bar, Hacienda Heights, and Roland Heights together and within a VRA district. That had been achieved in our former draft maps. And so I would really argue that we should go back to that draft and find a way to keep that COI together while at the same time bringing in those other areas that do require coverage from a VRA standpoint. Over the course of many, many months, we've heard from mayors and city council members. We have heard from community organizations like the Black Hub, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, MALDEF, and OSET. We've heard from community members and business leaders who have shared concerns about language access, about school performance, and opportunities to access resources for a predominantly immigrant community. And so I'd really like to encourage us to think about going back to our draft map and finding a way to rework this area. I think that there's trade-offs that will come with that. And so I'd like to offer an opportunity for Jamie to do some exploration. I think in the past, we as a commission have suggested very strongly to keep Long Beach together. And I know we've heard very strongly from that community, but I think we've also heard that there are ways to cut into the city of Long Beach that could respect communities of interest there and also open up other communities of interest. So I think a part of this might include potentially breaking into the city of Long Beach. It might include some swaps within the Whittiers and Pico Rivera as well. And I want to create some opportunity for Jamie to perhaps go back on this piece and revisit and this area one more time, because I don't think that we're quite yet being responsive to the call from many, many communities to keep this region together. I have thoughts on other parts of Los Angeles, but I'll stop there before we move forward. Thank you.
We'll come back to so that we can give a very specific direction because that's very general. But let's go. I'll come back in a minute as we'll hear from the other commissioners and come back. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. As far as possible specific direction, I wanted to just put on the table the question of whether a swap in the form of parts of areas might improve our map. And I'm thinking specifically, is there a part of Brea that could be moved into the 80-60 corridor district in exchange for part of Hacienda Heights being moved out into the LA OSB district that might improve our situation. So I just we keep defaulting, it seems, to moving entire cities. And yes, we do want to do that where possible, but it looks from the heat map and community of interest input and so forth that this may be a case where we would be better off not looking at entire cities, but parts of those two places. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. What I have is really direction. I think what we're asking our line drawers, Jamie, to do now is to go back and take a look at this area again. That will certainly cause the need to make changes in other places. And I have 6 specific directions that I'd like to give her to ensure that she's taking these areas into consideration as she's making some of the changes. So when you're ready for that, you may want to finish in this area.
Let's finish in this area, and then we'll go to that. And then I also want to make sure that we have alignment in our direction. So I'm trying to reduce as much conflicted. We don't want to give the line drawers direction that conflicts with one another. And so I do believe there's a conflict between what Commissioner Kennedy, and potentially, maybe I'm misunderstanding, conflict between what Commissioner Kennedy is stating and what Commissioner Sadwani had suggested. But we can reconcile that in a moment. Let's go to Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, and mine's just like an overall direction or want is I'm open to different views, but I want to ensure that we respect the CVAPs that we have now. There are a few areas where potentially we could go a little bit lower, but I don't want to jeopardize any of that information. And And hopefully it minimizes the ripple effects, but we'll see. If we go back to the prior one, we'll see. And like Commissioner Kennedy, I'm open to bringing in partial communities as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I also want to just state and support what Commissioner Sadwani said. I mean, I believe that we had a previous map that incorporated and achieved both objectives of creating a varied district, but also kept a significant COI together. I also want to just say that I think there are, instead of just saying, let's just break this one apart, we have not yet explored, other areas to the west of these VRA districts and looking to see, what else might be possible. So that would be, for me, I would just say at least, we had something before. There could be perhaps minimal changes to it, move perhaps La Habra into the AD5 corridor to try to maintain what was the integrity of the previous AD60 corridor, and that any additional changes to increase the Latino CVAC perhaps could be smaller. For example, as was suggested by Commissioner Kennedy, either moving in parts of Brea and or perhaps moving in La Habra and or splitting La Habra, maybe another option as well too. Thank you.
All right, so let's see. Commissioner Turner on this or the next. So let's go. I'm trying to reconcile the direction from Commissioners Sadwani and Kennedy in terms of swapping and maintain. I do see a conflict between the two. I'm trying to reconcile that. I'm just. It may just be me, but I'm trying to understand the direction that Commissioner Sadwani is given and the direction that Commissioner Kennedy is giving, and reconcile the two so that they so that it's clear for the line drawers. I just want to make sure we're giving clear guidance to the line drawers in terms of swapping communities versus going back to what I heard was going back to the draft maps on some of these areas. So Commissioner Sadwani, if you want to comment.
Yeah, I mean, enormous amount of community of interest testimony from this region over the last many months from many different groups. They are a part of Los Angeles County and wanted to be kept in LA County. That was my understanding of that, of much of that testimony, is keeping them with LA County-based communities. That's what our draft maps did. So making a swap could be one option, but it doesn't keep those communities in LA. It continues to put them into, this combination that has parts of Orange, and I believe Chino Hills is in San Bernardino. So we're continuing then to cut across county lines, which I'm pretty sure communities are asking. What I hear them asking is to stay in LA. I understand we can't do that everywhere, but our draft maps did. And so if there is a swap to get La Habra in, that's what I'm asking for Jamie to explore. And my sense is if we extend downward further into parts of Long Beach, it might create some opportunities. Perhaps there's some swaps that can be made within Pico Rivera, being able to stay with Montebello and shifting everything a little bit more westward. That's the kind of exploration that I would want to see, as opposed to keeping these areas again with counties that are different.
So just in trying to reconcile this, I'm going to go to Commissioner Kennedy to see if, because the reconciliation is there. Commissioner Kennedy, do you have thoughts on the reconciliation, how we can make I just want to make sure we have consistent and aligned direction for the line drawers.
I'm not necessarily opposing going back to the previous iteration, and I fully understand that Commissioner Sadwani understands this. I just want to put it on the table more for the public, and I've done this before, which is, it would be wonderful if all of our counties were equally divisible into self-contained districts. They're not. The reality is districts are going to go across boundaries, and we all just have to understand that. Like I say, I understand that Commissioner Sadwani understands that. She made that clear, but I just want everyone to understand that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yes, again, I want to just state my agreement with what Commissioner Sadwani is saying. I do also understand, per what Commissioner Kennedy just said, yes, we do know that cities will need to be split. We know that counties will be combined. I know that there was, a concern previously that even he raised about, combining San Bernardino and Riverside, just like I think we've heard testimony about the same thing about LA and OC. But to the degree, and especially because we have had in the previous draft, we did and were able to create or keep these together per significant COI testimony. We also have heard from across multiple communities, not just just one community, but across multiple communities, that this is a district in its construction that includes or keeps together Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Walnut together in a VRA district is workable and is acceptable. I think I would like to see us try to make minimal changes to it in keeping those communities together. And because, again, we did have already something that generally worked, and if we need to figure out smaller changes to increase the Latino CVAP, I think, that I think is definitely workable, and finding other ways to incorporate in La Habra to another district. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'm going to try to state what I think the direction is, and then I'm going to turn to Commissioner Sadwani and Kennedy to see if it is in fact what they are stating. So what I'm hearing is that the direction is to give the direction that is being sought is to open up the possibility to give Jamie the discretion to go into the Long Beach area, which would allow for potential opportunities to keep the areas of Diamond Bar, Walnut, Roland Heights, Alhambra, together with other COIs that we've discussed.
It's Hacienda Heights.
Hacienda Heights. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kutagawa. So that is the direction that I am hearing, and in addition to that we are hoping to minimize impacts to the Latino CVAP while doing this. So that is the direction that I am hearing, and I am wanting feedback to make sure that I capture that correctly, and I also want feedback from the line drawers to make sure that it is clear. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes, I think that's generally correct. Though not only Long Beach, right? There might be other shifts elsewhere in the map that could help to accommodate this change that we're trying, with this goal of trying to get La Habra covered under a VRA district.
Okay, so
with Long Beach, I would just say we have received, I believe it's whole right now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, we've received a lot of testimony that if we're cutting into Long Beach, to use Del Amo in the north, not the 405, that separates North Long Beach from other areas. And so I would offer as a recommendation, starting with that, to see what that allows us to move around, to achieve all of our goals. If we need to do more, I think it's okay to explore that, but I would certainly say starting there. And as I don't want to, be so specific in our direction to say that we can't look at other swaps that could be occurring throughout these districts in order to achieve these goals.
That's helpful. So Long Beach and other surrounding areas. And to the extent possible to swap populations. Is that in alignment with your direction, or your recommendation, Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to keep this as localized as possible. I have on multiple occasions supported the idea of keeping Walnut, Diamond Bar, Rowland Heights, and Hacienda Heights together. And what I'm saying is, if we need to break Hacienda Heights, for example, along lines that make sense, that would help keep the 80-60 corridors numbers where they need to be, and swap part of Hacienda Heights for part of Brea. If that gets us to a better place, that's where I'd rather look and keep the changes as localized as possible. At the end of the day, we have to do what we have to do in order to comply with the law. I'm just trying to minimize the impact on the maps.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to, instead of saying minimize the impact on the Latino CVAP, I would like us to really put VRA first. I'm not convinced that I'm convinced that these communities, if possible, this COI should be kept together, but not necessarily in a VRA district. And I want, the VRA is our number 1 priority, and the number 2 is, number 4 is COIs. So as localized as we can, I will be honest, I'm afraid we're opening up a can of worms. By saying, hey, let's change all the way out to Long Beach, because if we do it now, why can't we do it later when we're up in whatever areas? So I would like us to be very careful and localized, and VRA taking the precedence.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Taylor.
I want to just second what both Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Sinai said. I would prefer to localize as much as possible with considerations to VRA, and I don't want us to get caught up in the trap of preferring one community of interest to another. We understand that tough decisions have to be made, but I would like to err on the side of our priorities, of course, and
We
still hear you.
We can,
we
can hear you.
I disappeared. Erred on the side of our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Kutagawa, then I want to hear from other commissioners as well.
Yeah, I want to just remind everybody, these are essentially visualizations based on what I heard was, I'm going to call it a not accurate direction. And so it has caused this. That's why I'm asking that we go back to what was the previous VRA district. It's not like we're creating, something out of nothing. There was a VRA district, and that's why I'm asking that we go back to what we previously had before this new visualization. And I'm calling it intentionally a visualization because we did have a VRA district that included all of the cities that have asked to be, and that others have actually given us quite significant testimony to be kept together, and then start work from there. And so it's not about, just starting with this per se. We had something that previously achieved both objectives, and I'm asking that we go from that and then make the small changes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Can you explain when you're referring to an inaccurate or inaccuracy in terms of direction, what you're referring to? Just want to make sure that. that we all understand.
So what I heard from the line drawers was that there was an intent to keep La Habra Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Walnut. That was incorrect. What should have been then, if she was trying to achieve that, then that would have been Hacienda Heights together with Roland Heights. We heard lots of testimony about the two of those cities, along with Diamond Bar and Walnut, not La Habra Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar and Walnut. And I think because of that, that created something that I think basing it on what I would call inaccurate directions. And so we're left with this. And that's why I'm asking that we go back to what we had, which was a VRA district that incorporated the four cities. It achieved both objectives of being a VRA district and also keeping cities that requested to be together. It kept them together. And then that's where I'm asking that the intent is to incorporate La Habra into a VRA district, and that we start then from that perspective. This to me is a visualization based on inaccurate instructions.
With regard to the COI, the community of interest that involved
She was trying to keep together. Yes.
So it's not the VRA; it's more of the COIs that were.
Yes, because she says she tried to build it based on keeping a COI together, but it was the wrong COI.
I'm just making sure that we and the public understand the inaccuracy and that it was it potentially was with the COI, not with the VRA district.
Yes,
itself.
that's correct.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I in no way believe that we are deprioritizing VRA by suggesting that the map returns. We had VRA as a primary concern then. It is a primary concern now. We've had these certain communities together in a VRA district, and as was just indicated, we wanted to include more and gave direction that set this off in motion. So at this point, it's not trying to not have VRA as a priority. That's still a priority, and I am very much in support of going back to the previous, wanting to just name that. And even another suggestion, and I do have these other, because I do think it will set some things off, and I don't think we necessarily have to line draw it all, but I do want to give direction about what to consider and include, starting with even in Long Beach, the east side of Long Beach, including that into Compton, which would help there if there has to be a split in that area. And then for the line drawers, because I believe as we balance out VRA districts in an attempt to get the Habra in where we need it to be in a VRA district, I'd like to also suggest that as these shifts occur, that in our 105 corridor west, because all of this will end up being impacted perhaps, and if it is, I'd love for us to include LAX, Marina Del Rey, Playa del Rey, and Playa Vista, as well as maintaining the South LA, South Bay communities of Inglewood, Lenox, Hawthorne, Westmont, West Athens, and a portion of Gardenia, adding in Lawndale to unify the COIs. The second of 6 would be in the ADSTHLA to include Watts, unifying it with Compton, keeping Carson, West Carson in a district, adding in North Long Beach communities of Bixby Knolls and Los Cerritos. I'd like for you to bring in Wilmington and San Pedro to an adjacent coastal area of LBC. This is so that she'll have direction to work from or consider as she's doing what the Commission's direction is, that you are working to unify North Hollywood in a central San Fernando Valley. Was mentioned earlier that Boyle Heights could be moved into an East LA district. 2 more. In the AD 110 to the northwest, make sure that we include Culver City, making it whole, plus the west communities West Side communities east of 405, Mid-City and Jefferson Park. And then in North 10, it already includes Adams, Normandy, University Park, Exposition Park. To the south, we want to add in downtown Los Angeles south of Little Tokyo, as well as neighborhoods along the 110, including historic South Central, Central Alameda, South Park, Florence, Florence Graham, Vermont Knolls, Manchester Square. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the very specific direction. Is there, before we go back to the general direction, is there consensus on this direction that has just been given? Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry, no, a lot of that direction I think is using one lens, and we have multiple lenses that we've heard from. And Long Beach and San Pedro have been very, very clear that they do not want those two ports together. And San Pedro has been very clear that they wanted to go north and be with other LA cities. I know that some people have even said San Pedro could go with Palos Verdes, and San Pedro was very clear that they don't want to go with Palos Verdes, that they want to be with the gateway cities. So I don't agree with putting San Pedro with Long Beach, because that has been clearly stated by both Long Beach and San Pedro, because they're competitive ports. And I say that because I brought that up once during our visualizations, and we got lots of input. Boyle Heights and East LA, the community asked to separate those. We received multiple letters asking us to please split them up, and that's why we created the visualizations we did, where East LA went north and Boyle Heights went east. Boyle Heights didn't quite do exactly what we wanted it. It was supposed to go more east versus east and then south. But I don't want us to put Boyle Heights and East Los Angeles back together, because the community has asked for that to be separated. And it came directly from the community. That's one where we got letters from the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Clubs, the clinics, and individual members. I'm curious if I heard correctly that Marina del Rey was going to be put in with Inglewood. I understand LAX being put in with Inglewood, but and there is space or was it a swap of Marina del Rey with LAX? Because that area is pretty different than Inglewood and Lenox and Hawthorne, and so I was just trying to understand that better. But we have in the past had Inglewood with LAX, and there is that little sliver of land so that the coastal cities can still, if we need coastal cities, to remain coastal.
And Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
I'd just like to say that everything that I've shared also came from community, so I need us to be careful when we're trying to elevate community over community, letters over letters, submissions over submissions. So what I've presented was also from community input, and should be considered as we're looking to see where changes need to be made. That's all.
Appreciate it. All right, so we have direction. We have all kinds of direction at this point. Let's try to, I'm going to ask Jamie to help us in getting clarity around the direction, and because ultimately she's going to be working through some of these changes. So I need to hear from from Jamie, what she needs from us in order to implement our vision.
If I may, I just would like to try and summarize the direction, just to make sure that I understood clearly.
Thank you. That'd be very helpful. And this is all of the direction from the VRA districts then to now, right? This would be all of the direction as you see it. or what direction are you going to be summarizing?
I was referring, I guess, to the most recent set of directions. On the VRA areas, I actually didn't hear clear direction because there was not necessarily unity from the commission in terms of the directions. And then just also would like to be able to try to summarize the direction that I just received to make sure that I understand if I am to work in that direction.
Perfect. So let's do that, and then we'll try to get clarity on the VRA direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Because it sounds like a population trade, I'm going to start in the Long Beach area, and the direction, I believe, is to include northern parts of Long Beach with what's right now called AD South LA. And actually, I think part of that trade too would be including San Pedro and Wilmington areas with the Long Beach based district, to also move Watts and Willowbrook into Compton. And then one moment, because there was a lot, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it and remember it also. I did hear that keeping the split in Gardena was part of that direction. And then in terms of what would happen to this 105 corridor district, it sounded like moving this west, including Inglewood, Hawthorne, the northern part of Gardena, Lawndale, with the Westchester, Marina Del Rey areas. And then I think what would happen with the rest of this area that wouldn't be included with the 80 South LA is to move this up here. I apologize, I'm getting a little bit lost. And I did hear also including Culver City with Culver City with like View Park with Ladera Heights, and then also including the west side communities with these areas. So that's like, Commissioner Turner would love to hear if you have suggestions on that, if you mean like West Side Neighborhood Council, if you mean Westwood, what areas precisely, to join downtown south of Little Tokyo with Pico, Union, maybe with the Koreatown area. And then to keep Boyle Heights and East Los Angeles together, I think. And then I guess some of the areas up here would be, or I guess rather this line maybe would move further south and east to be added with the Glen LA area. I'm not, and I apologize, I'm not sure if I got all of that correct.
So let's hear from Commissioner Turner, see if that reconciles with her recommendations, and also because there was conflict with or disagreement, I also want to hear from Commissioner Sinai which aspects of that she'd like to highlight.
Yes.
Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. I think one of the things that we talked about was to give direction and not do the line drawing now. Because of the VRA changes that were pending, I know that it's going to impact these areas, and so therefore I wanted to name what I've received and what we've received in communities of interest. And so with that, Jamie, I can forward the information to you. I know that earlier one of the other commissioners agreed to also take notes about the changes that we're asking, so I can send it, or you can get it through the transcripts or whatever would be easiest or quickest.
Thank you, that would be
I'm
helpful.
taking the notes.
And then Commissioner Sinai, in terms of areas that you you want to highlight or bring to our attention in terms of potential conflicts?
Yeah, I think the two that came directly from the local communities versus statewide advocacy groups, which I know the statewide advocacy groups are working with local groups as well, but came from the individuals and organizations locally, was not to put Long Beach and San Pedro together, that they are two different ports and they compete against each other and they don't want to be, for that reason, they're two businesses that don't want to be put together in some ways. And Boyle Heights and East LA, the Latino community was very clear that they wanted to split Boyle Heights and East LA to go north, and that was the visualization we created. And we haven't looked at it yet, but the East LA going up towards Eagle Rock and Boyle Heights, going north to Eagle Rock in that area, and Boyle Heights going east to Pico Union and whatnot. So those are the two that I would definitely want us to consider keeping, because that's what the community are listening to, because that came from.
But it sounds like for the others, there's significant other areas and other changes. There is agreement on the other areas.
I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just bringing up these two areas. So
Okay.
It depends on, you may be asking the other commissioners, so I apologize.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa, then Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I'm just looking for clarification on two of the directions. One, can we go, Commissioner Turner mentioned I think you were referring to the Skid Row area south of Little Tokyo. Can we go to that portion? Because I thought we did create we did at least did a cut, and that also includes Staples Center as well too. And so I think it's I don't think it's in the same district as USC, but the current line, I think we cut it at 6th. I mean, we could go up to 5th. I would say that's probably as high up as we would go, because I think 4th Street is that kind of in between area between Little Tokyo and what, what could be the start of Skid Row. I mean, it's growing more and more, to be honest. I mean, the homelessness issue in downtown LA is pretty severe. But could you zoom in more? I just want to see where. I don't know. We looked at so many things. I just want to understand where that line is right now.
Thank you. And while we're looking at that, Commissioner Kennedy, do you have comments or feedback?
Thank you, Chair. 3 things. One, I would agree with keeping San Pedro and Long Beach separate. I'm not necessarily opposed to uniting or reuniting Boyle Heights and East LA. I've spent time in that area, and my sense is, that's not an area that requires division quite so much. And just going back to one of Commissioner Sinai's earlier points, I really don't understand grouping Marina del Rey with some of those other areas down there, and pulling it out of what makes, to me, a good bit more sense, which is a grouping with Santa Monica and so forth. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Kutagawa,
Chair.
any follow-up?
Yeah, one other question that I had. Commissioner Turner mentioned communities. I believe she said east of the 405. I guess the 405 is long. Is it the west side communities east of the 405?
West side communities east of the 405.
So that's the west side neighborhood. I think I'm just trying to understand what communities would be included in that direction.
I'll research it and pull it up back up on the in our COI testimony.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that we've given Jamie a whole lot of direction here. Rather than trying to drill down on all of the COIs that may or may not be hit, I think what I would really love to do is move forward with this, let Jamie work on it, see what she comes up with, and then take a look and see what works and what doesn't work. I agree definitely with Commissioner Sinai, the Long Beach San Pedro piece. Those ports should be split. I actually think that what Commissioner Turner was saying does keep them separate. I think, Commissioner Turner, you've mentioned East Long Beach, but perhaps you meant North Long Beach, because I think that split can continue to allow those two ports to potentially be separate. I agree also with Commissioner Sinai and Kennedy around Boyle Heights. I really struggled looking at this morning and trying to think about, like, well, what could tie Boyle Heights to South LA? Is that something that's workable? I would prefer to see an option in which Boyle Heights could go further eastward into like the Rampart area beyond Pico Union. And to that end, I think perhaps the Neighborhood Council of Koreatown is kept whole, but we did receive some COI testimony that there's some slight differentiation, a matter of a few census blocks, I think it looks like, in terms of how the community defines Koreatown. So I would add that to the wish list. But I think rather than adding more for Jamie to work on, I think this is a lot. And so I would say, I've been taking notes here for Jamie. I think I would say let's move forward and see what she can come back with. And then we can start making some of those transitions and maybe swapping out Marita Del Rey for something else, or trying to think through it as we have it in front of us. That would be my best suggestion in terms of moving forward.
And I want to make sure Jamie has what she needs to be able to move forward. Jamie?
I do think that to be able, for example, to include Watts in the South LA district, it would require either San Pedro or Wilmington going with South Bay cities or with Long Beach. I also think that a change like this, and I know we haven't talked about the going back to the VRA stuff yet, but I actually don't know that it's compatible with splitting Long Beach for that purpose. That's, of course, something I would analyze. I think I'm just like foreseeing impacts of this, and of course happy to explore this, of, for example, having Bellflower, Lakewood areas with Huntington Beach, Seal Beach. Just thinking about like the way that population would be moving around in this situation. And then also just thinking about population and the description of how things would be broken up. I think it would change some of these current VRA districts, and again, happy to explore it. But I think that this is different than what was being discussed in either situation for the VRA districts that we just had. So I think just in general, finding a way, like either giving more specific parameters about what you're not okay with, if that everybody could agree on, perhaps on if something like this is going to happen. And, thinking about that in conjunction with the VRA districts that are like further east in LA County.
Thank you, Jamie. So it sounds like, and we've known this, that the VRA districts may be impacted by these changes. And of course, the VRA district changes will impact these issues. So it's a matter of reconciling that. So maybe the best way to do it is to give direction on the VRA districts, and then once we have that direction, reconciling that direction with this direction, because I think it's I think they both work together. So if we can go back to the direction on the VRA district. Commissioner Sidwani, do you want to repeat the direction that you had?
The direction that I had given, what I would like to see in this area is going back. And believe that the changes that were made were relatively contained in this area of the map and down into OC. So going back to our draft maps that we had released, which included those portions of Los Angeles County being kept whole and within those VRA districts, and attempting to pull in La Habra, whether there are ways to make swaps of city populations in order to do so, possibly moving further up into the East San Gabriel Valley one to find some of those swaps, or moving, potentially more into Long Beach or elsewhere. I'm hearing Jamie's concern there, right? That we might not be able to accommodate both. So I'm stuck on that.
So I think, so in terms of that direction, so it's looking at the draft maps. So where the direction would be to explore the draft maps, try to ensure that the CVAPs remain about the same as they are now, and to try to get them to that within the draft maps, and while at the same time we're uniting the COIs that include Diamond Bar, Rowland Heights, La Habra Heights, and Hacienda Heights. Thank you. With that, as you do that, keeping in mind the feedback and the direction that Commissioner Turner has provided with the caveats provided by the rest of the commission. So, recognizing that all of these things will impact that left side of the map, and that as they are impacting, if you can incorporate these changes to the left side of the map. Commissioner, so Jamie, because I know this is probably not as clear as mud, I was hoping that you could try to interpret this and give it back to us so that we can make sure that you have what you need, because ultimately we need you to have what you need to do your job well.
Thank you so much, Chair Toledo. I feel like even just in that, I kind of got 3 different sets of direction for moving forward. Keeping the Walnut, Diamond Bar, Rowland Heights, Hacienda Heights, Coy in an LA County based district will not maintain the CVAP as it is right now. So I think, and that's kind of the discussion the commission has been having, right? Is like what to do with that piece. So I think like more guidance on that. And also,
so I think Commissioner
and
Fernandez,
then also
okay.
I think that some of the changes that were being discussed in the city of LA and on the west side would also impact the VRA areas as they're drawn now or as they are in the drafts. And I feel that piece I feel a little bit more comfortable with. I feel like I understand the overall, I understand the overall goal in terms of like population swaps and where that happens. And trying to reconcile both of those things, I think is I feel a little bit more comfortable with. But I do, and not trying to push too hard, just really looking for clarity from the commission.
Absolutely, I think that's important. And I believe Commissioner Fernandez has some
yes,
comments.
and I was trying to find it really quickly. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Jamie, if we went back to the draft maps for the AD 60 corridor, the CVAP there was just a little under 53%. And my intent in saying don't drop it too far below, it wasn't necessarily drop it below what it is right now, the 66, because I did mention that there are some that do have high CVAP that we may be able to have some flexibility with. But you just don't want to get it so low that it's no longer VRA. So that's, again, VRA is our second criteria. So I don't want to limit you that much, Jamie.
So what I would like, thank you, and I think that's great feedback, Commissioner Fernandez. I think if you would work, Jamie, if we could work with the VRA Council to make sure that it's within the specified ranges, that are appropriate for VRA compliance
Thank you.
to get that. And certainly, yes. So is that helpful? Does that give you enough guidance, or?
I will do my best.
I know this is a monumental task that we're charging you with, and all we can ask for is for your best. I think you also did hear feedback from the commission. I know this is a little bit conflict to try to localize as possible some of these changes around, which is I know, but as you're thinking about this, to try to incorporate some of those concepts as well. And I know this is a monumental task and does potentially you're not able to do all of this, but if you had to prioritize to try to work through this issue in the manner that was stated.
Thank you. I don't think that this would be a tomorrow iteration. And I will, again, I'll do my best.
This is probably a Saturday iteration because this is a lot of direction. Thank you. Commissioner Turner, did you have your hands up? And then Commissioner
Yeah, I
Kitaga.
did. I just wanted to go back because I thought I was reading directly from the input that was received, and not to belabor the point, but just to confirm, yes, what the way it reads is to unify the Watts, Compton, like we've said, and it is north, keeping Carson, West Carson in the district and adding in North Long Beach communities is the way that it was read. So I just wanted to confirm that that is what it said. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I guess, and with that, thank you so much, Commissioner Turner. I think, and with that, I'm like thinking about making all this happen, or to the extent possible, making it all happen. And I think understanding, like, if there are boundaries, if there are things that the commission definitely does not want, because this is, some of this direction I think is different than some of the areas that the commission has already worked out in terms of, of previous visualizations we've seen that where the commission was not necessarily agreeable to, and that's fine. We can change things. We can go back. I'm not trying to push back on any of it. And also I am wondering if there are specific boundaries that shouldn't be crossed, or just areas that should not go together, because some of this is, again, just different than areas that the commission has already worked on and sort of ironed out.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jamie. And because I'm not in the area, I'll have to go strictly from COI that was received. And the way it reads is north of Bixby Knolls and Los Cerritos. It says keep Carson, West Carson in a district, and add in North Long Beach communities north of Bixby Knolls and Los Cerritos. Bring in Wilmington and San Pedro to an adjacent coastal LBC seat area.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And then,
so if that helps, and then those that
it does.
Okay.
And then I guess additionally, a different area that there have been that was part of your direction was including West Side neighborhoods with Culver City, Ladera Heights, some of the Pico, West Adams areas. We've seen some similar stuff in visualizations, and that was a no thank you at that time, and wondering if, just kind of trying to check the temperature of the commission on some of these points, because I want to present to you something that is the most in line with what you would anticipate seeing.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, then Commissioner Sidwani.
Yeah, so a couple points. First, I want to make sure we're very clear on this. I want to just state that we're looking at Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar and Walnut. La Habra Heights, no disrespect to them, but I think that can go either way. So Jamie, I just want to make sure that you're clear about that part, because I've heard different things and I want to make sure that that is clear. Secondly, I would also add to the direction that La Habra, again, does not have to go in the 8061. If there's a way to explore going into the 85 so that it's contiguous, I feel like that would give you another, a little bit more leeway if that helps. So again, I want to be clear on that. Third, I think in terms of the direction that Commissioner Turner has given, because this change with La Habra is going to possibly shift the VRA districts, I suspect we're going to get a lot of COI input or just public input from a lot of different organizations after they see potentially, again, another iteration of these VRA districts. My caution, or perhaps my recommendation, is that before we make these other changes to the non-VRA districts of LA, we see what the new changes would be based on this current direction to the VRA districts. And then I'm certain that we will have lots of input based on that to recommended changes to the other districts, non-VRA districts that surround this area, particularly around Long Beach and the West Side and into Northeast LA. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is prioritize the VRA, which yes, absolutely. Sarah, Commissioner Shidwani?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, take a deep breath and say, whoo, LA is one of the hardest places to redistrict in the nation, probably, right? So there are so many communities of interest, so many VRA considerations, so many geographical boundaries. And I think Jamie is a total rock star for sitting there and listening to all of our changes that we want. So I wanted to thank you for that. And as we go back to making some of these changes, I just wanted to uplift one additional change that we've definitely heard a lot about, and we've talked about a little bit before, but we haven't had a chance to really dig into, and that's in the San Fernando Valley. It's been suggested that there could be some changes to bring together, in particular, some of the Latino communities that are connected throughout the San Fernando Valley. So I just wanted to uplift that if there are minor changes. I think overwhelmingly, we've had a lot of positive feedback from the San Fernando Valley. I believe we've made those POSO changes that some folks were asking about in terms of some of those district boundaries. So if there's opportunity there to consolidate more of the community, I would just add that to the list. Thank you.
Thank you. I would agree with that as well. I just want to make sure that there's consensus on that as well in terms of trying to unify some of the Latino community and community neighborhoods in that area. All right, let's see. So, Jamie, do you have do you have what you need to begin this work and to get us some revisions? You do.
Yeah. Yep. I feel that I understand the goals of the commission, and I will do my best to incorporate what is possible.
And it may not be possible to do all of this, but to also we have very clear criteria. We start with the population, and you know these, right? But VRA, then contiguity, then communities of interest. Thank you so much. With that, we will go to lunch break. We'll be in lunch break for 90 minutes. No, just kidding. For 45 minutes. Kidding, not kidding, but 45 minutes. So we'll see you back soon. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are visualizing, and we've been visualizing all morning, We'll continue to visualize, and this time we will go to Northern California. Now with Northern California, we are going to take a different approach to a map drawing to further the conversation and hopefully to make some decisions around some of the key Northern California decision points. We have in the handouts, we have two visualizations that have been created by different commissioners for different portions of Northern California. They're in your handouts. It's also available to the public. They've individually been working on these, but and my understanding is they've taken the visualization input from the last iteration of maps we've been looking at, as well as some of the conversations we've been having during public meetings around these areas, and tried to incorporate them in a way that that'll allow us to move the conversation further. So we're going to start with Commissioner Fornashari's map. Kennedy, do you have that map up and ready to be presented?
Yes, I do.
And I'm hoping Commissioner Kennedy can give us an overview of the map. Commissioner Fornashari is what I meant. I was looking at Kennedy, our mapper, while I was saying that. Commissioner Fornashari can give us an overview of the map and give us some thoughts around well, his thinking around it, and then we will ask questions and move forward, and we'll probably begin the map drawing in the northernmost eastern part of the state.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So let's see. Excuse me, I didn't intend to build a map to present to you all. I just was trying to understand how I could address some issues that I saw with the maps, and so this is what I came up with. So if you zoom out just a little bit, you can see the basics of the northern part of the state. I left the same. I left the coastal district and the inland district in the north. And then if you can zoom into Santa Rosa. So the first thing I wanted to look at was the split that we had made in Santa Rosa. If you recall, to the east of Santa Rosa a little bit, there's a town called Kenwood. Our split in our draft map went up north a ways. Yeah, so you can see it went up north a ways, and then to the other side it went up north. I looked at the public input trying to understand where the public would like to see Santa Rosa split. And there was feedback in that area to both the east and the west that folks in those areas wanted to be with the northern part of, with the northern district. And so, when I looked at the previous map of, or the current assembly map as to where Santa Rosa's split, and that split mirrors some public input. They talked about south of College and west of Farmers, which if you zoom in on my map, Farmers is the vertical part of Highway 12 there, and College is a little higher than I split. There was other input to suggested council districts to split, but they really went, that went kind of north-south. I looked at the council districts, and they kind of split up the city in ways that you would have to split up a small city into 5. So what I did is actually I picked Highway 12 as the dividing line, and it goes, and so I brought the east side down to just north of Kenwood. I brought the west side down to include Sebastopol, Bodega, go to the coast, and then yeah, there you go. If you can see Highway 12 comes across, goes down all the way out to Sebastopol, and then that runs into the Gravenstein Highway, Highway 116, and I cut down the Gravenstein Highway, but I did keep Sebastopol whole, and obviously split Santa Rosa. And then, I went down to grab enough population to even things out pretty good. And then I went east. Okay.
And this conforms with the the community of interest input that we've received, including keeping some of the communities that have high levels of essential workers in the Roseland portions of Santa Rosa. Commissioner, okay. I thought Commissioner Fernandez had her hand up.
I
but she
will
doesn't, So we'll
eventually.
continue to go through the changes, Commissioner Furnishari. And it's okay to focus on the higher aspects of it so that we can, because we have so many changes in this map, it's probably good to, what are the key changes that you're making and proposing?
So if you can turn the current or our draft maps off, it's kind of confusing a little bit, or at least it's confusing me. Thank you. So what I wound up with was North Coast and Sonoma Marin. I had just made a swap between those two, and when you add those two together, they were fairly high, and Lake Napa was a little low. I also felt like we needed to move population east. So I moved Sonoma and a couple of little communities adjacent to Sonoma into the Lake Napa region to get it out of the negative zone, but also have some additional population if we needed to move population east. The other thing I did in Lake Napa is I put in West Sac to keep YOLO whole. We heard a lot of requests, well, to go both ways, but some of the requests were to keep YOLO whole. Part of the reason I did that is if you zoom out and go a little north, is to accommodate other feedback we got from Tehama County that they would rather be with to the right there, to the east. Then I made a number of changes here, right? So I put Butte, Sutter, and Yuba together, and then I made that swap basically for Tehama. I couldn't quite get the population there, so I split Roseville and included that in this. And that we heard also a lot of community of interest input about keeping Butte, Sutter, and Yuba together, and in general keeping Tehama, Glen, Colusa, Butte, Sutter, and Yuba together. Couldn't do that, but I tried to get as close as I could. And then, thinking about the mountain communities, Siskiyou, or mountain counties, Siskiyou, Shasta, Modoc, Lassen, Sierra. So I came down the eastern side of the Sierras, or I guess those are the Cascades at that point, but nonetheless. I grabbed Nevada, parts of Placer, parts of El Dorado. And then yesterday, I guess ultimately the reason I brought this map forward is because as we were having this conversation about Mono and Alpine and Inyo, I was thinking to myself, what if I included those with this district? And it actually solved a couple of challenges I had. Cala Inyo was way over. I kind of felt like it kind of honored what we were trying to do with the Eastern Sierra to some extent, right? Keep them with more mountainous communities. So then if you zoom into Sacramento area, so you can see there is a district now. ECA has evolved into a district of the suburban communities surrounding Sacramento County and a bit into the foothills for population reasons. But you can see Leakin, Rockland, most of Roseville. I don't know what the two pink ones are. That's
Granite Bay is
Granite
right
Bay
here.
and
El Dorado
El Dorado Hills. Right. And so, kept that suburban area together. And then with regard to Sacramento County, the Sac Elk Grove, I didn't touch that district. I did have to move some population into WSAC SAC because I moved West SAC out. So I grabbed, I believe, Alberta, Rio Linda, McClellan Park, Arden Arcade, Rosemont, and North Highlands. And then I was able to make a district out of the other cities there, going south into West Sacramento County. What we wound up here with is the county is only split once. That was a discussion we had had. And I'll just be honest. I mean, the Sac and Elk Grove is just the way it was with those communities of interest. I feel like we've got a lot of the downtown community of interest together because the split is a little lower than downtown. But, you know, there might be some communities of interest in here that we could tweak around a bit to see if we can get the lines a little bit better. By the time I got to Sacramento, you know, I was really trying hard not to mess up anything below this so that it would fit in, because I didn't know what was going to happen with the VRA districts to the south and how that was going to propagate north. And so I just stopped there. So I think that kind of summarizes what I've done.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Kennedy, are you able, you've had an opportunity to take a look at this and review it. Any concerns in terms of, I guess, can you compare the maps that we have, our draft maps, to this and overlay them just so that we can see them once more?
Yes, I will turn on the draft, and that will be these green lines here. And let me quickly change the label to be green as well. So that is easier for you to see the differences percentages.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I have two other comments.
Oh, sure.
If you zoom way out. So there's been some discussion about splitting Siskiyou and maybe moving Del Norte to the east. So you see what my opinion is, because I left them the way they were in the map, but I don't feel like I own any of this. I really just wanted to understand Santa Rosa and how to split it more sensibly than it was. And then I kept going. I do like, though, I mean, a couple of things that I think go well is putting Butte, Yuba, and Sutter and Tehama together. I think we've heard a lot about that. I mean, I think the Lake, Napa, Glen, Calusa, Yolo, yeah, I mean, it's okay. I could live with it, I guess. I mean,
I appreciate
it is what it is. You know, we have to make some decisions and some trades here, and it's certainly not optimal, but I was just trying to balance things out.
Thank you so much
But I don't feel like I own it, and we can carve it up, you know, however the commission sees
certainly
fit.
that's exactly what we're going to do. So, but it's a starting point for conversation, and that's really what it is. It's a starting point for conversation in terms of the refinement process, and this has been a refinement exercise, and hopefully this will. Because the feedback that we've been given and has been incorporated in, or that we have been giving during the last couple of weeks of map drawing has been incorporated to a large extent, and the feedback from our community of interest testimony. So let's hear from Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner around, we probably want to start in one area of the map before we, but I want to hear from Commissioner Fernandez, Turner, and Anderson first.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Furnishari, for this. This is actually really good. I drew something, I don't want to say similar, but with a similar thought. Unfortunately, living in the rural area, the last 4 nights, I wasn't able to get into the GQ, whatever it's called, the IS program, because it was not responding. So for all of my northern neighbors, I feel you when you talk about the Wi-Fi, definitely. So I'm trying to, as I mentioned yesterday, I absolutely, hate is such a strong word, but I might have to, I dislike extremely the Norco, and the reason for that is if you take the tip of Happy Camp in Siskiyou, and you go all the way to Hot Springs Inyo, so you're going from one end to the other end of this district, it's anywhere from 536 miles to 615 miles. So it's an 8.5-hour drive or a 10-hour drive to a 10-hour drive. So I just want all the commissioners to be aware of that. And when we hear comments from groups or individuals that talk about 50 miles, let's just remember the 536 miles that we're expecting one assembly person to be familiar with. And so with that, can we, Kennedy, can you please zoom into, or whatever it's called?
So let's, which area of the map are you interested in providing feedback for?
I'm going to go into the kind of Elk Grove ECA area.
Sacramento?
Yes.
So
And in
let's
terms, and I do want to make a comment in terms of Commissioner Fornashari, he mentioned YOLO. I think it was YOLO. Who else was in there with, who's in there with YOLO?
I think it's YOLO, Napa.
Yeah. And we have received
Ema.
quite a bit of comment of YOLO wanting to be with Solano. But right now, YOLO is whole and Solano's whole. Solano's almost, it can be its, almost can be its own district. It's at about 90%. And I would not want to break up a county for the sole purpose of bringing in a little bit of that population. I see this as an opportunity for YOLO to get to know their other neighbors and make partnerships with them. And just for disclosure, I am from Yolo County. So I'm, I guess, taking it personally, but not taking it personally. I see it as an opportunity. And I hear you, but I also do feel that those other communities that are tied with YOLO are also rural areas. And they are agriculture. They do rely on the climate and the transportation and water. Huge water.
Kennedy, can you highlight the Napa? It's the Lake Napa
It's Lake Napa, Calusa, and yeah. Thank you.
map.
In Glen.
So
Yeah.
let's take a look at that district since you're speaking of it right
and
now.
all of that district. It is valley floor. It's not mountainous. I encourage everyone to find the commonalities. Let's not say we don't have anything in common. We have a lot in common. So let's concentrate on that. And I just see it as an opportunity to have not just one, but now 2 assembly members potentially. So anyway, so that was just my comment for that. I'm going to go to West Sac.
So I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the discussion.
But I'm leaving that now. I'm going.
And now we're going to
ECA.
Sacramento.
Yes.
And which
ECA.
district in Sacramento?
So
One district.
actually, if you can go up just a little bit to that plaster, and on this one, Roseville is split, and I would prefer not to have Roseville split, and ECA is under right now, and Norco is over. So if there's some way, I don't want to do it now. I just want to, if I can just give direction. What I would like to see is to see Roseville kept whole, if possible. And again, we've been very intentional, kind of, with Long Beach in terms of keeping them whole, and they are, I forget how big they are, their city is, but Roseville is maybe a third of that. So I would like to keep that whole as much as possible. I would actually like to zoom in. Can you zoom into the border of West Sac, and South Elk Grove? I just want to ensure that we're not cutting downtown and we're not cutting Oak Park out and Lavender Heights. I need to see where we drew the line.
So it comes down, Oak Park is on the other side of the 99 and
Okay,
it
good.
goes down to where the 99 is. I don't see Lavender Heights as a neighborhood.
It would be,
but-
yeah, and it'd be kind of like the
but
Midtown,
yes,
yeah,
but
right where you have
Midtown
it,
is-
Kennedy. Okay, I just want to make
And
sure.
East Sacramento is still whole. This line kind of goes along the 50. And so East Sac and Midtown, downtown, and it goes down into Land Park.
Okay.
And so Lavender Heights would be within here and not split.
And then if there's any way to maybe just like clean up those lines, just so that, you know, like right there where it's by Fruit Ridge, yeah, it goes down a little. Yeah, I would kind of like to see maybe straighter lines so that we're not going through one side of the street and then the other side of the street's a different assembly. That'd be great. And then my only other comment on this, Kennedy, if you can move down south, please. Oh, yes, please. Sorry.
So let's focus on one district, and all right, so let's do, and then we'll go to the next and then the next. Commissioner Turner.
Okay, if you could go right back where you were with West Sacramento, when, and thank you, Commissioner Fornashari, for all of the work and that was done on this. When you mentioned West Sacramento, I was just scrolling through all of the COIs, and I think almost all of them ask about Art and Arcade with West Sacramento with downtown Sacramento, West Sacramento with Sacramento, and if you have to split it, at least if you have to split and not have West Sacramento with Sacramento, at least have West Sacramento with the downtown area of Sacramento. So with all that being said, I'm trying to see that portion of West Sacramento, if there's a way that can be included, that would be great.
So the feedback here is include what portion of West Sacramento?
West Sacramento.
All
with
of West
downtown-
Sacramento?
With
Or
downtown Sacramento?
downtown West Sacramento?
Let's see, I can only read what's here.
Okay.
West Sacramento with downtown
West.
Sacramento.
Okay. Oh, West Sacramento with the downtown.
Thank you.
Any additional feedback in this area? Commissioner, I'll just read out the names and then if Anderson, do you have feedback on this area?
Sorry, yeah, but I'll let other people go on this one.
Okay.
I've got another.
So Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. So this area obviously got a lot of feedback, and I want to thank the people. Some people just are like Commissioner Fornashari and start creating a district and keep going and going. And so we have received a lot of great input, and when it's detailed, it's very helpful. So the core of downtown Sacramento has been defined as the Sacramento and the American River, the 50 and the 80. And I thought that was, looking at the map and everything else, that looked like a really good definition to kind of start, thinking about how to anchor a Sacramento district. Most of what we received was that we had cut it incorrectly, which we know, and that it was more of a north Sacramento, South Sacramento versus an east-west type of division. I wanted to check in North Sacramento, like Commissioner Turner. I have a bunch of little neighborhoods, and I wasn't sure where they were. Unlike Commissioner Yee, I didn't look up all their census blocks, so I apologize. But I wanted to make sure that Natomas, North Highlands, Foothill, Fruit Ridge, Oak Park, Del Paso Heights, Curtis Park, Land Park, Tahoe Park, Oak Park, and Colonial Manor are all together? Okay, they can't be. All right. I'm asking, I wasn't looking at the map while I was reading it. So why can they not? Okay. And so then, as much as we can, the other three communities that were asked to be together, which is these are working class diverse communities that were asked to be kept together was Gardenland, Northgate, and Noralto.
So the feedback is that those specific COIs be kept together?
Those communities, yes.
And those are mostly working class communities? I'm just trying to understand what the reasoning for
The first ones were working diverse communities, and the second one were Latino businesses and where Latinos lived.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa? And is there feedback in this area?
Yeah, it is. It's more of a question around CSU Sacramento. Just the initial glimpse that I got when we were looking at it, I just want to see, is that kept whole? Because if we're splitting the university, that doesn't seem like a good thing. And then there was also some comments about ensuring that I think it was the student neighborhoods of College Glen and College Town, if possible, I think in the same neighborhood. So it's just hard to see from the bigger view. So
appreciate
it. Does not split. It goes on the 50, and then Sac State is above the 50.
So it is not split at this.
And what about those student neighborhoods that were mentioned?
I heard College Glen, and I did not catch what other ones, but College Glen is above the line as well.
I think the other one is College Town. I see College Glen. Thank you.
So, and we can give general direction with that to keep the university plus the surrounding dormitory student housing areas. Yep. Commissioner Funes-Shores? Yes. Or sorry, Commissioner Fernandez, since we started with you. I was looking at
I think
Fernandez.
College Town, that might be over by the Cal Expo area, or by Hurley and Howe, kind of in that area. Anyway, I was going to respond to something. I was going to respond to the West Sac with Sacramento. Right now, Yolo County is whole, and we did receive quite a lot of input of keeping Yolo County whole, and also input regarding keeping West Sacramento with Yolo County. And in terms of some of the communities that Commissioner Sinai brought up, unfortunately, you can't keep all those communities together here in the Assembly District, but that definitely is something that we can look at for Senate and congressional due to the population. But what this does honor, it does honor quite a few communities on the north side, and then quite a few of the communities on the south side in terms of the cultural. I had it all written down, and I don't know where my notes went, but it does honor quite a bit of it, and I'm hopeful in the other maps that we'll be able to honor most of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. I'll try to get through to the commissioners who haven't spoken yet because and want to give input in this area. So Commissioner Anderson, were you giving input in this area? No. Commissioner Yee?
Well, actually, hang on. Yes.
Okay.
Just briefly. I just want to sort of say, which I didn't realize until last night, the Sacramento County is 1,500,000 essentially. Sacramento City is 522,000. Arden Arcade, I believe, is these are actually really large. And we're always thinking, oh, Sacramento stuff, but I was surprised at how big they are. Elk Grove, I think, is what, Vineyard is, and anyway, these aren't like 40,000, 50,000 towns. They're 200 and things like that. Arden Arcade, Carmichael, some of these are enormous, which I was surprised about. And the one thing, though, I'm a little concerned that it looks like we went with the 50, but I believe there's all sorts of areas just south of 50 that consider themselves to be part of the downtown. And maybe that's not true, but that's just a little bit on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Yee.
Indeed, Arden Arcade is the second largest census designated place in the state.
Of California.
Yeah, I wanted to reinforce West Sacramento keeping it in YOLO. I think we got testimony even from the Board of Supervisors of YOLO to that point. wanting to keep Westac. And if we're causing pain by splitting Yolo and Solano, I think it'd be nice to offset that with gain by keeping Westac and Yolo.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Fornashari, then Commissioner Turner. I do want to say that there's so much information coming at us from this, because I know we're trying to refine and trying to get the input, but I know it's also going to be difficult for our line drawers to synthesize it all. So as much as we can be specific, that'd be appreciated. Commissioner Fornashari, and then we'll go to Commissioner Turner.
I'm going to be non-specific and just make a couple comments. We've definitely heard testimony on both sides for West. Can you hear me? For West Sacramento, and so just so you know, moving West Sacramento back into Sacramento would completely change all of it. So that's just a trade-off. But I would, we've got to make some decisions here, but maybe we can accommodate that in a different map too. I don't know, but and then to Commissioner, if you can go up a little bit to Roseville. So just to let you know, Commissioner Fernandez, the split of Roseville is in the sub two, yeah, that one, and that one's low. So you'd have to walk population, if you move that in, you'd have to walk population around through the northern counties and start splitting those up to bring it. And I would guess it's probably more than Sierra County. So just to let you know what the impact would be.
Thank you. And so, so I want some feedback from Kennedy and from Karin in terms of, as we give direction, where would it be, depending on where we start. I guess what I'm saying is, from a line drawing perspective, from a geospatial perspective, would it be best to come to make the changes from the downtown, the more populous areas, or to start working from the more rural areas into the populated areas? So I'm trying to see from a line drawing perspective whether it makes more sense where it makes more sense for us to start giving direction, because I know that as we give direction, it's going to have impact on other maps, and so if we can get some input from you as to where to start this process.
I would say that it's, I'm not sure about where in the state, but that it's probably best to set priorities, because still you hear bring Westsec in, Westsec out, and then you hear keep this neighborhood, this neighborhood, this neighborhood, and then someone says, wait, that's not possible, we'll do it next round. But I'm not sure. I feel like a lot of the testimony so far has been one person said something and someone's responded opposite. So the direction so far is very unclear. I look at my notes and it's just like go back and forth with each other. So
and that's what I'm saying also. So that's why I'm trying to understand, and maybe it's where in the map would be most helpful for us, whether it's starting where the population centers are that are going to impact and feed the other areas, or whether it makes more sense to start at the corner of the state, or if you have any guidance on that. And maybe Karin and you can.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the problem is really that we need to know where your priorities are, and because it doesn't really matter where we start. Once we run into conflicting directions, we just don't know which way to move.
Great.
So, I mean, on one hand, obviously, we don't want to create a bubble someplace, but at this point, we're really in one particular area, and just it sounds a little bit like, we're just going around and around. So
my thinking, and tell me if this is would be helpful for us to do this. My thinking is really to figure out Sacramento and where the splits. To figure out where Sacramento is so large, as Commissioner Anderson has stated, and the county of Sacramento, if I remember, is over I can't remember how, 1 point some million people. And so it's so large, it's going to need to be put into various districts, and to figure out where those, how to figure out where those divisions would be may help us in ensuring that this map actually, or whichever map, help us in designing the rest of the map, because it ultimately would has impact across the whole state probably.
If I may suggest, perhaps we can do at least some lifeline drawing just to figure out what the direction is. And I know that just takes a little bit longer, but I think overall your plan is to be done with the assembly in just a few days. And considering that there's a lot of conflicting direction right now, and we're just not sure that all of these COIs that you have listed, for example, can be kept together in the way that you have outlined them, it might really just make more sense to at least get started, do something live, figure out the direction that we're going, get some of these decision points really nailed down, and then additional direction could be given to draw something offline.
Okay.
That's just a suggestion.
Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Anderson. Oh, okay, sorry, you already had, so I was at Turner then.
Oh, no.
And then I'll come back.
I do have a suggestion.
I have one
just
also.
come right back after Commissioner Turner, though, because she's had her.
Oh, sorry.
She hasn't been able to. She hasn't had a chance to speak
That's okay,
yet.
because mine will be easy. It's either possible or not. I appreciate the information and even shared with Commissioner Fornashari. But I did find, I was asked the question where specifically, and I understand that perhaps all of West Sacramento cannot be brought in, but I did find specific COI testimony that gave the streets or the areas or what have you. So if this makes sense for you in the area, maybe it'll help in knowing which parts of Sacramento, West Sacramento, to bring in. So following from, and you talked about the mayor, different ones that's writing in, this is the president of the Greater Sacramento NAACP that gave specific in our input 27651. And they say that the NAACP is requesting that West Sacramento Sacramento should retain the historic core of the city of Sacramento, keeping Land Park, Curtis Park, Oak Park, Tahoe Park, Lawrence Park, Colonial Manor, and adjacent areas like unincorporated Fruit Ridge Pocket together in one district. So having those as boundaries that either can or can't happen, but I didn't have that information to tell you before. It says the south boundary of the district should start at Sutterville Road, and the city of Sacramento boundary utilizing Sutterville Road west to the 99 freeway, south to Fruit Ridge, west to Stockton, north to 21st Avenue, and 21st Avenue east to the city of Sacramento. So I don't know if that's the whole of West or if that's a sliver of it that can be included, but I wanted to at least lift that up as what the request was.
Okay, so it's practicable. All right, let's see. No, Commissioner Anderson wanted to say, Vice Chair Anderson wanted to say something.
Yeah, I do have an idea that of areas, why don't we decide there and lock them in so they're done, which would include starting right up at the Del Norte, Humboldt, Siskiyou, and then, and I'll tell you why, because, Commissioner Fornashari said, well, I'm sorry, if we lock that in and go all the way down, that's done. We don't have to address it again. And the reason why I'm being a little hesitant is because depending on what happens with that last VRA that we're still visualizing in the Central Valley, which for chances are we're going to goof around with Cal Inyo a little bit again. And this was kind of all built on attaching Alpine up. And so I'd rather kind of start, that's it, it's done, and go down that side. Because if we lock in Sacramento and then it turns out, oh, now we don't have enough population from somewhere else, we're in trouble. So, and the area I'm talking about is in Humboldt, the corner of Humboldt, when the Kuruk tribe said, we'd sort of like to have half of Siskiyou go west.
So let's.
And they said, no, we can't. And so he said, and great, that's fine, but then please restore Humboldt.
Okay. So I also want to be able to get us out at a reasonable hour so we can get some sleep before tomorrow. So I'm trying to, and I appreciate making decisions because I think if there are portions of the state where we can decide on, that'd be great and would keep us moving. But at the same time, I'm also wondering some of the most difficult decisions. When I think about what are the difficult decisions that we have to make, they're probably in Sacramento, and that's where I'm leaning at this point, right? Given what I saw yesterday, and given where the population centers are, just like Los Angeles, they were the VRA districts here. In this area, it looks like it's going to be in the Sacramento area, and I'm just throwing that out there. Commissioner Sidwani, do you have feedback? In general, it's not specific to.
General, I was going to just start to lift. I think, I don't know what the answer is to the West Sacramento piece. I hear everyone being very divided on it. We have a lot of different testimony on it. I was interested also just to lift up the Arden Arcade Carmichael piece, and if there is a way to keep those two together.
So let's.
I will hold off on that until we figure out our plan.
So let's do a plan, and the plan that I'm thinking at this point, just to try to give clearer direction to our map drawer and to get us to think through some of these issues, is to do some live line drawing in the Sacramento area, focused around the communities that. Let's start with West Sacramento. That seemed like the area that Commissioner Sidwani, Turner, and others have raised. Sacramento's downtown Sacramento. So our line right now is this. And so there was a very specific direction from Commissioner Sinai to keep some communities together. Commissioner Sinai, what are those communities that you had wanted to keep together?
Commissioner Sadwani is taking notes, and I gave them to her. I don't know if that helps speed up the process or not, or if you'd still like me to say them all.
If you have them, can you please?
You got it. I'm just trying to pull it up again. Oh, here's my notes. Okay. So the communities were Natomas, North Highland, Foothill, Fruit Ridge, and some of them may be in there already, right? Oak Park, and these are the north ones. Del Paso Heights, and then there was another COI for Curtis Park, Land Park, Tahoe Park, Oak Park, and Colonial Manor, and I think Commissioner Turner brought those up as well.
Sorry,
Yes.
can I ask for clarification of Colonial Park
Oh, sorry, Colonial Manor.
and where that is?
I have no clue.
Oh, got it.
Sorry, it was just from the testimony. I mean, I'm just being honest. And then one other COI was Gardenland, Northgate, and Noralto.
So it seems like most of these communities are already in this
In there.
district.
That's what I
There was one that I saw that might not be in there. Kennedy, do you?
I know that Oak Park and Fruit Ridge Manor, as you can see here, are separated from the Land Park, Tahoe Park, Del Paso Heights. Those are all more north. Garden Glen is up here, and Natomas is also up here. But Oak Park and Fruit Ridge Manor are below that line.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is the direction to add the sections that are not included?
If it works,
Okay.
if they can.
And it sounds.
It's not critical, but because it's a COI, and so there's other things that are more important.
Kennedy, was there any room in that district to add that population?
I can take a look.
Okay. And then Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, because there's also testimony to keep Oak Park, Lemon Hill, Green Haven, and Elk Grove together. That's also, so you have conflicting testimony.
And we're always going to have conflicting
Right,
testimony.
right. So, yeah.
All right. So let's go to Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I guess I'll just say it out loud that I know I saw COI testimony and several COI testimony about Vineyard and trying to keep it together with Elk Grove. I did see one suggestion that may help unite that Fruit Ridge pocket, I think it's called. So like the Oak Park and Fruit Ridge, taking that pocket, moving it into that West Sacramento area, and then that would create room for Vineyard. And then there was also, as part of that comment, and it spoke about the Afghan Syrian refugees up in the Carmichael area, which I think is already covered. But I'm just looking to make sure that there's no other conflicting COI testimony. So
Thank you,
anyways,
Commissioner.
just wanted to note that.
That's awesome. Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa. Commissioner Fernandez, did you have your hand raised?
No, I'm just, yeah, it's really frustrating to watch this, but okay, here we go.
So, Commissioner Anderson?
Sorry, having a bit of trouble there. Yes, actually, Curtis Park is just to the left of this, and it is all the same area. And I think Colonial Manor is also in that sort of old downtown area. There's Land Park, Curtis Park, Oak Park. This is what Commissioner Turner was talking about. And I think this is the area that, yes, it was mentioned by Commissioner Sinai, but I believe this would be stuff that you keep south and you don't necessarily add to. Because remember, Commissioner Sinai, they said some of it up north, some down south. And the Land, Curtis, Oak, the Colonial Manor, and the others, those are all, there's Colonial Heights over there. I almost had Colonial Manor up as well. But those are all in the south area, which want to be with Lemon Hill, et cetera. So I think we could do something like that on the cuts. But it does look, it goes right through, we're messing with where our office is. What district is our office in here? Because that is the right downtown.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry, can I ask for clarification on that? Was that to put Land Park and Curtis Park down here instead?
I would ask Commissioner Turner about that. She was wondering where those areas were, and that's where they are. And I think we can combine what we're saying here and make one line and keep those together and the others on the other side.
Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I would not want to do the change that's there. I think there's also testimony about keeping Fruit Ridge Pocket with Lemon Hill, and I think this split is going to interfere with that, this change.
Okay, so there's no consensus on this split. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Turner. So the split.
I meant to take those areas and put them south.
Okay, so
okay,
you were
the split, in terms of the split, Kennedy, can you zoom into the Land Park area by the zoo? And I'm thinking Sutterville should, where's Sutterville?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, we could probably do the split right there at Sutterville.
So put everything,
So that
push
would,
the line north and push
Correct.
this part just a bit
Correct.
north. Okay.
Right. But I'm not sure what that population is. I'm trying to picture it in my head. It's kind of foggy right now.
We'll know in a second.
Right.
Okay, that's the line. So that's about 1,600 and about 1,700 people.
Right. So, I mean, my recommendation would be to have that go south, and then you take you continue that on the, I'm I'm not very good with north and south. On the south of the
Okay, so
of
let's.
the land park. Well, I'm just continuing on the.
Oh, are you adding more territory or?
No, I'm just trying to get to the boundary.
Should we accept this change?
Oh.
So I want to see consensus if everybody's so we have consensus to move forward with this change. Let's move forward with it.
Yeah, that's.
This is a
breaking up
good
fewer
split.
communities.
Okay, and then you were moving on to what other
Yeah,
area?
you just continue on Sutterville. You see where that is, Kennedy? The Sutterville, yeah.
Yes, I see. I will
And
follow the
and
line.
all to yeah. Thank you. Scott Seafood. But I think that might be a little bit too much. I'm hoping it's not, but it might be.
Okay, so that would be the split. The river would be the split. So we're talking about 3,000 people. Do we have consensus to move this forward? Oh, Kennedy, were you saying?
I was just going to kind of reiterate what this does. So moving closer, you can see this follows Sutterville, and I took everything south, which takes on the river, and onto 35th Avenue is where it was before, and it would be moving that line up to Sutterville.
Great. So it looks like we have consensus on this change. Let's yeah. So we have consensus on that.
And the new deviations, the northern part, still titled West Sac, even though West Sac is no longer in it, is at a negative 0.55%. And then the Sac Elk Grove is at a positive 2%.
And Kennedy, can you, is there a way to open the box a little bit so we can see all of the various CVAPs as we move through the, just for general, thank you, that just so the commissioner and the public has access to that information. All right, so where are we, where should the splits, Commissioner Fernandez, take us through the splits?
I was just going to recommend we maybe draw maybe a straighter line on the border. Yeah, right there. That would be great. But where's the split again there, Kennedy? Oh,
it's
on
following
50?
the 50.
Okay.
for
Yeah,
the
okay, I'd recommend just staying with that. I'm trying to think of communities.
Can we look at the district as a whole? Can you zoom out?
Oh, yes. You can't see. Here is the district as a whole.
So does this district look appropriate? I'm looking at the commission in terms of community of interest, in terms of, we have the downtown of Sacramento, we have Arden Arcade, we have Rosemont area, we have the Rio Linda area, and the Sacramento International Airport as well. Commissioner Fernandez.
Oh, I was just going to ask what the population was at Carmichael, but I realize I can look. Oh, that's 80,000. Nope, we're good. Thanks.
Okay, so how about we move to, it does look like there's comfort with this district. Let's move to the other portions of Sacramento. The Rio Cordova, Commissioner Furnish already has his hand raised. Were you?
I just wanted to comment on Vineyard.
So we want to go to Vineyard? Sure.
That was brought up.
The district below, okay.
Yeah, so thought long and hard about how to manage Vineyard. I know there's a lot of interest in having Vineyard included with Elk Grove. Vineyard's 40,000 people. It's currently in the district that goes south, Sac Stan. And so what are the two options? Add it in, and then you got to walk population down 40,000 people, which is hard to find once you get out of Sacramento area. Walk it down the side to get back in that district, or split El Grove.
Okay, so those are our options. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you. And that was one of my priorities when we adopted these draft maps, was to try to get Vineyard back into the Elk Grove, because it is literally attached to Elk Grove. But I realize, based on populations, I appreciate the maps that you've drawn, Commissioner Furnishari, by trying to keep Sacramento as whole as possible, which you did a great job. And I kept playing with the Vineyard, and it just unfortunately can't happen. The only way it can happen is if we somehow remove Folsom, and that's another split. But looking forward, we don't know what's going to happen with the population coming from south up potentially, but it would be something that I would potentially like to have, but we may have to wait until the Senate and Congressional to bring that in. Thank you.
We may have to, that may be something that we can do when we have larger districts. So at this point, are you comfortable with Commissioner Fernandez and others? I'm going to ask everybody, are you comfortable with the district that we're looking at right now, which includes Vineyard, and I don't want to mispronounce these cities, but I believe my eyesight is a little bit not as good as it used to be. Wilton, Clay, Harold, Galt.
Yeah, I mean,
all the way down to the Sacramento tail.
I don't want to say I'm comfortable, but I understand that's how it has to be, due to the numbers and me playing with the system, with the.
Maybe comfortable is not the right word. Maybe,
right.
Is this something you can live with?
Yes, it's something I can live with, but if there's some way to change it later, it'd be great. But I think at this point, we're going to have to wait for the Congressional
And I think at this
Senate.
point, that's where we are. Are these things that we as a commission can live with? And I'm going to ask the whole commission that. Is there anyone who cannot live with this? Commissioner Anderson. And then I'm going to go down. You can live with this. Furnishari,
Yeah.
Trina, Commissioner Turner, rather.
So looking at this going down, I just want to understand the lines. Manteca is in the Stanislaus?
This is exactly the draft that we approved originally.
Right.
The draft map, yeah.
Mhm.
I didn't change anything.
Uh-huh. So I'm wondering if we did change that, would that help with Vineyard up at the top? How big is? No, because you'd be.
They're in the same district
you'd
right
be
now, so.
Adding, because it's
Right.
already in.
Right, it's already in the same district, but thank you, I appreciate
We're trying
that.
to take it out.
Yeah. This is a difficult area because the population is densely in Sacramento, and trying to figure it out. So other hands of people who can't live with this right at this point. So anyone who can't live with this. It looks like we have Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah. Actually, my question was more of just, I guess, just a clarification question about
Sure.
Carmichael. But I did read that there was specifically, I mentioned that Syrian Afghan refugee community, and I've lost that particular area, but it was up to a certain street in Carmichael. And my question is Carmichael split, or is it wholly removed from that Sacramento district? And I guess it was only mentioned because there's the portion of that refugee community that has an affinity with art and arcade. And I guess my question was, if we were to try to incorporate them, would it just totally take us way over and mess up all the other maps?
Yeah, the population is significant, but it looks like Carmichael is whole in this map. Kennedy, is that correct? Yes, it is.
Yes,
So
Carmichael.
let's go back to the district we were in, just to I'm locking it in. So we're locking it in, unless of course if we make changes in the south and it needs to change, we'll come back. But for now, we're locking it in. Sarah has something. Commissioner Sidwani and Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, the Vineyard piece still just seems weird. I'm just trying to, and I know that there's the Arden Arcade Carmichael piece up above in the district above, and I'm just wondering, is it feasible to take out Arden Arcade, put it with Carmichael, so that reconfigure where the district boundary lies so that Vineyard can be in with Elk Grove? Like, is that at all something that I have no idea? I don't have the populations in front of me, so I apologize because I don't know if that's a reasonable swap at all.
Kennedy,
But it just seems like a really.
can you speak to that swap, Kennedy, and whether that swap would
Yeah,
work?
I would just say that the problem starts to lie with this district, South Sac Stanislaus, because if you're swapping these two up here, but still nothing is going south, this still needs population.
So we have to shift population down, is what you're saying.
Yes, not north. I'm not entirely sure of what swap you were thinking of with Arden Arcade and Carmichael, but putting Vineyard in puts this district far down, and that leads to possibly, I would think, splitting Stockton or Modesto or one of these populous cities. And so that is kind of a
Commissioner Furnishari has something to comment on that as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you can scroll the map down a little bit, down, so I'm sorry, the other down, my fault. Up.
Go
okay. I wanted the map to go down, but me get to go north. So, this, if you move Vineyard into the Sac Elk Grove, then Sac Elk Grove is over. So you probably got to pull population from West Sac down. Then you got to pull population from West Placer Sac over to West Sac, and then you've got to grab population from the foothills into Sac Stan. And so, just for instance, the whole of Amador County is less than or is about the same as Vineyard. So that's just the order of I mean, you've got this super highly dense populated area and then way sparsely populated. I mean, it could be done. We can do it, but that's just the process that we have to go through.
Sidwani, and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Commissioner Fornishari, and you all definitely know this area better than me. And I'm just wondering, like, if we did like a Vineyard goes in, and it looks like there's some unincorporated area there too. The line, West Sac stays, the green bottom line comes upward, and Arden Arcade comes out. Arden Arcade goes with Carmichael that way. And now Wilton starts coming up, and I'm assuming Folsom is the county boundary for Sacramento County. Is that correct? I mean, would it make sense to have Wilton coming up that way?
So it sounds like you're suggesting a rotation.
Yeah, a rotation so that it's more. I mean, right? Like the issue to me is like we're talking about like a pretty fairly more rural sort of areas in there. And would it make sense to still maintain the county boundary, but to come up northward into Folsom so that you can keep some of the more urban areas together? And I don't know, because I don't actually know this area personally very well. I'm just trying to figure out different solutions that could potentially respect some more of the testimony that we've received.
And then Commissioner Fernandez, and we'll work down the line again.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. Arden Arcade is about 95,000. Carmichael is 80,000. Vineyard is about 40,000. And the issue then becomes we're still going to have Sac Stannis. We're going to have to bring something in. We're going to have to bring something of 40,000 approximately from somewhere, shifting it all around. And maybe the direction, maybe we could give Kennedy some direction to see if she can be creative and think of ways where we could somehow bring Vineyard in. And maybe we just leave it at that. Does that sound okay with everyone?
Does it sound even feasible that is it at this point, based on everything we're hearing, does it sound feasible that is that even realistic? I'm posing the question.
I would,
and I think I'm going to ask Kennedy to try to chime in on that. Whether this is something that because she's incredibly innovative, incredibly smart, and if somebody can do it, certainly I know she can help us make this come into reality. So I'm just asking whether it is something that that is possible at this point, given all of the constraints?
Honestly, unless you're willing to split Stockton or you want some of this gold country to be split up and put in with this South Sac Stanislaus, those would be the options.
So if we're interested in doing this, are we okay with splitting Stockton and the potential gold country? So that's the question. In the past, we haven't been okay with splitting Stockton. Commissioner, there's quite a few people who have input here. So Fernandez, then Anderson, Akutagawa. I don't know if Turner has her hand up.
I would be open
Turner
to
first.
bringing in some of the gold country. I don't know if I'm open to splitting Stockton. That's my
And I'll go to Commissioner
priority.
Turner because she has her hand up first, and I missed her. Commissioner Turner?
Yes, thank you. So what I was initially going to say is that as we're considering this, just direction again, wiggle room, I would love to see Morada and Manteca in on the Stockton side. And yes, I'd prefer not to split Stockton unless Kennedy comes back and says something that we can support with Ocoee, but I don't think we've seen anything that will support that.
So I still don't hear anybody that's willing to split Stockton at this point. So I'll continue. Let's go with Commissioner Kutagawa and then Anderson.
Yeah, I do like the idea of trying to find a way to, make room for Vineyard, since it's a more urban suburban area and to be in a very rural area. It's similar to a lot of the other comments. I think just generally we've heard from some of the other areas within, especially the Central Valley. I'm comfortable with splitting the gold country. I will defer to Commissioner Turner in terms of what she was saying about Stockton. I also want to just note, we heard recently a lot of testimony about Manteca and Ripon staying together. So if, to Commissioner Turner's point, if Manteca were to be brought in with Stockton, I would also like to see Ripon also be brought in with Stockton as well too. The testimony said that either being in a Stockton district or in a Stanislaus district was okay with them. They just didn't want to be in a Lodi district. So I think there's some room there too. But it's already in a Stanislaus district, I know.
And if I may say something about that, is that contiguity, Lathrop is right there as well. So it's a little difficult to take Manteca alone and not take Lathrop. And so that's one thing about that. And another thing, just to add on to this Vineyard issue, like you said, it's 40,000 people, and these that you're talking about swapping are a lot bigger. So then that's going to lead to splitting those Arden Arcade or Carmichael. And if you would like, we could do it right now because this is a complicated switch. If that's something you want to see now.
Let's just at this point, what is the suggestion on the map from Kennedy?
Just to work on this area, I could show you bringing in Vineyard and then what that would have to do to Arden Arcade and Carmichael to bring in the gold country.
So I guess the question is, how many people are in the gold country? Because ultimately, we're looking at 40,000 people. If we just base our decisions on data, maybe that'll help us. So how many people are in the gold country? Because if there's not 40,000 people and we're not willing to split Stockton, then
So Amador is 42,000 people, the whole county.
Right, the whole county.
Calveras is 45,000 people. So, I mean, even, yeah.
So we're willing to, so Amador County.
I have another idea.
Commissioner Anderson?
Instead of, we're talking about if we want to put Vineyard into Sac Elk Grove, we got to take 40,000 people, which means out of West Sac, which means that the green line has to drop south. And that means then you want to take, ultimately, we could get Rancho Marietta has like 5,000 people. And I can't see what the city is essentially, right, that first one. But we're going to have to grab something out of, well, that's Mather. What is, sorry, yeah, can you go in and zoom a little bit there so we can see what those, is it Rosemont, Rancho Cordova? Those are, now you're talking serious population.
So
Grabbing that
because this
and
is
running
such
that
an important
into
area, I
tax
think
thing.
we just need to, let's grab Vineyard. Let's just grab it.
So it's Mather and Rancho.
Let's just grab it, and then let's play it out and see what and grab the white, the area around it, the unincorporated areas, the sections in. All right, and then, so that would go into Commissioner Fernandez, where would you suggest to go into?
Oh, that would go into the Sac Elk Grove.
So we're moving that with Sac Elk Grove?
Thank you.
Elk Grove?
So do I commit this change?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Oh, my comment's further down, so I think we should continue this.
Okay, we'll
before.
continue that.
Yeah.
All right, and then, all right, so can you tell us where our deviation problems are at this point, Kennedy, and we'll work through it.
Yes, so we have pretty balanced deviation. The label went away, but South Sac Stannis is now at negative 11.55%, and the South Elk Grove is at a positive 11.11%. So you got a negative 11 and positive 11 right above. and
So
below.
we have some deviation problems, issues, opportunities. So I want to hear some specific directions on how to address these. Kennedy, do you have any suggestions for us on how to address these? Because you've played around with this, not played, you've worked through this many times, and you're very familiar with this area.
Well, based on the direction that you were taking before, it would require moving this green line down, which would also split other communities of interest. So it's just choosing which communities of interest you want to split, because it's either Vineyard and then you move down and you split Fruit Ridge and Pocket and Lemon Hill from this Elk Grove as well.
So this is where the difficult decisions are. Which communities are we going to keep together?
And I would say going forward, it's splitting this one, and then you'll also most likely have to split Arden Arcade and Carmichael somewhere, or Rancho Cordova, or any of these up here. This one is split, and then this one will have to be split as well to bring in something from over.
Thank you, Kennedy. Let's go to Sarah, Commissioner Shadwani, and then Commissioner Fernandez.
So the initial thought was keeping Vineyard with them, with this district, and putting Arden Arcade with Carmichael, and then balancing out.
So we're doing a rotation. So let's
Yes.
let's do the rotation. So Arden Arcade would go with Carmichael
Yeah, in the Placer Sac.
and the Placer Sac.
We still have to deal with this positive deviation.
Yes, we'll have to deal with reducing the population of this the Sac Elk Grove.
And I mean, my initial thought here was, in total, creating districts that are more aligned with these more urban areas of Sacramento, and then creating districts that are more rurally aligned further out and south, if that makes sense.
And
It
my
makes sense.
caution, and my caution just leaving this here is creating a bubble. So if you go and create the next district before dealing with the population in the South Elk Grove, it might lead to even more difficult situations later.
So if we want to move forward with this, we would have to split. We'd have to make some cuts. And so, Commissioner Fernandez, where would the cuts?
Yeah, well,
that you propose?
Arden Arcade is like 95,000. So it's my recommendation when we get to that point would be to move Rosemont over. Over to the other, I can't see the name of it. What's the district next to that? Yeah, so move Rosemont to there. That's going to bring us up probably to about a 5%.
So-
And then we'd have to move the line down. And again, now
You
we're
could take
splitting
Rancho
up communities
Cordova.
of interest. So you were picking one over the other.
So Commissioner Fernandez, before we do that,
Mm-hmm.
we probably should deal with the bubble. We have 11% overpopulation in the district
Okay.
below that, so let's deal with that one. And then if we can't deal with that one, we really can't do the rest, right? So,
Okay, so where's
so where are we
Fruit
going to
Ridge?
cut?
Where's Fruit Ridge, Kennedy? Boulevard?
One moment.
I know we could move some of those communities of interest north with some of the other communities of interest that they have ties with.
If there
So
are any other
there-
suggestions on where to cut, that would be helpful too. So Commissioner Fernandez, while you're thinking about
Okay,
that.
no, yeah.
No, go ahead. No, go think. I want you to think through this.
Here
And if
in
there's
the-
other people who want to, Commissioner Kennedy, if you have any suggestions on what to cut.
I was just going to point out here, I'm following that Fruit Ridge line.
Fruit Ridge
Month.
line, does that make sense, Commissioner?
Oh, Fruit Ridge, it's the Fruit Ridge Road, but here's the line on the map. Is what I meant.
I mean, the Fruit Ridge, Fruit
If you
Ridge
outline it, can you
Road,
tell us
thank
the
you.
population?
Yeah, can you highlight that area and tell us how many people are in there?
Yes, one moment.
And then we can figure out whether it makes sense.
So that's a bit roughly done, but it leaves West Sac with a positive 12, but it solves the Sac Elk Grove and gets it to a negative 2.29. And it cuts right on the line of the Fruit Ridge Pocket area, separating that from the Lemon Hill.
So that is a no.
Which one?
Fruit Ridge Pocket.
We took too much out, correct, Kennedy?
No, not necessarily. You're at a negative 2% deviation from a positive 11, which is still in the 5%.
Right, but yes, but I want to. We need to balance it. Oh, wait,
Is the goal to push my understanding is we're rotating population up and around.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
So,
yeah. Maybe let's do that, and then we can
but-
move Rosemont out.
And I want to ask Kennedy if that makes sense to push population up and around.
Around.
And so we're rotating population. Does that make sense? And is that possible?
So again, this will lead to you moving it up to the West Sacramento, and then you'll move it to the West Placer Sac. And then some of these cities here in Sacramento County, I don't know if you want to move it to the ECA and then down to the Calaeño, or somehow this is probably going to be merged in here and then that down.
So potentially we would have a compliant district. If we were to move this population up, we would have a compliant district here which is the Sac Elk Grove district. The question is this something we can live with? Commissioner Fernandez.
If we want to balance those three districts out, each district will need to have like a positive 3%, between 3 and 4%. So if we move that section out that we just highlighted, that's going to have, that district will have a negative 2. So it's going to be too low to balance the rest of.
At this point, we're looking for compliance, and not optimal, but we're trying to get consensus here. Yeah, I know we're all trying.
Can we undo that and then maybe make the line a little bit higher? Is that what you're talking about?
You're trying to reduce the
Commissioner
population.
Turner?
So let's keep more questions, more feedback. So Commissioner Fernashari, then Commissioner Ahmed. Okay, Fernashari is no, and then Ahmed, and then Anderson.
Thank you. I'm looking at COI testimony about this specific area. It's entry ID 28685, and the map submission is similar to what we have, except it puts the pocket area back in with Sac Elk Grove. So reducing the population that we are trying to pull into West Sac, hopefully helping with that balance piece.
So let's do that. Let's focus on the Fairfield pocket, or not the Fairfield, I'm thinking wrong part of the district, the Fruit Ridge pocket, and surrounding areas to get population that is sufficient to meet the.
So when I say the pocket, I meant like.
Yeah, the Fruit Ridge pocket. Are you talking about the
pocket? You know, the pocket off of the freeway and the.
Yes.
The river.
Right.
Yeah.
That's down there.
Or like that little part above it. So the
Oh,
line
just the
that
little
is
pocket.
in that COI testimony kind of runs along, almost along the 99, down, looping in Fruit Ridge Pocket, all the way back up to West Sac.
So I see a Fruit Ridge pocket. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same pocket or we're talking about a different pocket.
There's a little pocket on the river there. That's also termed the little pocket or something like that. And I think what Commissioner Kutagawa or Ahmed is saying is cut it on 99, on 5, not 99, 5.
Doesn't look like there's a lot of population there, but we can certainly. So I'm thinking direction from I'm going to ask Commissioner Fernandez to try to focus us on an area of population that meets our requirements.
So I'm going to go with Commissioner Ahmad. Are we going on this journey of the little pocket? See, I was thinking of more.
I don't like journeys, but that's okay.
Right. Well, and that's why I was trying to just give Kennedy direction, because this is going to take quite a bit of time to go to try to get the information.
So let's. Do you have a specific area you want to?
Okay, because
you're centering your feedback on.
Right. So I believe this area, it's too much of a population to move.
Okay, so let's reduce it.
So if we can get rid of that, if we can go to Broadway. Yes, and if we can go along Broadway, because if we go along Broadway, we will still leave, I believe, Oak Park with the southern community.
Okay.
So if we can see what that population looks like, please, Kennedy.
We have to move population the other way. We have to move the line down.
Yeah.
Right, but I want you to move it east. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, then the lower district will increase.
Yeah, we're trying to move population up, not down.
Yeah, she's going the wrong way.
It's
Yeah.
that population is in the district. It's already in the district above it.
But does it become Stockton? Does Broadway become Stockton Boulevard?
Can you zoom in so we can see Broadway?
Yes, I'm trying to move this up.
So we're trying to move the vertical line to the.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not trying to move opposite.
Okay, so let's.
See where Broadway, you see where it hooks down? There you go. Yes, that's what I mean. That part and then all the way, yes.
Okay, so let's do that.
And yeah.
So let's follow, I believe that's Stockton. Is that Broadway? Broadway?
Yes, Broadway. Broadway, and then go up a little bit on your cursor. There's Broadway right there too. Go down Broadway and then go to your, she went too far. Go up a little. Oh, no.
So you're going Broadway.
Other side of Broadway, please. Where the Med Center is, yes, thank you. That part, move up, please, thank you.
While we're doing this, let's
No, not that far down, just to Broadway. Please.
It goes horizontally there.
Can you see where that bacon and butter?
Here.
Yeah.
They are.
Have you had breakfast? Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Maybe she can do this during break. Needs a break too. Yeah.
So that would put Sac Elk Grove at still a 10.13%.
Right. No, but keep going all the way, please.
So I think what I'm
okay.
hearing at
Yeah.
this point, and maybe we can give a general direction here, so this can be done. So this is, I believe.
Kennedy, I mean, if you can, you had it right, but then go to the east. You see where Broadway keeps continuing to the east? No, she's taking it off. There we go. Thank you so much. And maybe all the way to 65th. Thank you.
And until you get, how much population are we looking for here? Or where do you want the deviation? The deviation should be an acceptable level, so we need to get it down.
Kennedy, if you follow it all the way over to power, please.
Guys, a rule of thumb is think about 5,000 people for every percent when we talk about assemblies.
Now we are at 8.7.
And we're trying to get it down to something under 5%.
Okay, go there.
Which way would you like me to continue to follow? Just a little.
Commissioner Ahmed, please.
Can I ask a question to you, Commissioner Fernandez? Would it make sense to loop down around Fruit Ridge Pocket? All the way down to Fruit Ridge Road. So along, what is that street? Broadway turns into some other street going down, straight down, where right underneath Central Oak Park, passing Christian Brothers High School, all the way down to Fruit Ridge, and then along Fruit Ridge, and then back up 65th.
Oh, on that side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that's great, because I believe that will still maintain Oak Park and Lemon Hill. So you see where Stockton Boulevard is, Kennedy? Yes. If we maybe try to capture some there to Fruit Ridge? Or I don't know, Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, just a question for you. Those schools that are there, who are they servicing? I mean, are we splitting the schools?
Christian Brothers
from
High School is a private Catholic school.
Okay.
So they kind of
And
come from everywhere.
And there's a school on the other side? Hiram Johnson.
Hiram Johnson.
I'm just thinking.
Hiram
of-
Johnson would service the people, the areas that we are now highlighting.
While we're in this area, between 21st and 14th, and that 65th and Power, that is Colonial Manor.
And these are the difficult decisions we have to make. We may have to cut some communities. And it's 5 o'clock and we do need to go to break. So right now, let's just give general direction to Kennedy to try to get to deviation level around this area, not going into Lemon Hill and what other area, Commissioner Fernandez?
Oak Park. I want to
Oak
keep
Park,
Oak
so-
Park. And then if we need more, go to Power N, please. Thank you.
So just to clarify before we leave, I can do that for when we go. Take this missing part to fill this in from Power and Fruit Ridge. Fill this in.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. And try to get us to a deviation that's acceptable, even if you have to go beyond those. But yeah, try to focus it in that area. Thank you. So we are on break.
Can we give a direction to go, what to pull out?
We got to an acceptable deviation and we are on break. See you in a few. Excellent. Thank you so much. We're welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We're continuing to visualize in the Sacramento area, and we're looking at an area. Kennedy, can you go through the area that we're looking at?
Yes, so we are looking at a highlighted area from Fruit Ridge Road up to the 50, covering Colonial Village, Colonial Heights, Colonial Manor, West Tahoe Park, up to the Med Center and Elmhurst area around the at the Fruit Ridge pocket line. So this street turns into Stockton Boulevard here and Broadway, and that is our western border. And went to Power Inn Road to get a population of 30,330 people, putting our visualization at a 4.97% deviation.
Thank you. Let's go around. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I would actually not recommend doing this and just going back, and I appreciate going on this journey, but I believe we're splitting up other communities by doing this, communities of interest, and again, I would like to address this in the Senate and the congressional districts. Thank you.
So this is an area that is very uncomfortable because we're splitting communities, right? And that's why we started this journey, recognizing that we were going to have to split journeys if we went on this journey. Split communities if we went on this journey. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. I do agree. I mean, we are splitting. There are some, I've noticed there was one, I think it was someone from Rancho Cordova that noted some, I guess, some potential changes that could keep Elk Ridge or Elk Grove and Vineyard whole. And then also, I guess, potentially keeping some of the Black communities in Sacramento together. Obviously, it also keeps Rancho Cordova whole, which I believe it is now. But I thought I'd just point that out, that there does seem to be some ways. I think it's just how much are we willing to do, and perhaps could we just, as had been suggested earlier, instruct Kennedy to perhaps look at some of these options to see if there's a way to satisfy as many as we can without breaking up the poise that I think we're doing right now.
So Kennedy and the mapping team has been very clear that the only way to add a vineyard is to break up communities, and so if we're going to break up communities, we have to have a general consensus around what prioritize which communities we're going to break up, and that's what we're doing now. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I am in agreement with Commissioner Fernandez that I don't think the trade-offs is what I'd like to see.
Okay, so Commissioner Turner, Commissioner Sinai.
I'm in agreement as well, because these are smaller communities and we're breaking them apart from each other to get, together you're stronger, and Vineyard's already a larger community. So I would rather keep Vineyard out altogether and these communities together with their other neighbors.
Okay. Is anyone want to keep, anyone have opposite opinion on this, or differing opinion, I should say? Because if Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yeah, I know. I guess I just have to ask. I mean, I know that I know that Kennedy said that without splitting cities, but in doing so, would it keep more rural communities with rural communities and not stick, an urban suburban, city with very rural agricultural regions? I mean, it is going to disenfranchise a community, and I don't know if that's something that everybody is comfortable with.
To me, you would just be splitting. It's if you're not splitting that one, it's another one that you're splitting. So, I'm not necessarily sure what the answer is, but it's just if it's not splitting this one, it's splitting it different.
Well, I think it goes back to Commissioner Anderson's point. There are this is a very dense population with a lot of different communities, a lot of COIs, and any split here is going to split communities. And so we have to be comfortable with the splits that we make, and we have to have general consensus. And so it doesn't sound like we're comfortable with this one, is what I'm hearing. Commissioner Fernandez.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Kutagawa, were you referring to the district below in terms of if we kept Vineyard with the communities below? Was that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so, and I think there are some major, I think, wasn't Manteca in there? There were some other major, and I call it major because I'm from a town of 1,000, so anything over 1,000 is major to me. But I believe there are some rural communities, but there's also a few other larger communities.
Are they
Kennedy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't remember, it's the Stannis.
Okay, so I guess the question I'm going to have is, Kennedy, can you is there a way to layer the district map that Commissioner Fornashari had in place? Is there a way to see what the layering looks like?
This is the iteration with Commissioner Fornashari's map.
The previous, without the Arden arcade change.
Oh, yes, one moment.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the Arden arcade change.
Oh, I thought we added, okay. So if that's the case, that's right, because we didn't want to do it without figuring out whether we were comfortable splitting up this area. So it sounds like we're not comfortable splitting up this area, and we will be not accepting this change. It sounds like we are comfortable with this district as is. And we're going to put Vineyard back into the district from which it came.
The switch has been changed back.
And we still are within an acceptable deviation. Are we comfortable with we're comfortable with the first district and can live with the first district. We're living with the Sac Elk Grove district. And then let's move on to the next district, which is the Sac Stanislaus. And let's just make sure that we are all in consensus with this map. So we need to work through this map, and Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Kennedy, can you drill down on the line Morada, August, Garden Acres? And for the areas of August, Garden Acres, and maybe even Murata, I'd like to know the population to know if it made sense to leave that in the Stockton area.
Yes, one moment. So all three of them together are a population of 24,214. It takes Sac Stanislaus to a negative 7.34. And then without Murata, it's at a negative 6.52.
And if you reverse it, add Murata?
And not the others.
Just wondering.
And that is a population of 4,061. And Stockton is at a negative 0.04%. Sac South Sac Stannis is at a negative 3.26%.
If you add back in August?
And that puts South Sac Stannis at a negative 5.02%.
And then what is the area underneath to the underneath Kennedy? What is that? That part
is
sticking out?
That's the city of Stockton.
The Taft Mosswood, that little corner right there, is that Stockton?
Taft Mosswood is either a CDP or city within Stockton. So the city of Stockton kind of goes around these other cities in there as well. So
Okay,
these sticking out are Stockton.
And then to the bottom, going down towards Lathrop, is there
There's
any?
French Camp.
Okay, and that line just follows Manteca City line?
Yes, correct. Manteca and Lathrop city line here.
Thank you.
Are any of these changes, are you interested in making any of these changes, Commissioner Turner?
No, it would be just arbitrary. We can keep talking. I need to find it and see if there's COI testimony instead of just personal thought.
Okay, thank you. At this point, let's hear from Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Fernandez, and it's really about whether we can live with this district at this point. Commissioner Anderson and Fernandez.
I thought we were working on the north, and so I was going to go back there.
We're going around, so we're just solidifying to make sure that we're okay with these districts, and then we'll be going back north. Are you okay with this district?
Well, it depends on what is happening on the one below it, which is our VRA district, correct?
This one is not. The Stanislaus is not the VRA, but the one below that is.
Okay. Yeah, and that's probably going to change a little bit, our Merced, Fresno.
Not very, I have options of how I change to try to bump it just a little that I can show you, but it does not make an impact that would change this district.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to see that, but we'll follow the chair's lead.
So is everyone comfortable with this district as is for now? And Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah. Can I just,
Of course.
Kennedy, can you zoom out a little, please? I want to see the district to the, and Commissioner Farashari, this did not change at all from the draft maps? Did this one change from our draft maps?
Which one are we looking at?
The SSAC Stannis?
Oh, no, that didn't change. Neither did Stockton, neither did Stanislaus.
So the only thing, the only change we made was bring Amador in, right?
No, we brought Cala Inyo. Yesterday, when we were working on figuring out what to do with Inyo and Mono and Alpine, we moved Amador into Cala Inyo, and this is the same as it was when we finished up yesterday.
All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the input, and for San Joaquin, it was, yeah, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. This is nothing to be done immediately, just a reminder to the mapping team. It would be, I think, very helpful to check spheres of influence before we finalize lines, because if we don't, for example, I've just looked at Manteca's sphere of influence, and there's a whole list of parcels that the city has indicated might be subject to annexation within the next 10 to 20 years, and I would like us to at least consider those before we finalize lines to the extent possible. Thank you.
Can we see Manteca? Okay. Any other comments? And that's something that Kennedy, if you could do offline, just make sure that those surrounding spheres of your influence are considered, and when possible, included. All right. let's see, we have general consensus on this district for now. So let's move up back to Sacramento and finish up Sacramento, and then we'll go north.
It's basically done by the county.
And we are at 5:30. So I would like to open up the lines so that the public can get in the queue for testimony. We will be keeping the lines open until 6 o'clock. I don't anticipate we'll accept or we'll start taking public input until after we're done line drawing later this evening. But I'm giving the public an opportunity to get into the queue and to give comment on the work that we're doing today and the maps as they're drawn at this point. So Katie, would you please read the instructions on how to get into the queue? And remember, it'll be the phone lines will be open through 6 o'clock.
Absolutely, Chair. One moment. My instructions wider here. All righty. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 884-6542-9407 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And as the chair said, the queue will be open until 6 o'clock, and we will be taking hands. Now back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Katie.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll continue visualizing. Let's go up to Sacramento. There's another portion of Sacramento that we need another district that hasn't been resolved yet. So we have, that we're still looking through, the Roseville district. So I didn't hear consensus on Roseville. And so wanted to hear from the commissioners who had differing opinion here. And so the question is whether to keep Roseville whole. Commissioner Fernandez, I believe you raised that as a request.
Yes, I would like to keep Roseville whole, and I do understand we do have to do a roundabout way trying to get there. But if possible, I would see if Kennedy can come up with something. We don't need to do it now.
So Kennedy, can you give us the impact of what it would take to get Roseville, and what communities we'll have to split? Because it's really about splitting communities. Which communities we would have to split in order to get Roseville whole?
So I just highlighted the area that is split. It is 20,844 people. Taking this into ECA puts it at a 0.9%, and the Sutter, Yuba, Butte area to a -5. So it's not too far under, but there's not many options as far as we haven't gone over where splits might occur in these counties, but there's only so much from the Nevada, Sierra, Plumas, Lassen, Shasta areas that can go into this district. So we can look at some of the options, which, maybe you move some of this north and then take some of this in. I'm not this as in some of Nevada County in. Move some of Placer County north and then take from possibly Nevada County. It's not too big of a population, but you will have to split somewhere. Some county take something in to get that.
And so we'll need to figure out what we need to split because before we give general direction here. So let's see, Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. On that, I'd say take Glenn and put it in there. I think that's about the same. I don't know what the population is for Roseville.
So the suggestion is to look at Glen.
Right. What do we know what the population is of that little red chunk?
Yes, it is 20,844.
And Glen is,
It's 29,000 approximately.
yeah.
So what would be the impact of doing that swap? Kennedy.
I can make the swap easily right now.
Let's do it.
Okay, so I'm going to put in this part of Roseville, and then I will take in the county of Glen. And that would put Sutter, this Butte Sutter Yuba at 0.56%, and then Lake Napa then goes to a negative 3.94%.
I hear consensus to move forward with this.
Okay, I will make that change.
So at this point, all right, let's make the change.
Chair, can I just ask a question?
Absolutely, Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, so I know you've just made this change, but I'm just trying to understand why keeping Roseville whole, and then I think Glen and Calusa asked to be kept together. Is there a benefit to it?
There are communities that we're going to have, it goes back to the question of, at this point, we're having to make difficult decisions, and we're having to prioritize certain communities over others, and we're making difficult decisions. So if the commission, and this can be undone, but if we have to make a difficult decision, and the decision here is splitting a COI. One COI is the Glen Calusa COI. The other is keeping the Roseville area whole. So let's get comments on this and see if there is general consensus on this change. Commissioner Anderson, you had your hand raised.
Yes, I do. Because remember, this is all based on keeping Cal Inyo in that form and throwing, Mono, Inyo, Alpine up to Siskiyou. And I did not, did we have consensus on that? Because if we don't, we're going to need to mess with this population to fix it. And I really thought we should say yes or no on that. And I, for one, am like, I don't think that's going to fly. Let's just put it that way. When the public hears about this, we'll hear a lot of comment because that's not, there was only one comment about the mono, or a couple, Mono, Inyo, Alpine is in just stay with 395 on the ridge, because everything that came, most of the stuff we got from Mono County itself was those three counties and part of the Gold Country.
Thank you.
That's what they have more in common.
Okay,
so I just want to bring that up now.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner for Nishari.
Yeah, I guess I look at it differently based on the conversation we were having yesterday about it. That, the thought was to keep it with mountainous communities, and I think that's what we've done. It's going to be a long way from wherever they are to wherever their representative is, regardless. So with regard to the Glen move, we've heard from the valley here, the agricultural counties, Tehama, Glen, Calusa, Butte, Yuba, Sutter, wanted to all be together. I think this move achieves as much of that as we can in the assembly at this point. So I think this will be a good move.
Okay, so we have, at this point, any other comments? I'm looking for general consensus on whether to accept this change. because we can always reverse it. And I'm looking in the room. I see general consensus in the room. I see, and so I'm looking at Commissioner Kutagawa. You have your hand raised.
Yeah, I think just for the sake of the public as well as myself, I just want to ask. So I do agree with Commissioner Fornachari on what he created. Is that the map that we're actually looking at right now? Because it doesn't look like it, and so I just want to be clear about that.
It is the map that with some changes that have been made in Sacramento.
Okay, but I see a split between. Okay, I get it. All right, it was that split between where Amador is. That's what was confusing me. I thought that was included in it, but okay. Okay, no, this is fine. Thank you. And I appreciate the explanation because I think that's what the public has also been asking about in terms of some of the moves that we've made. So thank you.
And we have to make difficult decisions. That's where, because if we don't make these decisions, we won't be able to get through the map. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. You know, again, we sort of approach this by seeing what the possibilities are. I like Commissioner Fortashari's idea in theory, but I'm still wrestling with how large of a district that is, and I'm eager to hear what the public has to say about it.
And this is the you're speaking of the mountainous district along Inyo to the Oregon border, essentially.
Correct. I'm sorry if I wasn't specific.
No. I'm just trying to, because we're also looking at this other district, so both are connected, so it makes sense. All right. So at this point we have general consensus on this district right there. The Napa region is still within acceptable deviations. If I Kennedy, is that correct?
Yes, the Lake Napa is now at a negative 3.94%. It is an acceptable deviation.
Okay, so let's deal with the mountainous district at this point, which is the far north corner of Northern California. So we have a mountainous district that goes from Modoc County all the way in Siskiyou, all the way down to Inyo, and this follows some Coy. It also disrupts some Coy, and of course there's. So I want to have discussion on that and figure out the direction for the map drawers. So Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, again, I think my statement applies. I'm eager to, it's so large. I wonder if this challenges our criteria 5. Yes, it is criteria 5, but I'm wondering how it addresses compactness. Thank you.
Let's hear from our council on that. So if we have council on in terms of compactness, and in the meantime, let's continue with Coy. Or not with Coy, but with testimony. So Anderson, and while we get council on the line.
My question, my perspective is exactly what Commissioner Taylor said. Mountainous region, except for we're only taking half the mountain at Inyo, Mono, and Alpine. The Gold Country is certainly mountainous region. There's now a little bit in the Fresno and the Madera and the even bit of Mariposa, which is flat, but they're the same mountain. It's just the other side. So I think we are going to have an issue with compactness.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. We're waiting on council to join us. Let's see. So I'd like to take a look at the southern portions of this district, Inyo and Kennedy. Can you walk us through it? And while you're actually, let's have Mr. Carson. Sorry, Mr. Larson. It's at the end of the day. Mr. Larson, speak to us about compactness and whether this district meets the criteria for compactness, or whether there are changes that he would recommend.
It's okay. I know it's not just a long day, but a long week already.
Weeks.
Long weeks, several weeks. That's right. I mean, look, any district you have out here is going to be massive. And so that obviously decreases the concerns over compactness. As long as you have other bases to justify these lines, which you do, then I would be comfortable with this in terms of compactness, despite its massive size, just because of the way the population is spread out in that area.
And the goal being to, at this point, the way I hear it and the way I've seen it, is that we're connecting mountainous communities together, or rural mountainous communities that have that are connected together in terms of their issues and have similar issues in terms of transportation, even broadband, all sorts of concerns that are united. Let's hear from Commissioner Sinai, Fernandez, and Turner.
Yeah, I see both sides on this one. The main reason we did it, though, I want to bring us back to, it was if we didn't do all mountain, then we had to go into the valleys, and everyone was complaining that we were doing foothills mixed with mountains. There might be some in between. And, I keep going back to thinking through what's going to help for forest management and fire management, because these are the regions that are hit the most with that. And this might work, even though we know that the fires go on both sides of the mountain, not just the east side of it.
Appreciate it. Commissioner Fernandez, and let's also remember that COIs are ranked above compactness. So compactness, in here we're linking COIs, and compactness is a lower ranking criteria. So Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair.
And then Turner.
Thank you. Yesterday, when I brought this up that I wanted to work with this mountainous area, and I didn't limit it to the East Ridge, and then the next person that talked got to limit it to the East Ridge. Mountains, foothills, they deal with the same issues. I just feel that, as Mr. Larson said, as long as you have a basis to justify, I think we're leaving half the mountain out in some of the counties, and maybe it's because we don't want to break up the counties in terms of Tulare, Fresno, Madera, Mariposa, and Tuolumne. But in my opinion, I think if we're going to say it's a mountainous district, we need to include the entire mountain, not just the east. And I realize there's transportations going from east to west, but I just feel that we need to be consistent.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Let's hear Commissioner Turner and then Anderson.
Thank you. So we've had legal to weigh in now. I was just going to say that I thought we'd already had this conversation, and it was the COI testimony that was ranking above compactness. And that's what he said. So I just wanted to name that. The distance, I think, is what has been kind of set based on the geography. And I was thinking that it was going to be the full mountain, but I'm good with this.
And remember, the criteria here that I'm using, at least to move us forward, is can we live with this district? And if you can't, please let us know what the issue that you can't live with is. Commissioner Anderson.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate what people are saying, but we are going against COI by separating Inyo, Alpine, Mono from the other side of the mountain, because they did mention that side of the mountain. And I thought that's where we were going. And we can do this. Sorry, we can do this with Cal Inyo, the NorCal, and the Sutter, Sierra, whatever it is. Those are three districts we have right here. And rearranging with those within those three districts, we could, cut a little short. So we have, Inyo and the Bits Gold Country, that area. And then the one further north, grabbing a little bit of population out of the Sutter, Sutter, that one, essentially. I'm not sure what that would be. We
At this
could do
point,
that.
Commissioner Anderson, at this point, we have COI that conflicts with other COIs in every aspect of the state. And so at this point, we're having to prioritize. So is this a district that you can live with, or is this a district you'd like to modify?
I would like to modify it.
And to modify it so that it incorporates the other side of the mountain in the lower regions is your...
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So let's keep hearing from others and see what others are thinking at this point. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of thoughts on this. When I initially proposed going up the eastern, or up the ridge and including the eastern side, Inyo Mono Alpine, and then what I had said was going up just as far as, Truckee or at most Sierra County and dipping down towards Sacramento for population. What I see very clearly now is that kind of presents us with the choice between respecting, as Commissioner Fornashari said, that kind of northern Sacramento Valley district with Tehama, Butte, Sutter, Yuba, Colusa, or not. And so again, we're faced with this choice between this community of interest that has expressed itself and the other one. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure I feel terribly strongly about either option. I mean, it's a difficult choice.
It's a difficult choice, and both are legitimate COIs. All of these are legitimate COIs. At this point, we'll have Mr. Larson. Your hand is raised, Mr. Larson.
Yeah, I just wanted to unmute there. I was going to make a point similar to one that Commissioner Kennedy just made, which is that not only do you have COI data, COI input in that district at issue when talking about compactness, but keep in mind too, there's COI input that was involved in all of the neighboring districts and reasons why those were drawn the way they were. So that further, adds comfort to, the priorities that were given in drawing that district.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, just say in terms of that kind of Sierra, kind of Inyo Mono Alpine at the very least district. I think the issue is not so much it being all mountain, but how impassable that mountain is during the wintertime, and also the lack of representation that particularly those areas feel they have from their representatives when it's combined with the entirety of the other counties that basically include the valley floor. So for what it's worth, that is something that I wanted to say. Also, we did talk yesterday, along the lines of going up the mountains, maybe taking in up to Truckee. Some COI testimony also did speak to, making that left turn into the more populous areas of Sacramento, and including, again, some of the more suburban, urban areas of Sacramento County. And yet there was also some discomfort with that, or at least that was my interpretation, with including some of those cities in a more mountainous region. Yet I think I want to go back to, what has been said, that these are hard decisions that need to be made and that we can't satisfy everybody. I kind of see it as akin to the conversation that we had about Vineyard and how that's not necessarily, the best fit, but there's perhaps a case to be made. Perhaps the same thing could be said also about, if we need to, if there's a discomfort with how big this district is, making that left turn and going in and including some of the more kind of urban rural areas of Sacramento County. at the same time, I do also want to say, I think Commissioner Pornachari, I could support what he has done. I think it at least keeps some of the more mountainous as well as the more rural agricultural areas of the far north together too, even though it is a very large district.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Fornashari, and then Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, I just want to say, I want to hear specifically what Commissioner Anderson's suggestion was going to be when we get a chance.
Let's hear from Commissioner Yee, then we'll go to Commissioner Anderson so she can formulate her thoughts. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, there's just no, easy, happy solution here. I mean, the current districts, Inyo and Mono, are split. They both go way into the valley. That was the complaint I remember hearing the most from COI testimony, that the representatives always came from the west side of the mountains. So we're changing this drastically to make sure that can't happen, and it may be a representative from hundreds of miles away, and that's a different problem. I feel for anyone who's that far away from their rep, in the same way that I feel for someone who's across an impassable mountain from their rep. So it's a hard choice. I'm willing to go with this, simply because I don't see a lot of options. I don't remember. Maybe I missed that. I don't remember COI testimony trying to keep both sides of the mountains together. The whole point of so much of the COI testimony that I remember is that they're impassable, especially in the winter, barely passable in the summer. And so, or passable only a small number of places in the summer. So that was the challenge. And if we start picking up, trying to rejoin the western side of the mountains with the eastern side, we are going to start changing all the work we did in the Central Valley very quickly. And there may, I don't know, it seems like a wild goose chase to try to do that at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. You actually, I'm testing out a new process. It's 1 minute per commissioner, and you hit it right on time. Like my alarm hit right on the minute mark. Awesome. So we're going to continue with the 1 minute rule. So 1 minute per commissioner. Commissioner Sadwani, and then we're going to Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay, 1 minute. I know I wasn't here yesterday, but was the Roseville piece explored? That seems to make a little more sense to me. I mean, this district, it's just extraordinarily long. My understanding of the testimony, as others have raised, is that Inyo Mono have been put with the Central Valley and didn't like it. They're looking for better representation. And I would just want to hear more about why the Roseville piece wasn't working for folks before we completely dismiss that.
30 seconds. Thank you. Thank you, Christian. Let's see. We have Commissioner Kennedy, and then we're going to go to Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge two things. One, we're going to, if we stick with this, we end up shifting from a representative from the other side of the mountains to very plausibly a representative from Reading. So, is that something that makes any sort of sense? Second of all, as I've said before, we are not in charge of how many offices any legislator has and where they are. They have the flexibility to establish multiple offices within their district. And I would think that sufficient popular pressure on them to establish local offices should be adequate to make sure that those offices appear and function. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to respond to the Roseville piece of it. The purpose of this, or the reasoning behind this district, was it was going to be a mountainous district. Roseville is not a mountain. It's not. It's a suburb of Sacramento, and if it's it would. Oh, I'm just going to stop there.
Okay, Commissioner Kutagawa.
I guess I'll just say at least one person disagrees and calls Rockland, Roseville, Auburn, Placerville, and Folsom a part of the High Sierra community, and that they share the history of the Sierras.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, for the COI testimony. Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, we have, but did Commissioner Turner get called on?
She just, no, she's not, she doesn't have her hand raised at this point. It's just on the screen.
Oh, okay. Yes, I was going to address what Commissioner Fornashari said. You know, what was Commissioner Anderson's idea? And also, though, if you look at most of the Sierra testimony from this area, they almost all say Mono, Inyo, Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa. And then the reason why they don't want to be where they were is because they were with Fresno and Bakersfield. You can't get there unless you drive around. So I'd like to go ahead and give my idea if you want to hear it.
Let's hear your idea, so we'll give you another minute.
The NorCal, the Inyo Mono Alpine fits with the Cal Inyo if you delete Amador. So a switch Amador would then go into, what's it? I don't know what the one north is. And then those, you could actually, if you add Glen to, Colusa to Glen, that area. Sorry, can we go further north so I can finish the whole idea? And then the NorCal, if you add Sierra and all of Nevada and parts of Placer or Eldorado, it'll be a trade.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. That was impressive. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I guess I'd be curious to see more of that trade. My understanding in it being a mountainous region, I thought it was potentially to go all the way up to Lake Tahoe, because what I saw it as in my mind was, yes, mountainous, but in particular recreational. And I don't see Lassen and Siskiyou as beautiful areas, but I think that is more as like agricultural ranching as opposed to, areas where people are going for recreation. So I'd be curious to explore this more or to have Kennedy work on it offline. I actually think we've had visualizations of this differently in the past. I don't know what the full impact of the map would be, but
Thank you, Commissioner.
Inyo to the Oregon border, it doesn't sit well with me.
Okay, Commissioner Sadwani, Commissioner Fornashari.
So I just want to be clear, you're suggesting to put Inyo, Mono, and Alpine in Cala Inyo?
Commissioner Anderson, could you
Yes.
please respond?
Yes, basically do what we had before. And the bugaboo here is the portion of Fresno and Madera, which is why we have all these issues, but we're stuck with it.
Hang on. Okay, I just want to be crystal clear. You're proposing we put it back so that they're the main hub of where these three counties are going to be represented is Fresno.
It's a trade-off, right?
Yes.
So it's
Okay,
either...
okay. I mean, because this was the whole conversation we had yesterday to get away from that, and I just want to make sure we're clear that we're going back. I mean, I only tried to adapt this into the north to find a compromise because there was feelings that we couldn't live with it, being centered in Fresno, and I'm fine with that, putting it back where it is. I just want to make sure we're all crystal clear that that's the proposal.
Well, that is an issue, but I don't see if we could just leave it like this and see what the public has to say.
Commissioner Anderson,
and
thank
don't
you.
switch it.
So let's go back to the Commissioner Furnishar. Did you wrap up your thought there?
No. I'm fine with what Commissioner Anderson is proposing. I just want to make sure we all understood what that meant. Okay.
Yeah, so, because we did have visualization with the visualization, and actually the draft maps had the proposed district that Commissioner Anderson has suggested. So let's go to Commissioner Akutagawa. Commissioner Turner, remember 1 minute.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little perplexed too, because I think, Commissioner Anderson, you and I both heard the concerns about a seat being centered around the valley floor, and, you know, anyways, going.
Usually when I need to be at my flight's at 7:30,
Commissioner
usually I'll be
Sinai?
there by, sorry.
You're not muted, okay. Do I get more time?
Continue. Yes, you get more time, Commissioner Akutagawa. Sorry about that.
You know, I did note in trying to, again, just quickly skim through the COI testimony again, it did seem like the bigger concerns seem to be around like Fresno, Madera counties. I'm wondering if we could take in more of maybe Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, if that'll help perhaps with some of the concerns and make it a little bit more compact, and then try to incorporate in Lake Tahoe, as Commissioner Sadwani had said, and others have said about it being more recreational centered. Maybe that's a solution, and keep it a little bit more compact.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're doing what we keep saying we're not. We're back in the exact same place. And there was the concern about being governed too heavily by Fresno or any of these other areas. And I thought yesterday we wanted to do something more like what's here, and now we're back again, and I just wanted to name that.
And I appreciate that, because we need to make a decision here, because we're at a decision point, whether we're going to stick with a mountainous district that goes from Inyo to the Oregon border, or whether we're going to pivot back to the original concept. And so that's the decision point here. And the question is, can we live with this district? I'm starting to see a consensus that we can, a general consensus. I want to hear from Commissioner Anderson. And then anyone who cannot live with this district, please also join the queue. Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, and I think what was really throwing me is that we've just created a Gold Country Fresno area. It's been switched from what was kind of around just a Tahoe area, but that is a really concern. Commissioner Akutagawa and everyone's completely right. You know, the Fresno idea being Inyo, Mono, El Dorado, they didn't want it. Of course, neither did Gold Country, but that's the way it's going to go. And so I think, you know, sure, let's put it out there. And I'm actually concerned more issues on the other side too, on the west side of this whole area. But so I'll say, go ahead.
Thank you. So it looks like if there is I don't see any hands raised with concerns. If you have concerns, please raise them out now. Otherwise, we're sticking to this district. It's a mountainous district from the Inyo to the Oregon border. And I mean, it's a difficult decision. We're having to make a decision point here. Commissioner Sadwani.
I'm still stuck on this piece around Roseville. I don't understand why we're not considering that as an option. I understand it's a more suburban area, but we also just kept Vineyard in an agricultural district, right? I mean, like, I those are some of the tough choices that have to be made. And I'm not sure if I understand the rationale for why that's worth exploring as an option.
Yeah, we're having to prioritize communities of input and COIs, and so I want to hear from those who want to speak about the Roseville, because ultimately that is the reason why.
And we definitely had COI testimony suggesting, you know, coming out that way into Roseville to help populate this district.
Okay, so Commissioner Fernandez.
Right. It was the consistent verbiage of go all the way up and then come into Roseville. But there's also been COI testimony to keep Roseville close to Sacramento because it is a suburb of Sacramento. So again, tough decisions.
That was very, very brief. Thank you so much, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of our one of our criteria we're using to evaluate COI input is where that COI input is coming from, right? And that the COI input to go to Roseville was coming from Mono, Inyo, and Alpine, and the COI input we're getting from the Roseville area in general is to stay with to stay in that area. So that, I mean, that's part of it for me.
Thank you. And at this point, I'm looking around the room and also and I'm seeing a general consensus that we can live. We may not like all of this, but we can live with it. And that's where we are at this point, making tough decisions because that's our job. So let's go up to. We're sticking to this one, and we are moving. We did all of Sacramento. We did the northern part of California. Let's do the western part into Napa and then into the Bay Area. Let's go.
If I may.
Oh, thank you, Kelly. You may have additional advice for us.
Just in this, you asked me to take a look at bumping this up a little bit more. And so just some of the things that I looked at were, I don't know how you would feel about it, but moving West Park into Merced, Fresno bumps it to a 51%. And then another option that you had me look at was moving Parlier into here. And issue arises because that brings this Kings Tulare percentage up to almost, I think maybe a little over 5%. This is also at 4.24%. So balancing those between each other gets difficult, and this drops to about a 51%. So I can show you either of those. That's the kind of route that it takes bringing those in. And then also when balancing that brings this to about a 51% as well. When just moving West Park brings us up to 51, and this stays at 53.
Great. So
And then moving all of these, like trying to move this in, brings down the CVAP here, and then adds a lot of people, but does not give much to the CVAP to boost it.
Okay, so our options at this point is, let's take one at a time. So one was to one option raise the CVAP in the Merced Fresno area, and what was that option? I think you're on mute.
I am. My apologies.
No worries. Absolutely.
So to bring in West Park, which I can quickly show you what that looks like. And so just bringing in this portion alone bumps the CVAP to a 51.01. So it's not too much higher, but it does get to 51%, and this stays at 53%.
So thank you for doing the sleuthing on that. That was the goal. Goal was to increase the CVAP in the Merced Fresno area. Any concern with this change?
Just a quick, what is the percentage in both, because of the deviations in both then?
So the deviation for both of those, moving West Park brings Merced.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, sorry,
Got
here.
it. Thank you.
Circle that.
So I see a consensus to accept this change. So thank you so much, Kennedy, for looking that up and doing the sleuthing. Great work. All right. Next change. What's the next proposed change?
So I would have to move West Park back out. So that's kind of what that looks like. But then I also was told to look at bringing in Parlier here. And so in doing that, it raises the deviations rather high. And so balancing that out, I had to raise the line. I raised this line a bit higher in Fresno, on the border of Merced, Fresno, and Fresno, by the 99 over in the northwestern part. I moved it higher to get in more population, but it drops the CVAP, taking out Parlier and moving that line a bit higher to about 51%. And so that drops it lower than what you had asked me to do.
It also changes the deviations if I'm saying it this
Yes,
correctly.
and this deviation becomes a bit too high in Kings to Larry. It goes to about 5%. And so then balancing it with the Tulare Kern because starts to ripple, but also because Tulare Kern is at a 4.24, it can't accept much more population.
So I'm saying let's take some hands, Commissioner Turner, and then
Thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Kennedy, you said raising the line over in West Fresno. Can you zoom in and show me what that was? So you haven't done it. This is just what you're suggesting? Or did
Yes,
you
this
raise
was
it?
just a suggestion. I can, if you give me one moment, I'm going to snapshot just what we have here, and then I can return to that snapshot to show you, since we had made changes here. And I can show you what the other change looks like. So one moment. So I moved the line using COI testimony. Let me zoom in closer so that you can see. It was the testimony we were talking about. Last time we spoke about the Black Hub, and they proposed going across here, and we saw that that made too big of a change, so we just decided not to do that. But their line came all the way across this street, which I believe is West Shaw. So I moved it up to West Shaw Avenue, and that does have quite a bit of people. So that changed the deviation to a 4.74%. And then the Latino CVAP goes to a 51.73. And so I had to do that again because I switched out Parlier and put Parlier into the Kings Tulare. And an additional, that was about 5%. So I had to take some out. So I just dipped into Tulare Kings, and this line went straight across, and I dipped in, took some out, and gave it to Tulare Kern. So that is at a 4.56, and this is at a 4.96 to balance those two with each other.
Thank you.
Kennedy, can you remind us what the CVAPs were before and what they are now in the proposed districts?
Yes, so this one was a 50.94. Let me bring up the label. So this one was a 50.94%. This here was a 53.1%. This was a 54%. So it did raise to 55 here in Kings Tulare. And this one was at, this was not VRA consideration in Tulare Kern. So this one rose in Kings Tulare about 1%, but this one dropped from 53.1 to 51.73. And this one rose from 50.9 to 51.45%.
So let's hear from council to see if these are within acceptable ranges.
So I will say that I don't love going from 53 to 51 in the Fresno one, while going from 54 to 55 in Kings Tulare. I am uncomfortable with that at this point in that particular area with the 51.
Thank you, council. Commissioner Kutagawa, and then Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, just a question. Kennedy, would you be able to share the CVAP for all of the different populations in these areas? Is that possible?
Yes, one moment.
And was there any change also in those CVAPs as well too? I don't know if it's possible to show that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're waiting for that. Let's hear from Commissioner Turner.
I'm actually going to ask for something on the map, so I wanted to,
So I think Commissioner Turner is going to ask for something on the map in a second. So let's look at this first, and then we'll go to Commissioner Turner. Can you read those off, Kennedy, for us? I think you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I was also putting up the label for the changes as well, so I can
thank you.
those off to you.
Okay.
So previously, the Latino CVAP was 50.94, and this is for Merced Fresno, and it is now at 51.45. The Black CVAP before was at 5.19 in Merced Fresno, and it's now at 4.65. And then we have a Asian CVAP of 7.32 previously, and now it is a 6.84%. Indigenous CVAP was 0.9%, 96%, and now it's 0.93%. And then white CVAP was 34%, and it's still at 34%. And then moving into Fresno, we have a Latino CVAP of a 51.73% when it was previously 53.13. We have Black CVAP of 8.17%, and it was previously 7.71%. We have Asian CVAP of 11.48%, and before it was 11.5%. And then white CVAP is at 26.76% now, when it was at 26.23 before. And then lastly, Kings Tulare. We have now at 55.07%, and it was at 54.07%. The Black CVAP is at 3.02%, and it was at 3.07. Asian CVAP is at 4.23%, and it was previously at 1.35%. And then we have Indigenous, it was previously 4.23, and it was previously 4.29, and it is now 4.23 in Kings Tulare. Then Indigenous CVAP is at 1.33%, and it was previously 1.35. White CVAP is currently 35.3%, and it was before 36.18%.
Thank you. And I am hearing and saying some discomfort with the lowering of the CVAP in the Fresno area. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. Kennedy, in the Kings Tulare area, you talked about moving Parlier. Is that where it is? Can you drill in?
Yes, I moved it over.
To be with Reedley?
Yes, it is with Reedley.
Okay. And then Riverdale, where's Riverdale?
Riverdale is here in the Fresno district. It's Riverdale and Lanier are right at the border, right above Kings Tulare and east of the Merced Fresno, but in the Fresno district.
Okay. And so Kings Tulare is at the top end as well as Fresno. So, okay. And then, okay. Yeah, I was trying to see. Can you put on the heat map for the CVAP, for Latina CVAP, please?
Yes, one moment.
We went the wrong way somewhere with those.
In the meantime, Commissioner Anderson, did you have a comment?
Yes, I do, Chair. Yeah, I'm just wondering, why are we doing this one if it's lowering the CVAPs? I don't get it.
We haven't moved. We haven't decided to move forward with this. the request was to a recommendation. Well, the direction had been to explore the possibility of adding Parlier is it the Kings two-layer
And
district? Thank you.
Yes, but was that for CVAP or for COI?
It was for COI. It was for COI, and so that's why it's for exploration. And the direction was we would move it if it didn't impact the CVAP. So that's why we're bringing it here and seeing if there's any way to include it without impacting the CVAP, or
And was
actually
that-
with hopefully raising the CVAP.
Yeah, was that the only move that was made?
There were a couple moves that were made, if I remember correctly, Kennedy. That
Yes, you can see where in the green lines where it used to be. So moving Parlier out, this needed population. And so that is where using COI testimony from the shape files that were sent and talked about previously from the Black Hub, I moved the line up to East Shaw here to grab in more population. And I went around and grabbed this outside part of Fresno, brought that in as well, to raise the population here and try to keep it at a higher CVAP
Yeah.
as I could.
So we definitely don't want to lower the CVAP. I'm wondering, was there an option
This is going to take forever.
bringing in, I hope not, Commissioner Lamont. I wonder if there's an option of bringing Lanier down, changing the line there into Kings.
Pulling
Nope,
Lanier.
Nope, that's okay, because that'll go across. Is that the county line there?
Yes, this is the county line and Kings County is whole.
Okay, got it. All right.
let's hear from Commissioner Fernashari, Yee, and Fernandez.
I was just wondering about that little bump you have up at Tarpe Village, and I thought I recall reading that not to have that in the VRA district, but it looks like there's some CVAP there, and populations are pretty everywhere, pretty much on the high end to start moving stuff around. I just wanted to see. I didn't know if anybody else had a feeling about that.
I also would like to mention that this was due to keeping COIs together. There's COI testimony for the Hmong community to Tarpe Village. So when we spoke about it before, we wanted to keep that COI together.
Okay. Does it, Kennedy, does it impact the CVAP if we were to take it out? 'Cause at this point, we're looking at where the goal is the CVAP. It's community of interest. We're trying to keep communities of interest together, but if we can't, we can't. So can you highlight that area and see if it would impact the CVAP? And in the meantime, let's look at Commissioner Yee and Kennedy.
While we're in Fresno, I'm wondering if we ever addressed that request from the Sikh community in Fresno concerning the line at Shields to move that down to Clinton, I believe. And there was an area by the train tracks in 99 that they wanted included. I'm sorry, I don't have it all worked out. One of the many inputs was data item 30272. It's 30272. Just wondering if we got to that. I remember we recently got a call from someone who noted that we had not.
Can you just adding that area increase the CVAP, decrease the CVAP, keep it the same?
I think it's a very small change.
Yes, it does increase it slightly.
How much?
By 0.2.
Oh, so it's pretty slight.
Yeah,
Okay,
plus the deviation is over now.
And the deviation would be over. So let's keep it together, especially because it's COI. Commissioner Fernandez, and then, or rather, is it Fernandez and then Kutagawa?
Initially, I wasn't going to. I was just going to go down because I know that another one of our community's interests, if you keep going south a little bit, was to keep Fowler, Selma, and Kingsburg together. But I don't think that'll be an even swap with Parlier.
No, and we're dealing with
Yeah.
VRA districts that are
Right. And
that are on the lower
believe,
end.
Yeah, and I believe Kingsburg was, I think that should be high in Latino. So I was trying to think of boosting up Fresno's that way.
All right, so let's hear from Commissioner Kutagawa, and then if not, we will if not, we'll give general direction to Kennedy, and then move on to the northern part of the state. Commissioner
And-
Kutagawa.
Kingsburg actually lowers the CVAP if added to Fresno.
I think we've done so
It's
many
changed.
visualizations in this area because it is a VRA area. I think any change is going to be very difficult, unless they're minor refinements. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, a few questions. One, is West Park included in the current numbers right now? I think it is, right?
Yes, it is in Fresno currently.
Can you just remind me again why we're adding this when the CVAP was higher? Was it to just try to up the Merced Fresno number?
We were exploring this possibility to try to unify a African American COI.
Okay.
If I thought
okay.
it was for Parlier.
The first option I showed was
Oh,
just
sorry, it's wrong community of interest. Sorry about that.
the first option I showed was just moving West Park, and it bumped the CVAP from 50.94 to 51.01, and that was one option I took. The next option was trying to get Parlier down with Reedley and into Kings to Larry, and so I moved things accordingly to try to make that work.
And those were because of COIs?
That's my understanding.
That was my direction. That was direction given to me.
So the first one was for CVAP purposes. The direction was to try to get the CVAP in the Merced Fresno area. Then the second, I believe, was for COI input regarding communities of interest.
Okay, so I am just wondering too if I know that the Tarpey Village there's a Hmong Koi there. Would it lift the CVAP in Fresno enough? Because I think that's what I'm focused on too. I think 51.73, I think there seems to be a general sense that this is a little low, and that if we can incorporate in enough of that, because it looks pretty red, and try to keep that whole COI together. Are there other parts of this Fresno current district that could be moved out enough to bring that deviation down?
We just we tried to move this part out, and it did not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, we're at decision point. So the question becomes Parlier. It doesn't look like we were able to increase the CVAP. Do we want to give general input direction to have Kennedy explore possibilities in this area, or do we want to move on, not reverse the Parlier and move on? Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I think, are they mutually exclusive? Can't she just do the first part that did increase it and accept that?
Yes, absolutely.
And then, okay.
Yeah, so we accepted the first one, if I remember correctly, Kennedy. We have not?
No, I was just showing you both options.
Okay.
And so I hadn't gotten direction to approve, to make a change for either of those.
So let's go to the first one, and then let's do that increased the Merced Fresno.
Okay, one moment. That's on a separate snapshot, so I'm going to change to that snapshot now. So now here, that part of West Park is highlighted. Let me make this a bit bigger for you to see. And so we have the Latino CVAP at 50, my apologies. I got caught there. We have the Latino CVAP go from 50.94 to 51.01, and then the Fresno goes from 53.13 to 53.07. So they stay relatively similar, and the deviations as well stay pretty similar. Merced Fresno goes from 2.45 to 2.78, and Fresno goes to 1.58 from 1.92. You could explore going more into the city of Fresno, but just not wanting to split COIs or anything in Southwest Fresno. I just took in West Park, but we can explore taking more also if you want it to be higher.
So we're at 50, we would be at 51.01% in this area.
Correct.
With this change. And I think we have a consensus to move forward with it. I'm looking at the room. Commissioner Kutagawa. Yeah, so we have a general consensus.
I have it, yeah, I have a different question.
Okay, general consensus on this. Let's accept this and let's move on to the next question, Kutagawa, and then after that we're going to the north.
Yeah, so my question was back to what Commissioner Yee had asked about the, I believe it was the Punjabi. Yeah, the Punjabi Sikh community, and I know Kennedy said it was a very minor increase. Is it an increase or decrease to the CVAP?
I have not looked at moving the line to Clinton Avenue. This is here, Clinton. I believe that is what, correct me on where to move the line.
Commissioner Gee?
The COI was to move it south to Clinton and also pick up that area along the train tracks in 99, that little, yeah.
So let's highlight it pretty quickly and take a look at what the impact to this Latino CVAP would be for both Fresno and Merced. And the deviations.
Yes, so with that highlighted, it brings Merced Fresno Latino CVAP down from 51.01 to 50.79. And it brings the deviation from 2.78 to a 4.92.
So yeah, so it's bringing it down the Latino CVAP at this point. So do we want to give, I'm asking the commission, do we want to give general direction to explore possibilities in this area, or do we want to move on to the north? Unfortunately, we're making difficult decisions right now. Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Yee.
You know, there were so many calls. I don't know what to say. I wish I knew exactly where the distribution of the Sikh community is so we could maybe reduce the size of this change, but I don't know what it is.
Commissioner Kutagawa, and
perhaps seeing the Asian CVAP, if that's okay, would help maybe with what, because that's why I lowered my hand earlier. I'm still kind of trying to think about this, so.
Okay, let's
One
look
moment
at
while I pull that up.
Let's take a look at that. And I'd also like to ask council, in this area, do we see Asian cohesion, because it is a VRA council, do we see cohesion with the Asian and Latino community in terms of voting?
So to give you a firm answer, I need to go back and check notes. My recollection right now is that in this area, we did not see as much cohesion there.
So if we're adding, we also need to increase the Latino CVAP. Okay, so Commissioner Turner?
Yes, thank you. So the COI testimony for the Sikh community, 21757, I believe it is. So I'm going to read it in case it's helpful for this area. Thank you for adjusting the 11.7 assembly visualization lines in the Fresno area to keep many Hmong COIs whole and grouped together in a proposed Latino VRA district. We appreciate commissioners hearing feedback from the Hmong community and responding with instructions to prevent this community from being divided and disempowered. However, The assembly lines in the 11-7 visualization cuts through an important Punjabi Sikh community interest that straddles both sides of Highway 99 and puts them into 3 different districts. This Khoi should be kept whole and in a Fresno-based district rather than a Merced-based district as part of the community as in the current visualizations. Asian Americans Advancing Justice recently resent a shapefile via email on behalf of this community on November 2nd to make sure their commission understands its boundaries. The same boundary splits the Punjabi Sikh Khoi into 3 districts, also divides a Muslim Khoi near the Masjid border, and Hmong Khoi that also straddles Highway 99. Please see the attached screenshot for more context. These Khois are overlapping, so they may be a little harder to view, but the commission should have received shapefiles for all of them.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sadwani.
I was just going to say, I think what would be great at this point in the night is if we could give direction to Kennedy to take a look at those shape files and give us a sense of where they are and what impact, if we made the change, what impact that would have on these districts.
I have those Khois and I've looked at them, and there are a lot. I could even turn them all on right now to show you. They're kind of all over, but in trying to keep CVAP at levels, like you're seeing a lot of them that are together. This one was split. That one I kept whole. This one was also split. There's some that were, some that, those 2 are overlapping the past 2. And so in trying to keep CVAP at levels that are acceptable, it's been hard to keep all of them together.
These are difficult decisions in VRA areas, you know. It's tough. Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Turner, Commissioner Sadwani, and we do want to go up to the northern part of the state at some point. Commissioner Yee.
You're amazing, Kennedy. VRA is higher than communities of interest. I'll take a closer look as well, but it looks like we may not be able to do this.
Thank you. And so let's, Commissioner Yee is going to take a closer look and please, Kennedy, if you have an opportunity, take a look if there's a way to incorporate that community of interest without lowering the Latino CVAP and preferably raising it. All right, let's go to the north. So we're going to the northwest. Commissioner Yee?
Sorry, and so this change here, moving it down to Clinton Avenue, you decided to not do it.
Yes, we're not doing it.
Okay.
We're moving to the north. So we're going up to the Humboldt border, and then we're going to be working down and into the Bay Area. Hopefully we'll have consensus pretty quickly in the North Coast and move down to the Bay Area so we can focus our attention there.
Chair, I'm wondering if I can go ahead with the San Francisco proposal I have, since that's already prepared. And but we don't have Tamina here. Oh, she is here.
Yeah, so
there
let's.
she is. Okay. Tamina, aka Kennedy.
Well, since we've worked, so how about we do yours? We do that next because it will go across the Golden Gate Bridge. So let's do the North Coast first, and then we'll go to just because we want to finish all Northern California, and we'll go into Sacramento, into the across the Golden Gate Bridge.
Sure.
So let's just do it pretty quickly, and I think we'll have consensus on here. I think we've had so much conversation already. So Commissioner Anderson, any concern in this district?
Just one.
Okay.
And that would be for very specific purposes, trying to get the correct lands together. We, at one point, said, they said, okay, we'd like to have half of Siskiyou combined to the north coast, or that little corner of Humboldt. So we did that. But then, after all the comments, we actually heard from that particular group that said, thank you very much for trying it, but we don't want to do that, and could you please make Humboldt whole again?
Yes, so what is your recommendation?
I would like to make Humboldt whole in the North Coast section.
Okay. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I think I heard that differently. I think we can check it. My recollection is that the desire was to put all the tribal groups, the Yurok and the Karuk, together in one district. That would happen by putting Western Siskiyou with Del Norte and Humboldt. Splitting it this way does split the Karuk from the Yurok, but it keeps the Karuk whole. That was my understanding.
Okay, and Commissioner Anderson? So how about we look at that testimony before, we can take a look at that testimony. We can have, I believe it's, we can have the line drawers take a look at that testimony and reconcile that.
Yeah, I did think that that was originally the request. And then, because there's, all the feedback and stuff. And I was very surprised. I went, oh, okay. And because they did withdraw that and said, but whatever you do, if you can't do all of Siskiyou County, please don't then cut us up in Humboldt. They said, please keep Humboldt whole. They talked about their schools and how they need to stick with the county. And so that was what they did say.
I believe in the latest letter from the Karuk tribe, they are requesting to be with the North Coast, but if that's not possible, they would like to just be kept whole within Siskiyou is the correspondence that we received, but we will verify that.
Was that after, because this was a public testimony? I don't know what was
that was the letter that we got from the tribal chair, and I think it's in the record, so we would have to take a look at it. We could take a look at it during. We have to go to break in a minute, so we could take a look at it and then come back. Or Commissioner Yee, did you have?
No, that's fine. We can check it. I mean, it's a very small amount of population either way, so it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And court reporter. So we will go to break and come back in 15 minutes. So 7 o'clock. Thank you, Christian. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are in the North Coast, focused around the border between Del Norte and Humboldt at this time. We did look at the public input from the Karuk tribe. It appears that they, while they would like to have the Siskiyou portion of their tribe connected to the coast, they are also understanding of the fact that that may not be possible for population or other reasons, but they do request, and at this point I would honor that request, or try to honor that request, that Humboldt be kept whole as it is in the Humboldt be kept whole, so that the communities that live in the Humboldt County can remain in the Humboldt County representation area. So that would be a change of 501 people. Very slight changes to everything. Do I see any opposition or any concerns with this change? It's 500 people. There is consensus in the room to move forward, and I do want to let the public know that that it's dinner time, so we're having dinner, so some commissioners may be offline or off camera. So I see consensus in the room with adding the Humboldt portion back. So we will implement Commissioner Anderson's initial request to add that portion back. And that are we still within reasonable deviations?
We are. Resulting deviation of N coast is 0.72% and of NORCA is 3.42%.
Thank you. So let's look at the whole district, and I believe at this point, let's make sure that everyone is comfortable and can live with this district. So this is Del Norte. This is Sonoma up all the way to the Del Norte border, encompassing Trinity County. It is a coastal district. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Just a quick question. Now I'm confused again. I thought we were adopting Commissioner Fornachari's suggested map. No, is that not true?
This is Commissioner Fornachari's map.
I thought it split Siskiyou.
It does not split Siskiyou. Commissioner Furnishari's map does not split Siskiyou.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So this is the map that it's very similar to a draft map, with the exception that we've added the corner of Humboldt. So this is the coastal district. Seeing no let's hear from Commissioner Russell Yee.
Just wanted to emphasize the change that we just made, returning the corner of Humboldt, the northeast corner of Humboldt to Humboldt, was at the request of the Karuk tribe, even though it's a bit counterintuitive. It gives them a presence in Humboldt that the corner move would not have. So they've decided to ask to remain in Humboldt.
Yes, and of course their preference would have been to be with the Siskiyou, for all of their tribe to be within Siskiyou, but this is a compromise that they were willing to accept. All right, so let's move on to Sonoma Marin. Mostly, so we see Marin County, Petaluma, and neighboring areas. Any concerns with this district? The changes that Commissioner Furnishari made are appropriate, and they're the minor refinements that were made. Seeing no hands raised, no concern, we will move forward with this district. This district looks appropriate, and let's go into San Francisco. At this time in San Francisco, we do have a map that was prepared. It's in your handouts. It's also on the public handouts section of our website that looks at the dividing line within the city of San Francisco. So I will turn it over in a second to Commissioner Yee to walk us through some of the changes in the proposed changes in San Francisco.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, a fairly major change to the draft map of San Francisco. Major in some ways, not major in other ways. It's a major change because it's a significant change from our draft, but it's not a major change because it actually is closer to the 2011 border, which a lot of people liked. As I reviewed COI testimony, received a few likes on our draft, basically from individuals who liked the fact that their communities weren't split. But overall, by far, mostly negative feedback on our draft map. And so I worked with our line drawers to prepare this proposal. This proposal is much more north-south, whereas our draft had been more northeast, southwest. So it's much more north-south. It reunites several communities that have been split. The African American community, a lot of history and community ties and cultural ties between the Fillmore and Bayview Hunter Point is united in this map. The Latino community in the Mission and the Outer Mission are united in this map. The LGBTQ community in the Castro and Bernal Heights is united in this map. And the API community in the Visitation Valley and Bernal Heights, Bayview Hunters Point and Chinatown are all united in this map where they had been split in the previous map. The deviation is a bit high in the east. I'm wondering, I didn't get time to, but there's a possibility we could move the line on Van Ness slightly east to perhaps Hyde, but I don't know that area well enough to make that move without input from others. So
let's get some input from others. And how can we look at the deviations of both districts on the screen, Tamina, so we can? Yeah, so the deviations aren't out of compliance, but there is potential to balance those, and I think that's what that you're referring to, Commissioner Yee.
That's right.
So it's a balancing of those. Any suggestions on balancing the deviations, Commissioner Fernandez, Anderson, and Fornashari, and we'll go back to the 1 minute rule.
Let me mention quickly, this involves no changes to the peninsula.
Okay, thank you. So 1 minute.
I think you mentioned this, but I just want to ensure, from from Equality California, it was, didn't want to divide Bernal from Twin Peaks. So is that,
Unfortunately, I believe Twin Peaks is divided here. I would have wanted to go on the other side of Twin Peaks, but the deviation is
it would go
the wrong
opposite?
way. So we could move, the line on Van Ness even farther
Mhm.
east if we want to pick up Twin Peaks.
Yeah, I was just going off of the communities of interest. If that's possible, I would like to look at that, maybe.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, thank you, Russell, for putting this together for us. The one thing I'm not quite sure if we could zoom in on, I'm not sure we got the Fillmore in here. And the Fillmore is between California at the north and Presidio at the south. Between, California at the north is between Presidio and Go. Can you go in on Western Addition, please? Zoom in there to see if we did incorporate it.
Tamina, do you know if we incorporated that area?
There are, of course, different definitions of the Fillmore, and I went with one that specified.
I'm sorry,
Geary.
what do you mean by incorporate?
Were you able to include the Fillmore area? And I hear from Commissioner Yee that there's different definitions for the Fillmore.
I'm sorry, incorporated in which side?
In with Bay Point, with the Bayview.
With east.
Where's California Street?
Okay, so let's go to Commissioner Fornashari while we're looking for.
It isn't there.
For the map.
It's right there.
I just want to understand where the bottom of the district is. It wasn't obvious whenever we get a chance.
The Fillmore.
We don't have.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so let's look at for the Fillmore, and then after that we'll go look at the whole map from the
It's right
bottom.
where it says Western Addition right now. It's that area.
It's actually between, it's between, Russell, where are you getting the definition? Because I have it as the, below California, between, it's kind of jumping around Japantown.
Well, that's the question. Does it include Japantown and so forth?
No, well, no, it doesn't have a little carve out for Japantown, but, and it's between the Fillmore, which you can see which runs sort of north-south, California, in that area. And then, if you could expand a little bit, that little corner we should be going in.
So given that we're within compliance for deviation, perhaps we can give general direction to Tamina. If everyone is more or less comfortable with this map, and we're potentially trying to unify the two COIs that Commissioner Fernandez raised, and also the Fillmore into the east, if we might be able to give some general direction. We may or may not. We may need to do it in live drawing, but we'll see. Commissioner Fornashari?
Something might have to come out.
Everything we're talking about is moving east, and we need to move people west.
Yeah. So, so the line going up Van Ness is going to have to move farther and farther east.
And that's the challenge here is the need to move population west
what about where
when our
Commissioner
COIs are in
Fornashari said
the east.
south? The south end of the map?
Can you zoom out?
So it basically comes down 280 all the way to the city border and picks up the outer mission along there.
Is it under where it says Little Hollywood? Is that that black line? That's the southern border of the eastern side? Is that the southern border?
That's the southern border of the city, yes.
Of the district?
Of the district and the city and the county.
Okay, gotcha.
Can you zoom out a little bit more, Tamina, so we can see the both districts, where they land? All right, so I'm looking for suggestions on what to move to the east, to the western side. Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Fornashari, Commissioner Fernandez, and then Akutagawa.
I will say I'm kind of with Russell. I have to throw Russian Hill or Nob Hill in there. Not exactly what I'd like, but I'd like to see the numbers. I mean, what does it change to if we add Twin Peaks and add the Fillmore?
Repeat that again. What would you add to the west?
To the west, I believe we'll have to, as Commissioner Yee said, move that line further east. The one vertical line, move that further east.
The line along Van Ness
Which
to
would-
move it eastward to Hyde, perhaps.
Yes.
And then let's hear Commissioner Fernandez and Akutagawa. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez yields to Commissioner Akutagawa. And in the meantime, we're looking at potentially moving the line to, is it Hyde Street, Commissioner Yee?
That's one possibility, yes.
So potentially this is something that we might be able to do and give a direction to Mina.
That's fine. So the instruction would be to include Twin Peaks, expand the Fillmore, although it would be great to get more input on a definition of the Fillmore, and then to move the line along Van Ness eastward to adjust the population.
Okay, is that the order you would like me to try this? Or did you want me to move to Hyde first and then see how much of Twin Peaks we would take?
We could do this offline if you want to, Chair, or we could do this now.
If you just give general direction, then afterwards you can work with Tamina. So let's do general direction here. So I think you just gave general direction.
Yeah.
So general direction has been given, and then we can do refinements of this. But overall, it's discretion to move within this line. I think the commission, my general sense is that the commission is comfortable with this, but we do want to see and explore the possibility of adding those COIs into the appropriate or the incorporate those COIs and also maintain the deviations at reasonable levels. Tamina?
Yes, Chair, if you don't mind, I will need, because I don't have the Fillmore as a neighborhood here, boundaries that you would like me to see preserved.
So at this point, we're going to be asking the public to give us a little bit more definition about the Fillmore and the area that constitutes the Fillmore. So we'll be getting that.
I can give a definition here.
Certainly, and we'll also be asking the public to provide, because we're getting public input on this. So we'll take a look at and review the public comment and COI information we have from the public, as well as any information that we have from Commissioner Anderson and Yee. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, Tamina, can you zoom out just a little bit? Thank you. And then go south. So actually right there. Is that Heights Ashbury?
Haight Ashbury.
So is that a community line to the, yes. So maybe we can possibly move some of that population to the west?
That would help.
No? Did you say no?
That would help.
Oh, that would help, yes. So could we, but you said no. In order to keep that community together, does that make sense, Tamina?
Yes, take in the eastern part of
Yes.
Haight Ashbury into West San Francisco.
Perfect, yes. And can you move down? Not necessarily zoom, I just, the other way. Sorry, my down. my down, you're up. I just wanted to see where the lines were. Can you keep going? Thank you. And I know you already did this with, okay, I see what you did with all that. Okay, thank you. Oh, and then just Twin Peaks.
So let's just hear from Commissioner Kutagawa, Fernashari, and Turner, and then this is something that we can give direction to Tamina to work through the visualization and refine this a little bit more, because it seems like we're very comfortable with the direction that we're moving in. Commissioner Fernashari? Oh, Kutagawa and then Fernashari, sorry.
Yeah, I did read that since I believe Commissioner Yee spoke about keeping some of the communities of color, there is the Japantown Koi. I think it consists of one block by 2 blocks or something like that up in that Fillmore area. And I don't know, as Tamina, you're going to be working to see about, I think I heard you're going to try to incorporate that into this East San Francisco district, but I'd like to just point out if that could be, there was some koi testimony to keep the Japantown Koi and the Chinatown Koi together in the same district.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa, Commissioner Fornashari, and then Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, just kind of a general observation. If you look at the Bay Area, San Francisco deviation is fairly high. But as we go down to the South Bay, it gets low. So if we could, somehow walk some population south, I think that would help the overall equality.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Turner.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say it's been a minute since I've been in San Francisco. I was born there, but I think the Haight-Ashbury is part of the Fillmore district, the lower part. So I just wanted to name that if we're talking about moving Haight-Ashbury, we would need to first determine for sure the boundaries of the Fillmore and make sure we're keeping it together.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Kitagawa?
Yeah, I also wanted to ask a question since Commissioner Fernandez asked about Haight-Ashbury, and those from San Francisco may know this better, but my understanding is that Castro is also a significant LGBTQ community. And I think there's some koi testimony. I'm just trying to skim through everything quickly, but Twin Peaks, Haight-Ashbury, and the Castro, perhaps instead of trying to move Twin Peaks into the east, would it be better to move the Castro into the west? That may solve some of the deviation challenges.
That would separate it from Bernal Heights. And there's a lot of koi testimony about keeping the Castro and Bernal Heights together.
Thank you. And then, so this is, so it seems to be general consensus on the direction of this map, and we've given general direction. And so Tamina will take this back and we'll try to reconcile it and also balance the deviations in San Francisco. But generally, the consensus that I'm seeing in the room and across the screen is that we are relatively comfortable with how we're dividing and putting the line, and with some refinements for keeping some community of interest together, as well as making sure that we balance the deviation. Commissioner Kitagawa. Okay, Commissioner Yee.
Yes, so I'll work with Tamina on these changes. Wanted to also mention that the recent San Francisco Chronicle major op-ed piece that addressed San Francisco redistricting, this new proposal addresses all the points raised in that op-ed. While we're at it also, this is very minor, but 3 pieces of San Francisco that are extraterritorial, I want to restore to their own town, so that little bit of Alameda. There's also 2 bits of Angel Island, actually. So I would like to work with Tamina to move those back into their own areas as well.
Saying no opposition. Yes, that'll be part of the direction. All right, let's move down. Let's keep moving south.
I'm sorry, Chair, may I ask a clarifying question?
You certainly may.
Is this piece the Angel Island that?
No, north of that. There's 2 tiny little, there's 2 of those, one there and one lower.
Okay, so
that one, and
this
then
you would like to go with the Sona Marin
right
area.
That's right.
I see.
And the
Thank
little
you.
one at the very corner at the vertex there too.
Just split San Francisco.
Okay, so this will be a split in San Francisco, so we'll have 3, 4, 5 splits?
Not Alcatraz, not Treasure Island, not Yerba Buena Island.
So just the one in Alameda and this one. Yeah.
Just one,
So we
okay.
have 1, 2,
1, 2, 3
splits.
splits. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we will continue going south. Let's go south. So we received significant testimony in this area and across the Bay Area, but mostly centered around these districts in the San Mateo, Santa Clara, and southern Alameda County. Can we live with the district, the San Mateo district? I'm gonna ask Commissioner Anderson for her feedback, and then Commissioner Sidwani. 1 minute.
Thank you. I believe we're also going to work on pulling some of the extra population in the San Francisco proper and put it into the San Mateo, which I don't think we've actually talked about.
So there is a conversation about potentially shifting some population down from San Mateo or from the San Francisco district down to San Mateo in order to increase the deviation there is. We haven't talked about that. Commissioner Sidwani?
I apologize. I need to find the court testimony once more, but I believe we've had quite a lot of callers about Redwood City and keeping Redwood City whole and connected to East Palo Alto and communities that it's connected with in that region. So I think in that sense, we would need to pull population downward in order to accommodate that if we were going to move in that direction.
And it would be significant populations if we're looking at Menlo Park, East Palo Alto. Is it Menlo Park, East Palo Alto area? Redwood
Yes,
City?
I believe so. I need to find that testimony.
Tamina, can you highlight how many people live in the Menlo Park, East Palo Alto area?
Sure, just a moment.
And Commissioner Anderson, did you have your hand raised?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much for that, Commissioner Sadwani, because that's where I was going to go next. So thank you. If we, in terms of suggesting something to pull out of West San Francisco, and I don't know, but the little white portion of the area up there is what I would sort of start with. But I don't know. I don't have populations on that.
So let's see how much population we'd have to shift down.
So Chair Menlo Park, East Palo Alto, and the remainder of Redwood City would be 83,478 people. Actually, I'd have to take in Emerald Lake for contiguity, so it would be 87,888 people.
Okay, almost 90,000 people. Commissioner Sidwani and Commissioner Fornashari.
So I think, I mean, definitely we should look at the Redwood City thing. Yeah, the East Palo Alto, if you find that testimony, it'd be great, because the East Palo Alto, it's kind of tough because you got a couple of the most affluent cities in the country right there as a buffer in between, and so we just have to figure out how to do that. What I really want to talk about was if you go up head towards San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it looks like, is South San Francisco split?
It does look like it is.
So maybe we can, but you unsplit it to bring some population south. I don't know if that's where the COIs that Commissioner Yee.
Yes, that was the Filipino American COIs that we put in.
Okay, so both of those are kind of defining that split.
That's right.
And then the white area is pretty much
San
Bruno
Mountains,
Mountain. Okay, so we either have to bring population down, we either have to split up those COIs or split up Daly City. Or maybe we could move those, well, okay.
There is a potential to potentially move the whole COI down But I don't know how Commissioner Yee feels about that. So let's get some thoughts about it. Commissioner Kutagawa, Sadwani, and Yee.
Yeah, I think we did receive quite a bit of feedback from the Filipino community in that South San Francisco area about trying to stay together. I also want to just note that in that Redwood City, there's not only a significant Latinx Latino population, but there's also Pacific Islander communities in that Redwood City. And I've looking at some other COI testimony, there's a mention of North Fair Oaks, Bellhaven, and East Palo Alto was already mentioned, but unincorporated areas called North Fair Oaks and Bellhaven. And so just in that kind of area there, Pacific Islander communities, I think, share a lot of similarities to the Latino communities. And so I think if we can try to keep them all included as well, too, I think that would be helpful. And I agree with what Commissioner Formichari said. They are the islands in these areas where there's just unbelievable wealth that it's just mind-boggling that exists like that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if we can, well, I think I don't know. I mean, I think a big piece of it is keeping Redwood City whole. And so is there a way to maybe start by just keeping, it looks like the city is cut right down here by that green line down there.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. I think that I think I see consensus about keeping Redwood City whole if we can. So let's highlight Redwood City, the remaining portion of it. We are talking about 23,000, almost 24,000 people. Commissioner Yee?
Just responding to Commissioner Fornishari, I'm happy to move the COI south, whatever it takes, but we're going to have to figure out all those changes carefully. Pushing population southward makes a lot of sense. It just needs a lot of work to make it happen.
Thank you. So let's go back to the COI up there and see how many people are in the COI, and then we can maybe give general direction and to do this and to work with line drawers on doing this. So let's go up to is it Daly City? Daly City, South San Francisco area. We're talking about...
Well, I think the overall idea would be to push that border
up.
Oh, up. That's right. Gosh.
Yeah, you're bringing the population down.
Yeah. Oh. I take back what I just said.
Okay, so Commissioner said, Commissioner Yee was not thinking it would. So we're not looking at this change. It looks like. All right, so Commissioner Turner, then Commissioner Kutagawa. I was so happy. It was 40,000 people that was going to be pushed down. All right, Commissioner Turner, and then Commissioner Kutagawa.
I was back on the other end with Redwood City, and we were already at a large number, but the same communities of interest that Commissioner Kutagawa and perhaps Sadwani was speaking concerning. They're speaking about Redwood City with some other areas to keep the Pacific Islander communities of interest together, which would be Palm Park, Roosevelt, Redwood Village. And then there's also Pacific Islander communities in North Fair Oaks and Bellhaven. And so maybe if we can just see where those are and see if there's possibilities. Is it North Fair Oaks? North Fair Oaks is all the way over to the right there, yeah.
So Palm Park and North Fair Oaks are together with the majority of Redwood City. North Fair Oaks is a separate census designated place, and it is not currently with the majority of Redwood City.
And can you just click, and how large is North Fair Oaks?
Yes, one moment. $14,064 people.
Okay. So it's not too large, but perhaps, I don't know where we remove from.
Just for clarification, were you requesting that it be moved into the S. Mateo?
Into, yes, with those other communities that was listed.
Okay. I mean, number-wise, it looks like you can move it in, but then if there's more communities, I think your deviation is gonna be off.
Mhm. With North Fair Oaks added in, you looked at it?
Could we just
Right,
pull them
it just
out?
impacts the district below, or the one that's currently in, I should say.
We need to bring down population. So let's go to Commissioner Kutagawa for Nishar, because I believe Turner already went, unless she has another comment.
Nope. Just
Okay,
wanna
Commissioner
see the other
Kutagawa,
end.
then Anderson, and then Kutagawa, then Anderson, and then hopefully we can get to some kind of direction. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I was going to ask for a similar change on that North Fair Oaks. I also want to just ask, there was a COI testimony around Redwood City and specific to the Pacific Islander community that asked for perhaps a smaller change if possible that would at least preserve the Pacific Islander COI. It was mentioned that right now, I believe the boundary is at Jefferson and Myrtle. Is that correct? And there was a request to move it to Jefferson and Balota.
Right by the Red Morton Community Park. Oh, to the left. To the left more. Down. It's
Oh, on the, yeah, it
Velota,
looks like the west side of the
V-A-L-O-T-A.
park. Yeah, the west side of the park.
The east side, yeah, there.
Oh, east side. That seems like a small change that at the very least might also help preserve a COI. And if possible, I was going to see if we could add that North Fair Oaks. I know it takes the southern district under deviation though.
Thank you,
But at
Commissioner.
least it would bring this one a little bit closer to 0.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Yeah, and so we do need to shift population from the north-south if we're going to make any of these changes, and it looks like we're talking about minimum 40,000 people if we want to unify Redwood City and then add portions of these other COIs that we're talking about. So maybe we should take a look at what's up north and see what we would be willing to bring down to the south. And then I'll ask Commissioner Anderson and Sadwani for suggestions on what to bring down, because we were shifting population down. Commissioner Anderson, and Commissioner
Yeah, I
Sadwani.
believe what Commissioner Yee had said and Commissioner Forishari. Grab that area. So essentially our green line is going to move north and grabbing that COI, exactly. And then actually, I thought we were going to take Redwood City.
So my
From
understanding
San
is,
Mateo,
Commissioner,
take it
sorry to
south.
interrupt Commissioner Anderson, but my understanding is that those are COIs that Commissioner Yee would like to keep in the northern part of in the San Francisco-based district. The COIs, and I'll let Commissioner Yee speak, and so he can tell us because he's looked at this area very carefully, what areas we're able to, where we can shift population. So Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was momentarily confused, and I thought we were expanding that area when we would actually need to shrink it. So I actually do not want to move that line north.
You're not, are you, are we able to move the line anywhere in that area?
Yeah.
I guess is the question. or you want to keep that line where it is?
Give them 5.
Because there's portions of Daly City or the unincorporated area which is actually, I believe, a mountain. It's more of a.
I'm certainly open to exploring that. I don't know enough about Daly City neighborhood by neighborhood to sort that out right now.
But we would be talking about at least 40,000 people that would need to be shifted down.
Right.
Commissioner Kutagawa, and perhaps at this point, what would be best is that we give general direction to Tamina to
then
explore the
shifts
possibility
Redwood City down.
of shifting down about 40,000 people from the San Francisco area down into the peninsula. Tamina?
Chair, just to note that I have looked into making Redwood City whole before, and in order to do it, you will be splitting Daly City or coming up further, and then the San Francisco districts will probably have to reach over the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh.
So Commissioner Anderson, and then Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Sidwani.
Okay. I didn't realize we'd have to take quite that much, in which case, and we were trying to make East San Francisco a bit smaller, so that you've got population there to shift it on down. That would be the whole purpose. Otherwise, we add space for Redwood City. But if we can't do that by moving stuff in all of San Francisco, take a chunk out, then I don't really want to do that. I'd like to see if we can work something else out.
So it doesn't look like there's consensus to shift population. I'll continue with Commissioner Sidwani and Kutagawa to see if they have any suggestions or ideas.
Yeah, can we just pull the map out a little bit so we can see the bottom part of the San Mateo district? Is it reasonable to pull from the bottom, taking maybe up into Half Moon Bay so that we can make Redwood City whole? And that way we keep San Francisco intact?
Can you give us a little bit more background? I'm not understanding how we would get. There's negative deviations I see negative deviations all over the bottom, but they're still within the allowable amounts. Are you suggesting going deeper into the negative deviations, or?
Well, yeah, because we're trying to keep Redwood City whole, right?
Okay.
That's to me the goal.
Okay, so if we're trying to keep, so I'd be fine with exploring that.
There's a quick
Anderson?
idea. Can we just do the portion of Redwood City that is, I know this is shifting population up, but the portions that Redwood City is cut off and stuck in Southern Penn, put that up into San Mateo. What is that number? Is that the 40,000? Now, Redwood City would not be with East Palo Alto and sorry, what?
It's 24,799 if you take in these little unincorporated areas.
Would you like us to explore that?
We do want you to explore that.
Okay.
I'm looking around the room and everyone wants to explore it, so yes. What does that do to our deviations?
Mateo is now at 2.54% deviation.
Mm-hmm.
South Penn is at negative 8.66%.
Okay, so we're going to have to shift population.
Mm-hmm.
We need ideas on how to do that. Commissioner Sidwani, Commissioner Anderson, Sidwani, and Akutagawa. And then Kennedy.
I would.
I'm happy to let others go before me. I'm curious about whether or not that Half Moon Bay area can start moving downward as a coastal region.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's go to Commissioner Akutagawa, Kennedy, then Fernandez.
Okay, before I start, can I just clarify Gatos, S. Cruz, does that include Los Gatos and Cambrian Park and some of those areas? Up north? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, it does, okay. So my suggestion would be, I think going in the direction of what Commissioner Sadwani was doing is to bring perhaps even just, can you just zoom in a little bit more into that Redwood City area, just that general area so that I could see a little bit more? Okay. My suggestion would be, let's take some population from Half Moon Bay, maybe even if we have to split, perhaps, I think Belmont, what is that city? I think it's San Carlos, that one, that unincorporated area there. Yeah, San Carlos. You know, perhaps taking from some of there, if you have to grab some population to make room for Redwood City, also North Fair Oaks. And I'm trying to also incorporate in East Palo Alto into this. And in doing so, the South Penn district, it's kind of like a clockwise or counterclockwise. I believe we heard quite a bit of testimony about bringing in Los Gatos into that South Penn district as well too. And so perhaps if we bring in some of those into the district, it may balance everything out.
Okay, so let's take it one step at a time. So let's add, let's take your and Commissioner Sadwani's suggestion to look at Half Moon Bay. Tramina, can you highlight Half Moon Bay?
Having that stuff that in, that hurt.
Commissioner Anderson, did you have a comment? Oh, and
sorry.
Commissioner Fernandez does. I
do
want to know
believe I
if
have
something
my
hurts,
hand
okay?
up.
I want to know. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I really want to point out that your East SF, your West SF, and your S Mateo, they're all over deviation. So that means that you've got like an extra 40,000 up there. And I kind of think we're moving in the wrong direction. I just wanted to make sure, because if those are positive, then when you move down, they're going to have to be negative. So I'm just trying to balance things out right now.
Commissioner Kennedy, you've been patiently waiting.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is just to add a little more detail to what Commissioner Fernandez just said. I mean, if we were to take both East SF and West SF just to zero deviation, that would give us 34,000 people. If we were to take them both to negative 4% deviation, that would give us an additional 39,000 people. That's 73,000 people. And then we have a lot more flexibility farther down the peninsula.
That is correct, but we would have to go through the current line. So we'd have to go through the current Cohesion, Daly City, and South San Francisco. So we would need consensus on doing that. So I want to hear from Commissioner Yee if he is comfortable with exploring that option. I think we've already heard that once that he wasn't. So I just want to see if he's still where he is now, given the constraints that we're under.
You know, I'm always open to exploring. So the changes in Daly City, South San Francisco, that was just responding to direct COI testimony, compelling COI testimony. Maybe there's some way to keep some of those communities together while moving population past them. I don't know.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez, so it wasn't a no, it was a maybe.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, so just for clarification, Commissioner Yee, Tamina, if you zoom in on that West SF, that little, the lower piece of, is that, yes, right there. Is that part of the COI as well, Commissioner Yee?
Yes, it is. It's the Burry and Westboro neighborhoods.
You're not helping me right now.
I wish I could.
It's pretty much all of the area, except for, if I remember correctly, the unincorporated area is potentially not part of that COI, although, so just if we're able to make it through that part of the COI up, would that be something that you'd be comfortable in doing? Potentially.
Oh, so for instance, the eastern part of Daly City?
The unincorporated areas, so if you,
Yeah.
that white area is right there, yes.
That's fine, but that's San Bruno Mountains, so probably not a lot of population.
But that would connect us to San Francisco and potentially allow us to bring our...
Sure.
So potentially bring down population. So
Sure.
we're trying to bring down
Yeah.
population.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm hearing now is that we have a proposal that shifts some population from San Francisco down into the peninsula, and through the through the more rural part of, or it's actually like a park or something, right? Through that corridor.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody living there. 15 people.
There's some homes on the hills, I think,
So we're talking.
on the lower.
But that would connect us up to the San Francisco area, allowing us to shift population down.
Well, we already connected through Brisbane's in Australia. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
I'm
is that
sorry,
something
so-
that we're comfortable with as a commission, Commissioner Anderson for Nashari?
I think this is, I believe we're all comfortable with this. I don't think we're going to get there trying to do this tonight.
We're not.
I'm wondering if we could kind of sort of look at a couple of, I think what we have to do is take some stuff out of East San Francisco, and to decide what we want to do, we really have to look a little bit more at some COIs and see what
Absolutely.
can be pulled.
So we would just
And
be doing
then
a general,
move down.
we'd just be doing general direction at this point. Commissioner for Nashari.
I'm just hoping you'll indulge me for a second.
Absolutely,
And have
go ahead.
Tamina grab all of South San Francisco, all of Coma, all of Daly City, and all of Broadmoor, and tell us how many people that is. Okay, that's way too many. All right. Just wanted to see.
That's a lot of people.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's very densely populated,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
we may not have to
Thanks.
go too far up. Okay,
Yes, San
so
Francisco is the second densest city in the country, after
let's
New York.
give general direction here. And the general direction would be for Tamina to explore the possibility of shifting population down into the peninsula from San Francisco in order to improve the deviations in a manner that would allow us to unify the Redwood City, the city of Redwood City, and then also surrounding COIs as mentioned previously. Tamina, yes.
Okay, so this is a little tricky, so I just want to ask. So you want to move population south, so you want to connect Brisbane and take part of San Francisco into the San Mateo district? That's
So we're
that's-
exploring the possibility of shifting population down so that we can unify
Right.
the city of Redwood City.
Also could be
Yes,
parts of Daly City.
And also potentially Daly City.
Right.
And
So it's going to be a split in Daly City or taking Brisbane into San Francisco. So can I get some direction on how you would like me to do that?
just which neighborhoods would be okay to move south? Which San Francisco neighborhoods would be okay to move south?
Let's
Yeah.
take some feedback from Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Anderson, and then we'll be providing, and we also have significant COI testimony on this as well. So Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Anderson.
Well, from my perspective, I don't want to get into San Francisco at all. I mean, it doesn't seem like we have to. We have plenty of population in Daly City and South San Francisco and Coma, and so,
So please give direction in that regard.
well, I would start on
A
that side
recommendation.
of Daly City and see what you can do.
So the direction would be, and the recommendation would be that we start with Daly City, that we start to shift population from Daly City into the further down in the peninsula.
I
Daly
guess,
City east of 280.
Commissioner Yee, I mean, what specifically was the COI testimony? To keep them together or to keep them together north or to, I mean?
Keep
is
them
it-
together.
Well, if we keep them together and move them south, I mean, is that not okay?
That is okay, but the COI extends into Daly City. It's
Right,
not-
but grab the whole COI and all of the COI and move it south.
Including parts of Daly City.
Include, whatever that COI is.
That's certainly possible. I think it's too many people is the problem.
Well, we can.
If you
yeah.
move it all south.
Well, I don't think we can have too many people going south at this point, but
I think what Commissioner Yee is referring to as the deviations might be, we can always get the deviations up in San Francisco to correct. potentially?
I'm happy to work with Tamina on this further.
Okay, so let's get Tamina to explore the possibility of shifting Daly City, enough population in Daly City so that we can, Daly City and other parts of that district down to the peninsula so that we can unify Redwood City and some of the other surrounding COIs. Commissioner Anderson, Kennedy, and then we'll be not recessing, we'll be taking public comment at 8 o'clock. And of course, Commissioner Turner, I always see you. There we are. Actually, I don't always see you, but I see you right now. Okay, Commissioner Anderson and Kennedy, and then Turner.
I agree with what Commissioner Fornishari said, and I will also help Tamina and Russell if they need more help on the city.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, given the population in San Francisco, what is going through my mind is rotating population, first from East San Francisco to West San Francisco. The West San Francisco district already extends down into Daly City, Colma, South San Francisco, so that increases the population that we can move from there down into San Mateo.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I like the rotation that Commissioner Kennedy, I just wanted to name that Brisbane is estimated to be 194.5% of the national average, making it one of the most expensive cities in the United States. Just according to Google, I want to make sure that if we're moving that up into San Francisco, we're not hitting some of those other COIs up there that is not in that same status.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. We hear you. All right. With that, we will give that direction. Any other comments on this area? I think we have, it sounds like we have good, to me, good consensus on the San Francisco area in terms of the dividing line, shifting population down to the peninsula, into San Mateo, unifying Redwood City, and potentially some of the surrounding COIs that are there, and then potentially, if we are able to shift enough population, being able to shift population down the peninsula. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I was just doing some Google map, looking at that, and it looks like this through North Fair Oaks, through the Bellhaven neighborhood of Menlo Park. It may be possible to connect to East Palo Alto. It would mean a split of Menlo Park. I know it's kind of weird, but I don't know if there's a way to make it work. Tamina would probably know how to do it, or if we just have to take at least that eastern part of Menlo Park to connect Palo Alto, but it would still probably mean a split. It could be possible if we're shifting all this population down, but at least it would bring together several different COIs centered around economic status, particularly ones that don't share the, I'll say, the wealth of Silicon Valley.
Thank you. Okay, so I think, Tamina, do you have the direction? Do we have the direction that you need to start shifting population down? Because at this point, the direction is to start shifting population down, trying to unify Redwood City and the COIs that were discussed today.
Yes, I have plenty of direction. I will do what I can.
That's all we can do, what we can. All right. With that, let's begin the process of opening up for public comment and start hearing from the public. Christian, can you help me open up the lines and start so we can start hearing the public? We will be limiting public comment to 1.5 minutes so that we can hear from as many people as possible tonight.
Thank you so much, Chair. Katie, I am here.
Oh, Katie, it's you. Yay.
Here I am. All righty. Right now we have caller 2047. And up next after that will be caller 3995. Caller 2047. Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to refer to Christian momentarily. Christian, I'm going to need some authority.
Sure thing. Just a moment. Stand by.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All righty. Right now, we'll be starting with caller 3995, and up next after that will be caller 4125. Caller 3995, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. Caller 3995, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm calling out of San Bernardino County's high desert, and I was just calling to voice my disapproval, or excuse me, my dissatisfaction rather, with the proposed maps for what you're doing to Adelanto, Victorville, and Hesperia. And I think these are very biased maps. This would be the equivalent of taking up a map from the Democratic or Republican parties. And I think that they are just, again, very unfair maps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll be going to caller 4125. And up next after that will be caller 4967. Caller 4125, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, commissioners. I want to thank you for your hard work and for creating a Glendale Burbank congressional seat and an East San Fernando Valley congressional seat and a congressional seat in the West and South San Fernando Valley. So please stick with that basic plan, but I think you can do an even better job if you go with the plan that VICA has put forth. That plan recognizes that Santa Monica belongs with a shoreline district and not the Valley. And while I'm sure you are told all the time what some community likes or doesn't like, the nice thing about VICA plan is that it shows you how to actually make this improvement while even improving the neighboring districts. For instance, not only does VICA plan get Santa Monica back to the coast, it fixes the split in the city of West Hollywood, and I think you should do that. And since I'm a proud alumnus of Cal State Northridge, I'll gladly note that the VICA plan also unites each of the 3 Northridge neighborhood councils in one congressional district. Because while there may be a few local neighborhood councils per community, there's really only one Northridge, just as there's only one Cal State Northridge. It doesn't make sense to split the campus from the student housing and from the businesses that serve the students and faculty. This same plan keeps Northridge together. Finally, I'll point out that this plan keeps Valley neighborhoods, Studio City, Toluca Lake, Valley Village, and Sherman Oaks together in a Valley district. These Valley communities are plagued by airport noise as they're in between 2 regional airports. They should have a collective voice in airport noise matters. Commissioners, you've done so well. I commend you for your work.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 4967. And up next after that will be caller 6101. Caller 4967, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Alita. I'd like to discuss the Fresno-Tulare Congressional District. As a resident of rural Kings County, I feel the city of Fresno does not belong in the current draft for a Fresno-Tulare Congressional District because its urban population doesn't reflect the overarching communities of interest within this district. I believe the city of Fresno would be better incorporated with a neighborhood district, such as the San Fresno Draft District, which shares communities also locally represented by the Fresno County Board of Supervisors and Fresno City Council. The Fresno-Tulare Congressional should instead include a large portion of Kings County, which would preserve the rural roots of the district communities of interest. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6101. And up next after that will be caller 8174. Caller 6101, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
This is Anna Rose from Palmdale, California. Hello, Commissioners. I live on the east side of Palmdale, California, I'm calling today to request the Commission to keep the City of Palmdale whole. I'm very concerned that the Commission is proposing to split up the City of Palmdale at the 14th. Many of Palmdale's amenities like Antelope Valley Mall and Antelope Valley College are anchors in our community, and they should be included in the same assembly district. Even Palmdale's primary health care services are not included in our proposed assembly district. All of these issues are critical for our community to advocate for by breaking up Palmdale. We lose our voice in the state assembly, especially with our healthcare services, which are lacking in the Antelope Valley. The COVID-19 pandemic certainly highlighted our need for Palmdale's representatives to advocate for more healthcare services for our underserved Latino communities. Thank you for listening to my feedback and making Palmdale's Assembly District whole.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 8174, and up next after that will be caller 9290. 8174, so please follow the prompt to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Soyla Rodriguez, and I work with the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. Our mission is to achieve a just society fully inclusive of immigrants. We want to underscore the importance of low-income immigrant communities in South Fullerton and West Anaheim. The majority of students and families we meet in South Fullerton and West Anaheim through our community education organizing are not familiar with their rights and resources for higher education as undocumented students. During the height of the COVID pandemic, immigrant communities were the most affected in many aspects of medical care they were eligible for if they had no health care insurance. Many others were let go from service industry jobs and suffered from loss of wages. Additionally, many of these families reporting earning less than $5,000 annually through a COI survey Chirla conducted during the summer. Although Chirla was able to service 1,244 undocumented families and individuals to receive a one-time state-funded assistance through the Coronavirus Disaster Relief Assistance for Immigrants, also known as STRAY, they continue to struggle. It's important to keep these communities together so they have opportunity to advocate together. We are pleased that the Commission has chosen to reject the State Assembly for Southern California consideration earlier today. We think that the original draft Assembly map for Orange County was one on the right track and that the changes considered today created more problems they saw. We want to thank the Commissions for drawing BRA district in Santa Ana. Please keep the districts and draw a separate Latinx influence district centered around South Fullerton and West Anaheim.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 9290, and up next after that will be caller 9942. Caller 9290, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Adria Orr, and I'm calling from Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus on behalf of the API and Amensa State Redistricting Collaborative. Thank you so much for hearing all the public input about keeping Vineyard with Elk Grove in a Sacramento-based district and working so hard to find a solution in your assembly map. I want to emphasize what a disservice it would be to this fast-growing community to give up on solving this issue. While Vineyard grew by 77% in the last decade, the Asian American population there grew by 143%, and the Pacific Islander community grew by 198%. As you have heard repeatedly from the community, Vineyard has little in common with San Joaquin County and the communities in the Central Valley that it is currently grouped with. We support that the mapping option that you explored and discarded earlier this evening, which involved moving some of the area between Highway 50 and Fruit Ridge Road north into the West Sac district in order to bring Vineyard into the Elk Grove district. The area that you highlighted includes areas that are more affluent and wider than the nearby communities of interest in Lemon Hill and Fruit Ridge Pocket. Moving that area into a district with downtown Sacramento and East Sacramento is a sensible move that would allow you to move Vineyard out of a region that it does not have shared interests or connections with. We ask that you revisit this swap and move forward with it. Thank you so much for your continued hard work in this process.
And as a reminder to our queue, you are being interpreted. Please speak at a steady pace and take your time with city and county names and numbers.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9942, and up next after that will be caller 0073. Caller 9942, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6, the floor is yours. Caller 9942, you may want to double check and make sure your phone is not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
There we go.
The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm calling to disagree with a comment made by a commissioner regarding the interconnectedness between the LA and Orange County boundaries. While this may be valid in some Southeast LA and North Orange County districts, this is not the case for the Orange County North Coast District. Long Beach in LA County and Seal Beach in Orange County are under different county tax codes and business economics and should not be combined in the same district. Primarily, Long Beach is a major commercial shipping port city, while Seal Beach and all the other Orange County coastal cities are residential resort beach communities with a heavy recreational tourism influence. These are distinctly different cultures and economic drivers. In addition, Irvine should be excluded from the OC North Coast District for similar reasons to avoid drowning out the voices of the constituents in these unique beach communities. On the other hand, Dana Point and San Clemente should be included in the proposed district since their cultures and economic drivers are most similar to the other Orange County coastal cities. In closing, please keep Long Beach and Irvine separate from the Orange County coastal cities and include Dana Point, San Clemente to the proposed OC North Coast District. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0073, and up next after that will be caller 1043 0073. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Mike I calling on behalf of Equality California again. I want to thank you for continuing to unite the Los Angeles LGBTQ+ community in West Hollywood and Hollywood in the latest Glen LA district. Currently, most of LA's LGBTQ+ community is kept together in this district. However, the strength of our LGBTQ+ community to elect candidates of choice is diluted by including the city of Glendale, which has a smaller LGBTQ+ population than other surrounding neighborhoods that could be included in the Glen LA district. For example, the Hollywood Hills west of Laurel Canyon Boulevard is left out of the Glen LA district, but has a significant and dense population of LGBTQ+ residents. All of this can be seen in the LGBTQ+ heat map submitted by Equality California on October 21st. Please see the Los Angeles inset on page 6. By replacing the city of Glendale with the Hollywood Hills, we can create a district that truly unifies and empowers our local LGBTQ+ community so that we may continue to protect our community, our civil rights, and our ability to elect candidates of choice. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1043, and up next after that we'll have caller 4006. Caller 1043, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioner. I have called in last week and spoke about the draft map and make my comment. I want to thank for your time. Please listen to our voice by keeping Little Saigon together. Last time I spoke about the ADGGW map for Assembly District in OC. I asked to take away Stanton and not you want to add Cypress, which doesn't make any sense. These two cities have no common interest in our Little Saigon community. I mentioned last time that the change we are asking for are minor, and it just comes down to putting North of Huntington Beach District to keep our Little Saigon family and friends together. These are the minor changes to keep and allow Little Saigon to continue to develop and grow. Please keep Westminster, Garden Grove, Huntington Beach, Seal Beach, Crossmore, Los Alamos together in Little Saigon community of interest. Please keep our Little Saigon together. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful holiday. Bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 4006, and up next after that we'll have caller 5277. Caller 4006, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
one more time, caller 4006. If you could please follow the prompt to unmute by pressing *6. And caller 4006, I do apologize. There appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment. I will come back to you momentarily. Right now, we will have caller 5277, and up next after that will be caller 5490. Caller 5277, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David, and I'm calling from the San Fernando Valley. And I want to thank Commissioner Sadwani, especially for pointing out that what we've been saying for months. There is enough population to draw 2 voting rights districts, assembly districts in the San Fernando Valley. VICA, the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, submitted maps that showed a simple population swap that doesn't have the ripple effects across the state and give the San Fernando Valley 2 VRA districts. Please be sure to protect the Latino community in the Valley. We are a huge community of interest here in the Los Angeles area, and we need equitable representation. Please don't leave us behind. Thank you for your time, Commissioners, and have a great day.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 5490, and up next after that will be caller 5819. Caller 5490, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kim. I'm from Pinion Hill. I'm very concerned about how you're breaking up the San Bernardino High Desert and putting us into a district with LA County. Our High Desert has been pretty unanimous in saying we don't want to be with LA County, and I can give you examples why. My community is currently split at the assembly level between Antelope Valley and Victor Valley. We never see or hear from our Antelope Valley representatives. They focus all their attention in Los Angeles on their issues, and we seem to just be a throwaway community. Whenever we need issues addressed, we reach out to the Victor Valley representative because we have a number of common interests with the Victor Valley. We feel very strongly that our unique rural community with our open skies, clean air, deserves to be fairly represented, and the best way to do that is by keeping us with other San Bernardino County communities. These are communities we share public safety services with, our school districts collaborate with, and we share common concerns over the environment and quality of life.
30 seconds.
And the people in the Antelope Valley have overwhelmingly stated they prefer to be with Santa Clarita and not us. Even tonight you had a comment about someone on the east side of Antelope Valley wanting to stay with Palmdale. Please listen to the communities. You're supposed to be redistricting the entire state of California. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 5819, and up next after that will be 6158. Caller 5819, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Perry from Big Bear Lake in San Bernardino County. I want to emphasize what Kim just said. It's interesting the two of us are speaking back to back, but same concerns about disenfranchising San Bernardino County voters by including us in with the LA County districts. Looking at your community of interest testimony, I don't see any Wrightwood, Alta Loma, Upland that want to say they want to be included with Pasadena. And then this past week, you put Hesperia and Palmdale in with LA County people also, and there was really no input suggesting that that was appropriate. Respectfully, I really want to urge the commission to not disenfranchise the San Bernardino County voters, as Kim had described very well, by adding us into LA County districts, especially when we would have to drive through an adjoining district just to get to the other part of the proposed district. So I was encouraged to also see the commission put Lake Arrowhead back in with Big Bear in the rural areas in the assembly, and encourage you to continue that direction and not disenfranchise the votes of the Inland Empire. So thank you for your efforts. Happy holidays.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 6158. And up next after that, we'll have caller 6590. Caller 6158, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 6158, if you'll please press *6 one more time. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. My name is Julia Marks. I'm calling from Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Asian Law Caucus. Thank you for all your hard work on the maps and for your thoughtful attention to API communities in the Bay. We appreciate the new San Francisco Assembly map that Commissioner Yee proposed today. Over the last few weeks, we've heard from local partners and Latino, environmental, and other groups that this arrangement serves their communities well. As you refine the proposal, please move Japantown into a district with Chinatown if possible. Also, we urge you not to separate Daly City from nearby communities of interest in Bury and Westboro. It's appropriate to have moderate deviation at the assembly level in order to keep CLIs whole. Splitting these communities would dilute Filipino voting power. We also encourage you to continue to explore ways to respect low-income CLIs in Redwood City, North Fair Oaks, Bellhaven, and East Palo Alto. We're so glad the Commission is giving attention to these communities and to Pacific Islanders in the area. I remind the Commission that respecting CLIs is on the same level as respecting cities, so you may consider cutting nearby cities in order to keep those neighborhoods together. We suggest you explore moving some more affluent neighborhoods in the hills into the Palo Alto district in order to keep Redwood City, North Fair Oaks, Bellhaven, and East Palo Alto in a San Mateo district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 6590. And up next after that will be caller 6640. Caller 6590, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is
Can you hear
yours.
me?
We sure can.
All right. Okay, good evening. My name is Shannon, and I'm the chair of the Greater High Desert Chamber of Commerce Legislative Action Committee. This committee represents hundreds of San Bernardino County high desert small businesses and serves as a forum between the small businesses and our local legislators in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. I'm calling today to express my dissatisfaction with the Commissioner's proposal to split up San Bernardino County high desert communities of Hesperia, Victorville, and Adelanto. This is an unjust decision that ultimately disenfranchises our small businesses communities to communicate with our legislators when they are based in Los Angeles County. Voting Rights Act districts are required to be compact and contiguous. This Antelope Valley VRA district does not represent any of these descriptions required by law. There is almost no similarities between Antelope Valley and the San Bernardino County High Desert. We are served by different water districts, air quality districts, and county governments. Please keep the San Bernardino County High Desert communities of Adelanto, Hesperia, and Victorville together so we can continue to have small businesses represented in the State Assembly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 6640. And up next after that will be caller 7331. 6640, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Karina Macias, Council Member for the City of Huntington Park. I want to address the Assembly District lines that include Huntington Park in the southeast area, attached now with the cities of Lakewood and Bellflower. As I have mentioned before, I'm highly concerned about the connection to communities that have very different priorities and needs, as it is a disservice to our communities. I urge the Commission to connect Huntington Park to Florence Firestone and Warner Park, and I'll give you one example of why this is important. In my daily job, I'm a caregiver for both of my parents and my great aunt. Pulling that from that perspective, I want to provide you a health statistic that drastically gives you the picture of the very different needs of the communities. When you look at people without health insurance under 65, Huntington Park is at 18.9% and Florence Firestone at 17.3%, compared to Lakewood at 5.2% and Bellflower at 11.5%. A drastic difference. Priorities of our communities will most likely go unheard when you have dominant cities without a health insurance priority.
30 seconds.
This is only one example. You will have communities like ours falling through the cracks. These are not just lines you're deciding on the livelihood of communities. Don't set set us up for failure and for lack of real representation. Don't give us a decade of a short end of a stick. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, right now we will have caller 7331, and up next after that will be caller 7916. Caller 7331, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more chance, caller. Oh, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great, thanks so much. Hi, my name's Ben. I'm a bit of a political junkie, so I've been following this process, and I'm calling as a longtime resident of West Hollywood. I was calling because, you know, I don't know if everyone on the, first of all, I'm sorry, I want to say thank you guys on the commission for the hard work you're doing. I'm sure this is an extremely difficult process, and it's hard to please everyone, but I was calling because if you don't live in Los Angeles, you may not know this about this area, but you know, the greater Los Angeles area is a very large geographic area, and there are a few communities within it that really have coherent identities of their own. Examples are Culver City, Santa Monica, West Hollywood, Pasadena, and a few others, but they're really sort of cities within the city. And I noticed in the most recent draft congressional maps that you guys had split West Hollywood into two separate districts. And it concerned me because West Hollywood in particular, amongst these different communities, is one that has an identity as sort of a home for a community, the LGBTQ community. And I think that it does a real harm and a disservice to that community.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7916. And up next after that will be caller 8693. Caller 7916, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hey, my name is Craig, and funny enough, I'm also a resident of West Hollywood, and I concur with the previous caller that it just seems like we want to be able to keep these neighborhoods together. It seems like the towns here on this side are, you know, unique to the towns in the valley, and we want to continue to kind of keep it that way. And, you know, the best thing about some of these towns, like the previous caller just mentioned, was just the uniqueness and the unification of these towns. So I did notice that VICA solution actually seems pretty amazing, and hopefully you guys can consider that for this neighborhood. And, you know, it seems like the smart thing to do, and we'd all be grateful to be able to keep our neighborhoods together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8693. And up next after that will be caller 9048. Caller 8693, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Great. Hello, commissioners. I am calling as a part of the Keep Long Beach Together Coalition. We sent a letter to the commission earlier today with a map attachment from Samantha Mellinger, and we wanted to read it to the record now for you all. Dear commissioners, in your most recent conversations today about the assembly maps, we heard the direction that was given by Commissioner Turner about North Long Beach. It was clear to us that the direction was to move North Long Beach into a district with communities like Compton and neighboring cities. Commissioner Turner specifically said north of Bixby Knolls and Los Cerritos. That direction aligns with the boundaries of North Long Beach. We have attached a map to ensure neighborhoods are kept united. The yellow line on the northern side of the Bixby Knolls and Los Cerritos community is the North Long Beach border that runs along an existing railroad track. The neighborhood to the north of the yellow line is North Long Beach, as referred to by Commissioner Turner. We wanted to provide this map to staff, so staff have a precise border referred to by Commissioner Turner.
30
Since this is the North Long Beach border, the split location makes sense if the city needs to be split. Thank you. Sincerely, Keep Long Beach Together Coalition.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we have caller 9048, and up next after that will be caller 9575. Caller 9048, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, commissioners. I have been following this all day. This is exhausting. So thank you so much for your work. As you swing into the San Fernando Valley, I just ask that you humbly don't forget me and my neighbors in our request to ask that you unify North Hollywood. Where the line falls right now in the assembly map just doesn't make sense. It divides North Hollywood in half. The boundary that really represents it is shared by the LA Times neighborhood map. This is common knowledge that covers North Hollywood. It should extend to the 170 on the west, 134 on the south, and Lancashire on the east. Please help me just unify with our neighborhood. It's hard enough to advocate in LA when you're a divided community. This is more important than ever, especially for the next 10 years. We share grocery stores, small change, small population. I think it's like 1,500 people. Please move and, just show us democracy works, that a neighborhood can organize and make this happen. Really appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9575. And up next after that will be caller 0801. Caller 9575, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Today I'll be speaking on the State Assembly iterations AD 210 and AD-SBCHR. My name is Karen Diaz, and I'm part of the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights Chirla. We just wanted to share our support for Tuesday's discussion on the Antelope Valley and the High Desert that led to a new iteration of AD 210. As a community member that has lived there since 2006, I called earlier to support to show my support for this iteration, and we want to express our appreciation for this State Assembly map in the North LA County area in the High Desert. We love that you join a federal rights voting act district at assembly level for the Antelope Valley with East Palmdale and East Lancaster that connects the High Desert communities of Hesperia, Adelanto, and Victorville. In the Assembly District iteration SoCal, not only are the VRA requirements met, but they're also given low-income community immigrants and Latino Black communities an opportunity to elect one representative at least at the state level. We are proposing some tweaks, and this include that instead of making a cut in Pearl Blossom Highway, connecting it to the 138 highway in the city of Palmdale instead of Beryl Springs, including all of the city of Little Rock, but removing areas of Llano, Vallarmo, and Juniper Hills. Again, you're in the right direction. Please continue to follow this iteration. I know that a lot of callers have been mentioning that the city of the Antelope Valley doesn't want to be connected to the High Desert.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2931. And up next after that will be caller 8224. 2931. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, Commissioner. I am calling and speaking already this week. I did not want to keep calling because I want to respect the Commission time since you already have a long day of meeting. But after I heard that you want to add Stanton and Cypress for the AD district, I have to call in again and respectful asking you to listen to our concern and comment. For the Little Saigon, we have no connection of community of interest with Stanton and Cypress. Thank you, Commissioner Saine, for reading the comment people submit online for the Little Saigon area. The comment already explained the community of interest in Little Saigon area and why it's important to us. Please add Huntington Beach to our assembly district because many young Vietnamese America are now living in Huntington Beach put either on Huntington Beach or North Garfield Avenue in Huntington Beach. Again, please keep Westminster, Midway City, Rosemead, Falls Valley, Seal Beach, Los Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and portion of Garden Grove. Thank you for your time and have a good evening, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 8224. And up next after that will be caller 6637. 8224. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hello?
The floor is yours.
Hello. Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm calling regarding the Little Saigon Assembly District. I have called in the past 2 nights and I have waited for hours to testify for the RAP map and during the visualization map as well. I also heard a lot of public comment from Little Saigon community throughout this process. Not sure what else we can do or how we can explain to the commissioner the importance of our Little Saigon community of interest. Huntington Beach belongs to Little Saigon District. Huntington West Lido is for the children who live in Huntington Beach and Westminster. Boy and Girl Club of Huntington Valley are for children in Huntington Beach and Palm Valley. Palm Valley High School and Westminster High School are in Huntington Beach Union High School District. Cyrus and Stanton have nothing in common with us. I'm not sure why you went back and asked those cities. Please relook at this again. Again, keep Little Saigon District together with Westminster, Midway City, Rosemont, Palm Valley, Seal Beach, Los Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and portion of Garden Grove. We need someone that can understand our needs and would be able to represent our community of interest. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would like to remind all those calling in, we do have interpreters, and please take time with city names and just everything you would like to say. Right now we have caller 6637, and up next after that will be caller 9118. Caller 6637, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Quinones. I live in the city of Huntington Park, and I lived here for 33 years. I'm calling regarding Gateway Draft Map and the 105 Draft Map. The Gateway Draft Map connects working class communities like Huntington Park and Walnut Park with cities like Lakewood and Belfast. This would be an injustice for our communities. We are asking for a small alteration to the map in order to truly have an opportunity for our working hard families to elect candidates for our choice. Please remove Lakewood and Bellflower and include the unincorporated community of Florence Firestone to the Gateway map. The Florence Firestone community has nothing in common with the cities like Inglewood and Hawthorne. Florence Firestone community members identify with the Southeast Los Angeles communities. Please make this small change to the Gateway map that will make a positive impact to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and right now we will have caller 9118, and up next after that will be caller 0457. Caller 9118, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Alejandra Quinones Rivera. I live in the community of Florence Graham, and I have lived here for over 40 years. I'm here to talk about the 105 draft map. For many years, our Florence Graham community has been neglected in all levels to include the state assembly. This new proposed 105 map has detached us from all communities that we have common interests. We have been added to a map that contains Inglewood and Hawthorne, two communities that are completely opposite to our community. People 25 and older with a high school diploma, Hawthorne and Inglewood is 77%, while Florence Graham is less than 45%. People with bachelors over the 25, Hawthorne and Inglewood over 23%, while Florence Graham, we only have 5% with bachelor degrees. These are examples just to show you the difference of what priorities these very different communities would have. I'm asking you to please stop the injustice to our communities and place Florence Graham community with the Gateway corridor
map that includes Huntington Park and Warner Park. Thank you and have a blessed evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0457. And up next after that will be caller 7430. Caller 0457, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioner. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Benito Sargisian. Thank you for drawing one Assembly District in the San Fernando Valley with a Latino CVAP above 50%. However, I believe there is an overwhelming large Latino population to draw two such districts. Please considering consolidating the Latino voting population and giving Latinos the opportunity to choose the candidate of their choice in two districts in the San Fernando Valley. We deserve to have these appropriately crafted VRA districts here in San Fernando to promote equity and justice. Thank you for all listening to me and other like-minded callers. Have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 7430. And up next after that will be caller 3393. Caller 7430, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Melgoza. I live in the community of Florence Graham, and I have lived here for over 34 years. I am here to talk about the 105 draft map regarding our Florence Graham community. This proposed 105 map has separated us from all communities that we have in common. We are all asking you to stop the injustices to our communities and place the Florence Graham community with the gateway map that includes Huntington Park and Walnut Park. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3393. And up next after that will be caller 7051. Caller 3393, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hi, good evening.
The floor is yours. We sure can.
Hi, my name is Luis. I live in the community of Florence Graham, and I've lived here over 50 years. And I'm here to talk about the 105 draft map as well regarding our Florence Graham community. 105 map has separated us from all communities that we have in common. We just ask that you stop the unfairness to our communities and place the Florence and Graham community with the gateway corridor map which includes Huntington Park and Walnut Park. The Florence Graham community has nothing in common with the cities like Inglewood and Hawthorne, and the Florence Firestone community members identify with the Southeast of Los Angeles communities. Please make this small change to the gateway map that will make this a positive impact to our communities. Appreciate your time, and thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7051. And up next after that will be caller 1126. Caller 7051, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time. Oh, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, I'm Natalie. I'm from North Hollywood. Thank you so much for having me. Commissioners, I first want to say thank you so much for all your hard work. I want to be brief, but I really want to have you focus on uniting North Hollywood. The small population shift of only 1,500 would make a huge difference, and having the boundary that covers North Hollywood should extend to the 170 on the west side, the 134 on the south side, and Lancashire on the east. We have a common community, and we really deserve to be united together. Please end the division of North Hollywood and unite our community by drawing the boundaries of what is accepted locally as our equitable neighborhood boundary, which is established by the LA Times neighborhood map. Thank you so much, and thank you again to the Commission.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1126. And up next after that will be caller 8575. Caller 1126, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi. So earlier, people, I know you spent a lot of, my name is Max, by the way, I'm calling from Chico. I know you spent a lot of time drawing the Northern California district. and you said, oh, I hope the public can comment on that. So my comment is that it's terrible. I don't understand how that district could possibly come out of like a fever dream redistricting, but it stretches from Death Valley to the Oregon border. You can get TV stations in Death Valley from LA, and you're combining it with, TV guys watching from Alturas in Modoc County from Oregon. It's way too long. I mapped it on Google Maps. It takes 11 and a half hours to go from Happy Camp in Western Siskiyou to Death Valley. It would be impossible to run a campaign in. It would be impossible to staff. I know that was brought up as a discussion. Someone said, oh, well, we'll just have a lot of offices. This is a state assemblyman. There's no way to make offices like that. It conceptually doesn't make sense. It logistically doesn't make sense. In terms of communities, there's no community there. The other thing is that, I get that Inyo County feels ignored by Fresno, but just wait until you put Inyo County in the same district as Redding. They're not alike. And I think that the core problem is that you're looking to make a district that's defined by mountains. Mountains do not vote. Do not make a topographical community of interest. Topography is not community. So, these people, they drive places, they know people, and you need to keep.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8575. And up next after that will be caller 4051. Caller 8575, if you please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 8575, if you'll please, there you go. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you very much for the wonderful work you guys are doing and putting in the amount of time you are. The state of California truly owes you a debt of gratitude. I live in North Hollywood, and you guys have done a fabulous job with the maps in the San Fernando Valley, except you guys have left out 1.8% of the North Hollywood community, bounded by the areas between Camarillo Street, the 134, the 170 freeways, and Lankershim Boulevard. This is defined by the LA Times communities as North Hollywood. If you added this into the Central San Fernando Valley District, that would unite North Hollywood, and you would have a almost perfect map for the San Fernando Valley. And please do this, and thank you again for your time. My 11-year-old wanted to speak also, but unfortunately it's past her bedtime, so she went to bed. But she wanted to highlight how everything she does, going to school, her volleyball camp at North Hollywood Park, are all outside of the area we would be residing in, and she'd like them all to be in the same district. Thank you very much for your service. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4051. And up next after that will be caller 7592. Caller 4051, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Maribel Nunez, and I'm with the Brown and Black Redistricting Alliance, and I want to thank the Commission for allowing us to do public comments and continue hearing our input. We're hearing from the Inland Empire and in the High Desert, and I want to talk about Assembly District 210 iteration. I think that I've been listening to the meeting today all day, and I think that we should continue having Lake Elsinore and Running Springs to be part of that 210 iteration and not added to the Victorville High Desert iteration Assembly District. By doing that, you are disenfranchising the Latino, African American, Asian American community in the High Desert. If we're going to call it the Victorville High Desert, it's not mountains. I think it's better that we think about the contiguous way of doing the Assembly District. LA Forest, Summerton Forest are more connected. That continuity could be very, very well fit to include Lake Arrowhead and Running Springs and have them be part of Crestline and all of that. We have, in the High Desert, it's a working class, people of color, immigrant community, and we're not connected to Lake Elsinore or Running Springs. So we need to continue having an Assembly District that does not include Lake Elsinore and Running Springs. So please listen. There's been over a lot of communities of interest, and it makes better sense. The desert has nothing to do with the mountains, so it doesn't make sense that you're disenfranchising Latino, African American mean district.
Thank you so much.
And right now, we will have caller 7592. And up next after that will be caller 8852. Caller 7592, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 7592, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 7592. I will be coming back to you for a retry. There appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment. And right now we will go to caller 8852, and up next after that will be caller 8037. Caller 8852, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Graciela Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Huntington Park in Southeast Los Angeles. Let me explain why our community is asking for changes to the Gateway and the 105 draft maps. You have received community input in public hearings, but not one commissioner has brought up our communities of interest. You currently have Huntington Park in a map with Lakewood, and you have the Florence Graham community with Inglewood and Hawthorne. Let me illustrate why Florence Graham must be with Huntington Park and Walnut Park, while Lakewood should not be part of the Gateway map. Here's the data of our communities. Residents over 25 years of age with a high school diploma. Lakewood, 91%, while Huntington Park is at 47.3%, and Florence Graham is at 45%. People with bachelor's degrees. Lakewood, 30.8%, Huntington Park, 6.4%, and Florence Graham, 5.5%. People living in poverty. Lakewood, only 6.6%, while Huntington Park, 23.6%, and Florence Graham, 24.9%. The legislative issues and priorities for Lakewood versus Huntington Park, Walnut Park, and Florence Graham will be very different, and this data shows it. Please take the time to discuss communities like mine, the way you spent over 1 hour on November 30th on the wealthier Northeast Los Angeles communities referred to as NELA. Please do not disenfranchise the gateway cities and do not neglect Florence Graham the way it has been neglected for decades. Please make the minor changes and add Florence Graham to the gateway map and remove Lakewood from it, as it has been discussed in these meetings that their community has a lot in common with adjacent cities like Cerritos and Long Beach. Thank you for your time and commitment to make these changes.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8037. And up next after that will be caller 0801. Caller 8037, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 8037, you may want to double check your phone and make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Sorry about that. Hey
all
there. My name's Griffin, and I'm calling about the Orange County Coastal District. I'm going to keep this short because I know you've heard this comment a lot, but I feel the need to call just so you know how widespread this sentiment is. We really need an Orange County Coastal District that goes from Seal Beach all the way down to San Clemente. I know many groups have been asking you for this, and I think that this should be a top priority next week when you start on your congressional maps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will go to caller 0801, and up next after that will be caller 2667. Caller 0801, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 0801, if you wish to give comments this evening, please press *6 to unmute. Thank you so much, caller 0801. You had not raised your hand. We give everyone their opportunity. Thank you so much. And caller 4340, you follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Kate Laddish. I live in the Yolo County city of Winters, 2 blocks from Solano County. Thank you for your ongoing work. I'm calling about today's iteration of AD Lake Napa draft. Thank you very much for making Yolo County whole in today's iteration by adding the city of West Sacramento to the rest of Yolo. This matches COI testimony from the Yolo County Board of Supervisors, West Sacramento Mayor Martha Guerrero, West Sacramento City Council Member Norma Alcala, Winters Mayor Wade Callan, Winters City Council Member Jesse Lauren, the Yolo County In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, and others. With our county's shared services and highly collaborative approach we call the YOLO way, this makes a lot of functional sense to keep YOLO whole as you've done in today's iteration. Thank you also for making this district less sprawling and more reflective of COI testimony by grouping Glen and Tehama with Butte, Sutter, and Yuba rather than with Napa. The Commission has received a lot of public input about keeping the Greater Winters area in Solano and Yolo whole. The Winters Joint Unified School District is a good proxy for this. AD Lake Napa draft splits our community, and so using the Yolo-Solano County line as a district boundary splits our school district and city commissions. I highlight this not to encourage you to split Solano, but rather to illustrate the connectedness between our counties and to encourage you to group us whenever possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we will be retrying caller 0801 as they chose to raise their hands. Caller 2667, you will be up next after that. Caller 0801, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. There have been quite a number of groups like the Valley Industry and Commerce Association that have shown you all how to draw 2 majority Latino legislative seats in the San Fernando Valley. Why haven't you all done so yet? Is there something going on behind closed doors? Because you're tearing apart communities of interest in places like the Antelope Valley to create districts out of thin air while not focusing on creating 2 separate majority Latino assembly districts in the San Fernando Valley. Please consider that these inactions affect our communities. We need all of you to focus on this crucial matter and not jeopardize our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll go to caller 2667, and up next after that will be caller 5227. Caller 2667, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 2667, and double check your phone that you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Am I unmuted now?
You're all good.
Hello?
Yours.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Deanne Hudgens, and I live in Victorville. And my comments are, why in the 11th hour has this commission drawn a Voting Rights Act district that disenfranchises our voice in Sacramento? This is political manipulation, gerrymandering at its worst. I am disappointed with the proposal to split up Victorville and Hesperia. We all share similar communities of interest in San Bernardino County. Why would it be acceptable for the map proposal from Malda to be used? Why not just adopt a map that's proposed by the Republican Party or the Democratic Party? Being represented by a population centers in LA County totally disenfranchises the voice of smaller communities like mine. In addition, the communities have little in common. Our high desert communities have been closely connected for decades. Housing prices vary greatly between LA County and our San Bernardino County high desert area. Thus, this community has many more similarities. We deserve proper representation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5227, and then up next after that will be caller 5720. Caller 5227, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
My name is Michael. I live in the community of Florence and Graham and have lived here for over 20 years. I'm here to talk about the 105 draft map regarding our Florence Graham community. The new proposed 105 map has separated us from all communities that we have common. We're asking you to stop the injustices to our communities and place the Florence and Grant community with the Gateway Corridor map that includes Huntington Park and Walnut Park. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5720. And up next after that will be caller 7504. Caller 5720, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more try, caller 5720. If you wish to give comments this evening, please press *6 to unmute. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. My name is Bill Scott. I live in the Victor Valley. Well, thank you for listening to our views. Our 33rd district is a fully integrated community consisting of Victorville, Adelanto, Hesperia, Spring Valley Lake, Apple Valley, Oak Hills, and Phelan. They're all adjacent communities, and please do not divide this cohesive community. We share hospitals, the Chamber of Commerce, community college, service clubs, business organizations. There are 50 miles of desert between Palmdale and the Victor Valley. Your new map looks like an arm reaching out from the LA County into San Bernardino County into the Victor Valley. Use the existing LA County, San Bernardino County line as it is now. We do not want to lose our voice to LA County. The Victor Valley needs to stay whole. We are one community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will be going to caller 7504, and we will be retrying caller 7592 after that. Caller 7504, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more try. Oh, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Otwell, and I live in the Victor Valley. I've lived here for over 70 years, and never has this ever happened. The map that I'm reading is cutting Victorville and Hesperia right down the middle, and they would be served by Antelope Valley, which we have no common interest. We don't have the same issues. And like some of the people before, we have a chamber that's the whole Victor Valley. And the person, whoever it is, that would be the assemblyman for Antelope Valley, would not give the service to us and would not know the issues of San Bernardino County. We don't want to have to go to Antelope Valley or LA County. And please put our community back together, make us stay and have the whole
30 seconds.
San Bernardino County area together. Please, I don't know when this happened, but it wasn't this way earlier when you first started, but it's very important. And we're not talking about
15.
a small little area. Like one gentleman said, it's 50 miles of open desert that we would have to travel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, I'd like to give caller 7592 another opportunity to speak. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 7592. I do apologize if there's still some type of connectivity issue for you. So please try to unmute one more time by pressing *6. Caller 7592, I do apologize. So please reach out to the commission in the many other ways. At this time, there appears to be some type of connectivity issue for unmuting. Chair, at this time, that is all of our callers.
Thank you, Katie, and thank you to the public for engaging with us. As a reminder, we have many ways that you can give community input and public input and feedback on our maps through our online forums and through the mapping tool that we have via our website, as well as public comment in the evenings. I apologize that our mapping went over today, but we need to get through the maps, and we're committed to doing so. So thank you for following us, everyone who was on the line and gave comments. But we will continue to accept comments through our online portals, and that's a great way to communicate with us. We are reviewing those comments as they come in, and of course, we'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m., bright and early. Thank you all, and see you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye. We are recess.